Lugano, who had been observing from the sidelines, was taken aback when Lumion handed the thin aluminum foil to Ludwig and inquired if he wanted to eat it. Despite Ludwig's previous display of abnormal eating habits, including drinking a tube of human blood in front of Lugano, revealing all the corresponding information, Lugano still harbored reservations about feeding Ludwig just anything, especially something as unconventional as aluminum foil. After all, Ludwig was still a child. In the blink of an eye, Lugano witnessed Ludwig silently accepting the old, thin aluminum foil, stuffing it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Lugano found himself in a daze. Once Ludwig finished consuming the aluminum foil, he calmly turned to Lumion and inquired, "Which details do you need information on the cocoa beans used, the precise quantity, additional ingredients, the origin of the aluminum foil ingredients, the production factories, or the individuals most in contact with it?" Lumion shook his head slowly. No need. This information wouldn't help track down Hisoka. Hisoka had touched the thin aluminum foil while wearing gloves, leaving behind no corresponding personal details. The patrol team had already confirmed that the chocolate packaging was common in Port Pilus, and there was nothing distinctive about the taste. As Lumion responded, a mix of amusement and surprise washed over him. He can even extract such information from eating? As expected of a monster capable of recovering just by eating and gradually breaking free from the seal's constraints. Ludwig seemed to relish the delicacy. After a few moments, he remarked, "The residual chocolate has a hint of depravity." Depravity? Could it be that Hisoka had carried it for an extended period, corrupting it? That doesn't make sense. Unless one was a demigod, Beyonder auras couldn't reach such a level. The only possibility was that they were on the brink of losing control, deep in a state of depravity. However, such a Beyonder's body would undoubtedly display various abnormal details. They wouldn't be able to leave the house. Stepping out would lead to discovery and pursuit by law enforcers. Could he rely on the human skin Bram mentioned for disguise? Lumion was initially puzzled, but then he asked with anticipation, "A decadent aura from the devil pathway?" Ludwig licked his lips, savoring the taste of the chocolate residue. Yes, at least a demon's. Demons? Lumion was taken aback and couldn't help but frown. Having extensively studied devilology, he knew that sequence 4 of the devil pathway was known as demon, representing a demigod. If the chocolate slightly tainted with a decadent aura came from a demon, it clearly didn't belong to Hisoka. Lumion wasn't arrogantly dismissing Hisoka's potential to have advanced to sequence 4. Instead, the aluminum foil and chocolate marks represented the state 4 years ago. Hisoka couldn't have been a demon back then, unless he had become a desire apostle upon transmigration. If that were the case, his targets for the serial murders should have been sequence 6 or 5 Beyonders. Although Beyonders at this level were rare in Madani, devilology didn't specify that serial murders could only occur in one location. "Are you certain?" Lumion looked at Ludwig for confirmation. Ludwig replied earnestly, "A demon's decadent aura has a completely different texture from low to mid-sequence devils." Upon hearing his godson's response, an image suddenly surfaced in Lumion's mind. Hisoka standing within the wall of spirituality, engaged in a special ritual to establish a connection with a demon. Throughout this process, a few pieces of chocolate wrapped in thin aluminum foil remained in his pocket. They were slightly tainted by the decadent aura permeating the altar, subtly and silently transforming. Yes, when I perform a ritual, I don't remove all my belongings in advance and leave them outside the altar unless there's a specific mention in the ritual requirements that I should avoid. As a conspirer, Lumion quickly made a guess and asked Ludwig, "Can you tell which demon's decadent aura it belongs to?" Lumion's current idea was that if Hisoka couldn't be found in the future, he would exhaust his resources and seek the help of the new city of Silver's demon hunter experts. He would set up a ritual and summon the demon who had established a connection with Hisoka. He would have it beaten up before interrogating it for information about Hisoka. Ludwig shook his head. "I can't absorb such subtle information yet. All I know is that the decadent aura belongs to a family called Noise. Noise, one of the 3 devil families, The demon responding to Hisoka's special ritual is from the noise family? That's peculiar. How can a demon respond to a ritual remotely? It has to be at sequence 3, or even at the angel level. According to devilology, serial killers can summon projections of abyss demons because those devils can use the special properties of the abyss to respond, not because they have reached the corresponding level. However, the noise family is a devil family active in the real world and hasn't entered the abyss. Lumion made many connections from the noise last name. He concluded by listing 3 possibilities. Firstly, the demon responding to the Hisoka ritual was none other than the noise family's angel. Secondly, it had reached sequence 3 and was located in Port Pilus, near Hisoka. Thirdly, the noise family had a close connection to the abyss. They could borrow the abyss's properties to some extent. Even a demon could respond to prayers from afar. Lumion pondered for a moment and asked Ludwig, "Any other information?" "No," Ludwig replied, disappointing Lumion. Lumion handed over the remaining piece of aluminum foil. "Try this one too." Ludwig didn't hesitate. Like many children drawn to the sweetness lingering on wrappers, he popped the thin foil stained with chocolate into his mouth and chewed. After a moment, while Lugano snapped back to reality, Ludwig looked at Lumion and remarked, "There's more to this one." "What kind of information?" Lumion knew that Ludwig's special mention had to be of some value. Ludwig responded with the air of a connoisseur. This thin aluminum foil rested on a table marked by old blood and a splash of coffee. The blood belonged to a deceased male. The spirituality was initially potent, and the coffee was Fermo blend, unsweetened, distinctly bitter yet fragrant. Upon hearing Ludwig's account, Lumion's mind painted another vivid scene. A few pieces of chocolate wrapped in thin aluminum foil lay nonchalantly on a table, soaked in old blood and spilled coffee. They seemed to share an intimate connection for an extended period. Then, a hand reached out, snatched them up, and swiftly pocketed them before making a hasty exit. Connecting the dots, Lumion strongly suspected that the table had served Hisoka in a dwelling he once occupied. "Do you have detailed information on the male deceased?" Lumion probed Ludwig for more insights. Ludwig shook his head once more. "No, unless I consume the blood directly." 1453. The bloodstains likely belonged to one of the victims, Lumion surmised. He pondered whether this information was documented in the case file or elsewhere. Was Hisoka using "no, unless I consume the blood directly"? The bloodstains likely belonged to one of the victims. Lumion the table as an autopsy platform or perhaps an altar. Lumion mused inwardly, a tinge of disappointment clouding his thoughts. Nevertheless, he refocused his attention on the Fermo coffee. He mumbled to himself, "Does this mean that Hisoka has a penchant for coffee, specifically the Fermo blend from the Paz Valley?" The Paz Valley, nestled in the southern continent, boasted the renowned Fermo coffee, comparable to Fainapotter's Highlander coffee and the southern continent's own version. It was a luxury enjoyed mainly by the middle class for extended periods. In Matani, where both East and West Balam produced high-quality coffee beans, such occurrences were rare. The locals had access to a plethora of excellent coffee beans. Those unfit for export were sold at affordable prices, favored by both colonists and natives. Lugano, now fully attentive, cautiously added, "I've heard that those who frequent Fermo coffee appreciate its bitterness and fragrance. However, those who prefer it without sugar are a rare breed. In essence, Hisoka's unique taste in coffee is uncommon here." Lumion smiled at Ludwig and remarked, "Well done. If I apprehend the target in the future, I'll give him to you." When the time came, Lumion would likely be a sequence 5. Moreover, he wouldn't give Ludwig the Beyonder characteristic. Lumion could ease his grip on the boy. The notion sent a chill down Lugano's spine, a hint that his imagination might have run too wild. To others, gifting a Beyonder of the Devil's Pathway might relegate the recipient to a life of servitude or worse, becoming an ingredient. However, with Ludwig, Lugano involuntarily shuddered. He didn't dare to think about it. Ludwig nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lumion turned to Lugano and said, "Don't you have a good grasp of Dutanese? Check Port Pilus this afternoon and find out which shops sell Fermo coffee. It's preferable if it's one that has been operating for 4 to 5 years or longer." All right. Lugano suddenly felt a surge of usefulness. In the evening, he returned to Suite 7 at B3 and reported to Lumion. There are only 3 shops selling Fermo coffee. One is on Cania Street in Resurrection Square. You mentioned Cania Street in Resurrection Square? Lumion interjected. Yes, Unit 21 on that street. It's called Matani Import and Export Shop, Lugano confirmed. Lumion fell silent. Isn't it close to Port Pilus's patrol team? In Port Pilus, on the 3rd floor of the building housing the patrol team. Camus received the bounty and gave a 5th to his 2 companions. He then entered the telegraph room and inquired of the telegrapher, "Do you have a telegram for me?" He had previously sent a telegram to inquire with certain friends if they had any information on Louis Barry, the adventurer. Since they were in collaboration, he needed to ascertain the other party's situation first. The female telegrapher, wearing a sweet smile, straightened up and responded, "Yes, from Ferrum." Camus extended his thanks to the telegrapher, retrieved his telegram, and swiftly scanned its contents. Louis Barry in Tijan, hailed as the most renowned adventurer in the Fog Sea over the past 6 months. Sporting a distinctive golden straw hat, he successfully hunted down the demon warlock Berman, earning a hefty bounty of 600,000 Vril d'Or. Furthermore, he collaborated with the Earth Mother Church in Port Santa to address the crisis surrounding the sea prayer ritual. However, the precise details remain elusive. Upon perusing the telegram, Camus released a silent sigh and remarked to himself, "He's truly a great adventurer." It's no surprise he managed to handle that serial killer. Camus couldn't gauge the demon warlock's true strength, but the substantial bounty spoke volumes. The sum of 600,000 Vril d'Or was a testament to the demon warlock's threat level. Even if Louis Barry's fame stemmed solely from his encounter with such a formidable adversary, he undeniably stood among the great adventurers. It wasn't lost on Camus that Bram, the perpetrator of numerous murders that had kept the patrol team occupied for nearly 2 weeks, only carried a bounty of 50,000 Vril d'Or. Such figures tempted Camus to consider collaboration with Louis Barry. Reflecting on the substantial 600,000 bounty and comprehending Louis Barry's generosity, Camus tucked away the telegram and graciously commended the female telegrapher with an exaggerated flying kiss. Running his fingers through his tousled brown hair, Camus descended to the hall below. The evening had descended, and it wasn't his night for duty. He could head home and take a break. Out of the blue, Camus' gaze focused as he spotted the handsome Louis Barry, sporting black hair, green eyes, and a laid-back demeanor, seated on the sofa, casually playing with a golden straw hat. Approaching cautiously, Camus inquired, "Is there anything else?" Lumion ceased twirling the straw hat, sat up straight, and grinned. "I've got something else to talk to you about." Realizing that one of the 3 shops that could buy Fermo coffee was on Cania Street, not far from the patrol team, Lumion's immediate thought was, could Hisoka be hiding within the patrol team, perhaps as one of its members? Is the most dangerous place the safest? After careful consideration, Lumion considered it a possibility, though not particularly likely. On the one hand, among the 7 Beyonders who were killed, including the Death Believer in Port Pilus, the Rose School of Thought's peripheral member, and the spy left behind in Matani by the Intis Republic, were secretive individuals blending in with ordinary people. Without substantial information sources, it would be challenging for Hisoka to identify them as Beyonders and target them. This suggested that either Hisoka had a unique ability to discern Beyonders from ordinary people or possessed a mystical item granting him such insight, or he had control over an extensive information network. The patrol team, being intimately familiar with Matani and Port Pilus, might have already detected something amiss with the Death Believer, the Rose School of Thought's member, and the Intis spy and been conducting surveillance. Hisoka's membership in the patrol team would explain his ability to uncover a Beyonder's hidden identity and carry out the murders. On the other hand, if Hisoka, a Devil Pathway Beyonder, had joined the patrol team, Suspicions would undoubtedly arise once the serial murders occurred, unless he concealed his true pathway from the start. However, the patrol team differed from the curly-haired baboons research society. Hisoka would need to use his abilities frequently during daily missions, making it difficult to conceal them for months or years. There was no room for mishaps. It wasn't feasible for him to meticulously prepare before each mission, adorning the corresponding mystical item solely to reveal his abilities in that specific situation, right? Even as a devil, he couldn't pull it off. Given that many missions had no specific target, devils couldn't foresee imminent danger. Driven by suspicion and uncertainty, Lumion took a special trip to the patrol team, visiting Camus to unearth new clues or gain inspiration to either confirm or eliminate the corresponding possibilities. What do you want to discuss? Camus furrowed his brow. Is this guy scheming to use the morning's bribe as leverage to threaten me? The dossier isn't particularly important. Even if I lose it, it's just a minor punishment. Wearing his golden straw hat, Lumion rose with a smile. Pointing at the door, he suggested, "How about a cup of coffee?" After a brief contemplation, Camus responded in a deep voice, "Fine." Exiting the patrol team's entrance, Lumion made his way toward the matinee import and export shop. In the fading dusk, he immediately spotted Port Pilus's police headquarters diagonally opposite the patrol team. Numerous individuals clad in dark blue police uniforms moved in and out, some holding cups of coffee. Lumion's heart stirred. Could Hisoka not be a member of the patrol team but a high-ranking police officer at the police headquarters? At a certain rank, the police collaborated with official Beyonders to access a wealth of information. Many official Beyonders investigations were conducted through the police due to limited manpower. If Hisoka held a significant position at Port Pilus's police headquarters, it was plausible for him to identify the 3 concealed Beyonders. Additionally, there would be no risk of exposing his pathway during routine missions, and acquiring his favored Fermo coffee beans would be a breeze. On the other hand, it was precisely because the matinee import and export shop offered a variety of coffee beans that Hisoka fell in love with the pure, bitter, and fragrant Fermo coffee without sugar. However, this was just one possibility among Lumion's speculations. For instance, Hisoka, being a bold and self-assured individual, might have visited Kania Street specifically to buy Fermo coffee, relishing the incompetence and frustration of the patrol team. Alternatively, Hisoka might not be a Beyonder of the Devil pathway but simply possessed the corresponding sealed artifact and had mastered a unique ritual to appease devils. There was also the chance that Lumion was mistaken. Hisoka might not be linked to the serial murders 4 years ago. With these thoughts in mind, Lumion contained his excitement and entered the matinee import and export shop alongside Camus. They reached the section where various coffee beans were on display and secured a seat in the attached coffee shop. Highlander coffee with milk and 2 cubes of sugar, Camus ordered from the waiter with a sense of familiarity. Lumion, on the other hand, opted for a cup of fragrant Intis coffee. While waiting, Lumion casually observed the coffee choices of other customers. Turning to Camus, he inquired, "Judging by the name, are you a Phainopatirian?" Camus hesitated briefly before truthfully responding, "My full name is Don Givra Camus Castilla." He was willing to share his full name as the telegram mentioned Lewisberry having a good working relationship with the Church of Earth Mother. Lumion chuckled. "So, you're a noble lord." The name Castilla belonged to the royal family of the Phainopater kingdom, and Don at the beginning of Camus' name signified honorable, representing his noble status. Camus smiled wryly and remarked, "If I were truly a nobleman, why would I join a local patrol team in the southern continent? Our branch has long dwindled, but I can't deny that this last name and the Don prefix have provided me with advantages beyond those of ordinary people. I received a potion upon reaching adulthood, achieving Sequence 9 Beyonder status. However, my subsequent advancements were the result of my own efforts. Accepting my 50,000 Vrildor bribe is part of your efforts?" Lumion teased inwardly. He glanced at the 2 cups of coffee brought by the waiter, feigning casualness as he asked, "Don't you want to try some other coffees? Is Highlander coffee your only choice?" Camus raised his cup and took a sip, I'm accustomed to its taste. Lumion removed his golden straw hat and took a sip, smiling as he replied, Fair enough, just like how I can never acclimate to Fermo coffee. It's too bitter with regular sugar, and too cloying with too much. Some people appreciate the bitterness and fragrance of Fermo coffee, opting for just a hint of sugar. Lumion anticipated Camus to respond with, Yes, some even drink Fermo coffee without sugar. However, Camus' reply didn't align with his expectations. That's how it goes. What's on your mind? Internally exhaling, Lumion spoke openly. As you can tell, I'm deeply intrigued by the serial murder case from 4 years ago. It's my sole purpose in Port Pilus. A highly valuable assignment. Highly valuable? It's just a serial killer. Camus let out a sigh of relief upon realizing Louis Barry was interested in discussing this matter. Even if he were blind, he could tell Louis Barry's genuine concern about the serial murders 4 years prior. Lumion vaguely explained with a smile. This case holds secrets beyond your wildest imagination. For example, transmigrators or that celestial worthy. Camus took another sip of his Highlander coffee and reflected. I arrived in Matagny over 5 years ago. At that time, the Intisians had just departed, and the kingdom and the church's forces had completed their initial infiltration. I sensed numerous opportunities, thinking I could leverage my last name to secure a prominent position. Hence, I took a ship across the fog sea. The outcome differed from my expectations, but it was still acceptable. Camus, in his mid-20s, sighed as he recounted the past. He continued, When the case unfolded, I was merely a Sequence 8. Alongside a few teammates, I followed Vice, Captain Riaza, to investigate. He paused, offering Lumion a smile that seemed to convey, If you want more information, show more sincerity. In that moment, Lumion was contemplating another question. If Hisoka truly belongs to the Devil Pathway and has joined the patrol team, is there a way for him to conceal his identity? Putting himself in those shoes, Lumion realized that concealing the abilities of the Hunter Pathway wouldn't pose a problem. Most situations could be handled with the Ascetic Pathway's abilities and a couple of items. Of course, the usage of an Ascetic's abilities was suspicious. Could it be that Hisoka is indeed a bestowed individual who typically exhibits powers from the Boon Pathway? Lumion raised his cup and took a sip of coffee, avoiding delving into the details of the serial murders. He gazed at Camus thoughtfully and inquired, Do you have members in the patrol team skilled in divination or decryption? Camus couldn't comprehend why Louis Barry had abruptly changed the topic and neglected to charge for the pertinent information. Recollecting, he mentioned, Yes, there's a magician. He was initially an officer of the Admiral Guard but later got transferred to the patrol team. Later, Lumion frowned slightly. When did he transfer to the patrol team? Why do you ask? Last year, replied Camus. He had no clue about Louis Barry's inquiry, making it unclear what information was vital. Last year, it doesn't seem to be Hisoka, judging by appearances, although possibilities can't be completely ruled out. Serving as an officer in Admiral Quirrell's guard provides opportunities for gathering intel. Perhaps he didn't purchase Fermo coffee from this import-export shop. Could be one of the other 2 cafes. Even so, there's a logical reason for buying it here. Yes, to relish watching the incompetence and frustration of the patrol team, Lumion temporarily placed the magician on his suspect list. He didn't dismiss the possibility that the other party was Hisoka just because they were a Sequence 7. This was because the level of a boon might not be the same as the level brought about by potions. Furthermore, Lumion had vaguely perceived changes beneath Matani's surface from the magician's departure from Admiral Quirrell's guard to joining the patrol team. Beyonders of the Seer Pathway either originated from the Church of the Fool or were associated with Intis's Bureau 8 or secret organizations supporting Bureau 8, like the Secret Order. While there were wild Beyonders, very few evolved into magicians. Coupled with Matani's history as an Intis colony, Lumion reasonably deduced that the magician had close ties to the Intis Republic, a fact well known to Admiral Quirrell. He retained the magician in the guards to maintain a specific connection with Intis and handle the new Phaenopotter kingdom. By achieving a balance of power, he could better sustain his rule. The magician's departure from the Admiral Guard last year might indicate that Admiral Quirrell had truly gauged the Phaenopotter Kingdom's stance after years of collaboration and had sided with them. Lumien's speculation didn't eliminate the suspicion that the magician might be Hisoka. Loki, from Intis and a Secret Order member, held a mid-management position in Bureau 8. It was entirely possible for him to use the proper channels to involve Hisoka in Bureau 8's overseas section and recruit him into the Secret Order. After contemplating for a moment, Lumien inquired, "Does that magician have a fondness for Firmo coffee?" He didn't directly ask about the other party's name and characteristics. Camus shook his head. He doesn't appreciate coffee. His preference leans towards sweet drinks like Guater. Guater, a well-loved local beverage in West Balam, was crafted from locally grown berries and contained a certain amount of caffeine. It had the same impact as coffee in enhancing mental strength and combating fatigue. However, its hue was orange-yellow, with a hint of sweetness amidst the sourness. It served both to alleviate the sweltering heat and quench thirst. Prefers sweetness. Lumien felt a sense of disappointment. For years ago, Hisoka had no inkling that he would confront a monster like Ludwig in the future. It was unlikely for him to deliberately splash some unsweetened Firmo coffee on the table with the chocolate. Lumien cautiously believed now that Hisoka truly enjoyed bitter coffee. In that case, the magician with a sweet tooth probably wasn't Hisoka. Unless Hisoka meticulously maintained the traits of each identity, consistently playing the role of a magician who relished drinking water on a daily basis. He wasn't an actor who needed to meticulously perform every aspect of his daily life. Moreover, he had no reason to digest Faceless. As he contemplated, Lumien's heart skipped a beat. Actor. If Hisoka is genuinely a beyonder of the devil pathway, apart from his belief in the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings due to transmigration, he might also be influenced by the mother tree of desire in his daily life. Could it be that the boon of the Hisoka pathway doesn't come from one of the celestial worthy's seer, apprentice, or marauder, but rather from the mother tree of desire? The current celestial worthy desires the invasion of evil gods into the world within the barrier. It's not implausible for him to collaborate with the mother tree of desire and tacitly permit Hisoka to exploit the mother tree of desire. With a fresh train of thought, Lumien observed the now silent Camus and took a sip of Intis coffee, offering a smile as he changed the subject. Any beyonders from the prisoner pathway in the patrol team? He had long suspected that the mother tree of desire was an evil deity at the pinnacle of the criminal, prisoner, and Scrooge pathways. The corresponding boons likely originated from one of them or were intertwined. Lumien refrained from asking about the existence of the Scrooge pathway because it was even more suspicious than the criminal pathway, also known as the devil pathway. It didn't belong to the 22 paths of the divine. It was akin to a thief being apprehended by the police and asking in confusion, "I clearly disguised myself and left no traces. How did you quickly lock onto me?" Only to receive the answer, "This isn't Trier." No ordinary person would disguise themselves as a turkey and hide in a secluded alley. "Do you think there's a spy from the Rose School of Thought in the patrol team?" Camus believed Louis Barry was casually raising the issue of the Rose School of Thought's interest in Port Pilus. "No, definitely not. He adheres to temperance and doesn't indulge at all." Lumien smiled. "In other words, there really is a beyonder from the prisoner pathway?" "Yes, a Sequence 6 zombie," Camus confirmed. Lumien interjected suddenly. "Don't disclose who he is, what he looks like, or his characteristics. Answer a few questions first." "What questions?" Camus, feeling a bit disoriented from the rapidly changing topics, planned to decide when to ask for benefits later. Lumien held a porcelain cup filled with Intis coffee and casually said, "When did he join the patrol team?" "Half a year after me," Camus recalled. "You arrived in Matani over 5 years ago and joined the patrol team shortly after. Half a year later means that the prisoner was already on the patrol team when the serial murder case occurred 4 years ago." Lumien's spirits lifted as he pondered for a moment. Did he face a catastrophe in the past and nearly died? "No." Camus shook his head. "At least I don't know." Lumian maintained his smile, showing no signs of disappointment, and said, "Does he have a liking for Fermo coffee?" "Yes, he adores Fermo coffee and is the type who doesn't add sugar," replied Camus without much thought. Then, he remembered Louis Barry's inquiry about the magician's preference for Fermo coffee in the patrol team. He quickly formed a guess. Is there an issue with the ones enjoying Fermo coffee? Does the culprit of the serial murders 4 years ago have a taste for Fermo coffee? There are very few places in Port Pilos where you can get Fermo coffee. This is one of them. Even cafes selling Fermo coffee procure the beans from here. Are you suspecting that the murderer from 4 years ago is part of the patrol team? Impressive. You reacted swiftly and identified the core issue. Lumian inwardly praised Camus. Simultaneously, a surge of joy filled his heart. In Matagny, Fermo coffee was a rare commodity, and those who preferred it without sugar were even rarer. Moreover, this individual was on the patrol team and seemingly from the prisoner pathway. With so many conditions aligning, Lumian felt like he had caught Hisoka by the tail. To avoid triggering any sense of malice and danger, Lumian refrained from asking about the patrol team member's name, appearance, identity, or characteristics. Feigning ignorance about the enemy, Lumian casually asked, "Is he from around here?" Observing Camus' silence, Lumian added with a smile, "I won't claim the official bounty." Camus' expression eased. "He's a local of Port Pilos, born in Tizimo town, which is part of Port Pilos." Though the patrol team wasn't as stringent in member recruitment as the various churches and governments, they still gathered basic information and conducted verifications. Otherwise, Admiral Quirrell might have to worry about being assassinated by a patrol team member investigating a Beyonder case one day. Tizimo town, the location of one of Hisoka's pranks. Fits. Lumian controlled his excitement, preventing the corners of his mouth from curling up. Regrettably, he told Camus, "Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the target." This was to prevent Camus from investigating the target. This could potentially alert the other party to the corresponding malice. "All right," Camus shrugged. Curious, he inquired, "How did you find out that the murderer from the serial killings 4 years ago liked Fermo coffee?" "I was already aware of such a person before starting the investigation," Lumian replied with a meaningful tone. He chose not to disclose that the information came from the thin aluminum foil wrapping of the chocolate. Revealing this might prompt Camus to believe he could uncover more clues and reignite the investigation, potentially drawing Hisoka's attention. With this realization, Lumian understood something. I should now be a target for Hisoka, but fishing has its benefits. Louis Barry, adorned with a golden straw hat, had bribed members of the patrol team to examine the files of the serial murder case from 4 years ago. Other team members paid little attention, but if the prisoner was indeed Hisoka, he would have detected Lumian. His adversary's investigation into the 4-year-old serial murder case. Hisoka refrained from taking action likely because Lumian openly presented himself as Louis Barry, making no effort to hide his identity. This led to the suspicion that Lumian was fishing, making Hisoka cautious of stepping into a potential trap. There was no sense of malice or danger perceived, as Lumian didn't possess details about the suspect's identity. Lumian was merely preparing for a potential surprise attack from a devil or desire apostle. "Before, I fished to catch fish, but now my fishing is a bluff." Lumian's thoughts clarified as he looked at Camus and said, "Keep an eye out for anyone at the police headquarters who enjoys Fermo coffee." "All right," Camus agreed, thinking that Louis Barry had identified the suspect as a member of the patrol team and the police through details he wasn't aware of. For now, the possibility of the patrol team members was tentatively ruled out. After finishing the remaining Intis coffee and settling the bill with the corresponding Vril d'Or, Lumian donned the golden straw hat and maintained his smile. He left the Matagny import and export shop in Kania Street, step by step. Passing by Port Pilos's police headquarters, he deliberately cast a few glances. Camus stood at the entrance of the Matagny import and export shop, casually smoking a cigarette as he observed the passing customers. Despite his watchful eyes, he didn't spot anyone purchasing Fermo coffee. As the gas street lamps gradually illuminated the surroundings, casting a dark blue hue across the sky. Camus extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash can. He then made his way back to the beige four-story building that housed the patrol team. Originally planning to indulge in an Intis feast in a neighborhood frequented by foreigners to celebrate his unexpected windfall of 40,000 vril d'or, his plans were disrupted by Louis Barry. By the time he returned, it was already late, and he couldn't be bothered to wait for a top chef to prepare something special. Instead, he decided to return to the patrol team, pool money with his close teammates, and order takeout from a nearby restaurant. After satisfying his hunger, he intended to relax at a bar or dance hall. While crossing the hall, Camus spotted a teammate with dark brown skin, thick lips, and a height exceeding 1.8 meters. Curious, he inquired, "Why did the guy in the straw hat come looking for you again?" "Heh, I heard you and the others caught a serial killer and got a bounty of 50,000 vril d'or?" In Matani, the currency was commonly denoted in vril d'or and Delexi copper coins, a system ingrained during Intis colonization. Despite Admiral Quirrell's control, there were no significant changes in this aspect. The only difference was a partnership with the Fanapotter Kingdom's bank that facilitated the free exchange of vril d'or and gold rizit. If he were one of the two teammates, either the magician or the zombie whom Louis Barry had asked about, Camus would undoubtedly be on high alert. However, the person standing in front of him was Sao, a Sequence 8 pugilist of the warrior pathway. Sao had joined the patrol team as an adventurer just last year and was known for having a pleasant personality. Besides a bit of laziness and a love for enjoyment, there were no significant issues. Camus laughed and said, "That's my informant. Without him, I wouldn't have received that much bounty." Sao, with his single eyelids, had a realization. "Did he come to you just now to get his share?" Camus thought for a moment and replied, "That's one reason. The other reason is that he's still investigating the serial murders from 4 years ago and wanted to ask me for some details." He had kept the case dossier hidden from the captain and vice captains of the patrol team, but he couldn't keep it from his teammates. Therefore, he had no intention of concealing Louis Barry's investigation into the serial murders from 4 years ago. Moreover, he planned to monitor the police headquarters to identify anyone who enjoyed Fermo coffee and seemed suspicious. He would need his teammates' assistance to some extent. Any progress? Any chance of claiming the bounty? Sao, dressed in a pleated shirt and carrying a broadsword, displayed visible interest. Camus wasn't ready to provide detailed information at the moment. He vaguely responded, "He suspects that the murderer might be hiding at the police headquarters from 4 years ago. I plan to investigate discreetly." "Why do you think the murderer is a police officer?" Sao looked puzzled. Camus hadn't discussed this with Lumion earlier, so he pondered for a moment and explained, "Consider this. In the case 4 years ago, only Beyonders were targeted. Several of them usually concealed their identities. How could the murderer accurately locate them and know that they were Beyonders? Only us or those from the police headquarters at a certain rank can access that kind of information. It's easier to verify if there are Beyonders of the Devil pathway on the patrol team. 4 years ago, during their investigation, Vice Captain Riaza had proposed this idea. However, he only suspected that the serial killer was hiding within the patrol team and hadn't considered the police headquarters or the Admiral Guard. Subsequently, the patrol team conducted an investigation and found no suspicious individuals, leading them to shift their focus. "I see a glimmer of hope and smell the fragrance of vril d'or," Sao said with anticipation. "If you need help, feel free to look for me. I heard that Colobo and the others just followed you to the scene and each got 5,000 vril d'or." "No problem," Camus readily agreed. Then he walked past Sao and along the corridor toward his office. At the door of his office, Colobo poked his head out, observing the conversation between Camus and Sao. Colobo, about the same age as Camus, in his mid-20s, had dark hair, azure eyes, and a slender figure. He held a pair of black sunglasses in his hand. He lowered his voice and said to Camus, "Stay away from Sao for the time being." "Why?" Camus asked, surprised. Observing So vanish through the door leading to the hall, Colobo averted his gaze and explained, I have a feeling that something bad will happen if one interacts with him during this period. Then why didn't you warn him? Camus frowned in confusion. As a Sequence 8 robot of the monster pathway, Colombo possessed formidable spiritual perception and could vaguely sense certain things. I warned him. He thinks everything's fine. I even reported it to the captain. Colombo shrugged. As he spoke, the thin beyonder recalled something. That adventurer Louis Barry is also dangerous. When I arrived at the scene this morning, I didn't dare to look directly at him. Occasionally, I would glance at him and see large amounts of blood, flames, and death. I didn't want to tell you at first. I felt that if I said it, fate would suffocate me. Phew, it actually seems okay to say it now. It seems I'm too sensitive. That dangerous. As expected of a great adventurer who received a bounty of 600,000 Vril d'Or at once. While Camus, who knew about Louis Barry's deeds, wasn't overly shocked. This was the first time he had heard a monster like Colombo describe someone in such a way. Camus patted Colombo's shoulder. Thank you. I'll be careful. With that settled, he asked curiously, was Louis Barry the first person to give you such a feeling? No, there's another one. Colombo shook his head. Who is it? Camus was surprised. Colombo's expression suddenly turned serious. I can't say. I'll die if I say it. I'll die. With that, the thin beyonder swiftly left Camus' office. Upon returning to Hotel Orella, Lumion headed straight for the master bedroom. In the subterranean suite, even during the scorching season, a refreshing coolness lingered in the air. On the desk in the master bedroom, a neatly folded letter awaited Lumion. Madame Magician's response. Lumion picked up the letter and began reading. Excellent. You have a good understanding of yourself. The Rose School of Thought and the Numinous Episcopate will be managed by dedicated personnel. No need for you to take unnecessary risks. Concentrate on dealing with Hisoka. If they request your help, you may cooperate. The beyonder characteristics left behind by members of the Rose School of Thought, especially those of the Devil and Prisoner pathways, come with a certain level of troublesome corruption. It's advisable not to sell them or randomly seek out an artisan to craft items. If you need to, you can sell them to me or let me find an artisan. Keeping them in the traveler's bag is also fine. Compared to the Shadow Branch boxing gloves, Mr. Fool's seal, and the attention and influence of other items on you, they're as weak as an ordinary newborn baby. Relieved by this response, Lumion took a breath and activated the black mark on his right shoulder, vanishing from the room. After a while, he materialized atop a bell tower on Avenue du Boulevard in Trier. Gazing at the luxurious Champs-Élysées in the distance and the already lit lamps, Lumion couldn't hold back any longer. He needed to carefully consider the information he had just obtained from Camus. With the Berserk Sea, the Phaenopotter Kingdom, and half of the Intis Republic between them, Lumion could devise a plan to hunt Hisoka without worrying about the enemy sensing malice and danger. Perhaps only an angel could sense over such a distance. Though Lumion lacked specific information about his target or Hisoka's identity and had no concrete plan, caution was paramount when he had the ability to be cautious. Relying on his ascetic trait, he endured, putting aside thoughts of the corresponding matters. Only when far from Port Pilus and the southern continent did he carefully consider details, allowing his thoughts to run free. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lumion vanished from the bell tower. Clang, clang, clang. The pendulum clock struck 7 p.m. The next morning, upon entering the hall, Camus spotted Louis Barry, adorned in a golden straw hat, seated on a sofa in the reception area. Why is he here again? Recalling Colombo's warning, Camus frowned and approached with concern. What can I do for you this time? He asked calmly, keeping his emotions in check. Lumion chuckled. I need some information, but it won't be from you. Find a reliable teammate who isn't privy to our discussion yesterday evening. Meet me at the Madani Import and Export Shop. I can offer 5,000 Vril d'Or for this. Peculiar request. 5,000 Vril d'Or. How generous. Is he trying to avoid a devil's danger premonition? Camus, an experienced official beyonder, quickly made the connection. He refrained from overthinking and pondered for a moment before responding, "Agreed." Heading into the office area, Lumion rose and departed, making his way to the matinee import and export shop nearby. Soon, a man sat opposite Lumion, who was savoring his coffee. The man, with dark hair and a relatively thin build, was a member of the patrol team who had accompanied them to the scene yesterday. Today, he wore dark black sunglasses, giving him the appearance of a blind individual. "I'm Kolobo." Camus mentioned a chance to earn 5,000 Vril d'Or. The patrol team member introduced himself in fluent Intisian. Amused, Lumion observed Kolobo's demeanor. Taking out a pen and paper, he counted out 5,000 Vril d'Or notes and slid them over. "Write down the prisoner pathway beyonder's name and details from the patrol team. Ensure I don't catch sight of it. Fold it into a square after writing." Kolobo, almost as if blind, fumbled for the banknotes. He bent down and counted, nearly burying his head under the table. "Why aren't you looking at me?" Lumion asked with curiosity. Trembling, Kolobo replied, "I fear I might truly go blind. Are you able to see something you shouldn't?" "From the monster pathway." Lumion pondered but refrained from probing further. Kolobo turned around and swiftly wrote down the corresponding information on the table behind him, folding the paper and passing it to Lumion. Without a second glance, Lumion promptly received the information and stowed it in his traveler's bag. After settling the bill for his coffee, he headed to the washroom. His figure vanished once more. After Louis Berry left the coffee area, Kolobo breathed a sigh of relief. He removed his sunglasses, retrieved the 5,000 Vril d'Or, and counted it again. His gut told him this deal would work out. That's the only reason he dared to risk coming to the matinee import and export shop. Still, his whole body had been trembling with fear. He couldn't even keep his eyes open most of the time, and his hands were shaking so badly that he was surprised it was legible. Trouble always waits until it's ready to explode, he thought, clutching his sunglasses. He stood up and headed for the door. Something was wrong. He could feel it. His body tensed with some kind of danger sense he couldn't explain. His heart raced as he scanned the place professionally, trying to pinpoint the danger. Kolobo's footsteps changed, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. He'd zip off in one direction only to stop short a few paces later. Kolobo took in the morning sun, the quiet shop that had just opened its doors, and the handful of customers scattered about. Not a single pair of eyes seemed fixed on him, and there was no one lurking in the shadows, observing his every move. Yet, following his instincts, his feet carried him back to the coffee shop area. That's where he finally stopped, in front of the bathroom sign. 2 years as a Beyonder taught Kolobo the most important lesson: trust your gut. Without thinking, he yanked open the heavy wooden door and walked inside. The matinee import and export shop wasn't some back alley dive. This restroom was big. 3 urinals, 3 stalls, and gas lamps flickered on the clean tile. Kolobo headed to the sink to splash cold water on his face. Maybe that would shake this weird danger feeling that was creeping all over him. As he looked up, a face stared back at him in the mirror. But it wasn't his. The face was freakishly white. The guy looked late 20s, with light brown skin and eyes that flashed a dark, sickly green. He stared at Kolobo with dead, cold eyes. Kolobo's brain short-circuited as recognition hit. Twanakutupia N, the only prisoner pathway beyonder on their patrol team. The guy had become a Sequence 6 zombie last year. He was also the first guy to ever make Kolobo's skin crawl. If he told anyone else, he got told him he'd end up dead. When Lumion asked Kolobo to spill the beans about the prisoner pathway beyonder on his team, something about it felt wrong. He'd almost bailed on the whole deal. He'd counted that huge 50,000 some not out of distrust but because he needed time to think, to weigh the risk. He decided to trust his gut. But he hadn't told Lumion about this feeling, this fear of Tupia, and now here Twanakutupia N was, reflected in the mirror. This is a Sequence 5 Wraith power. When did he advance? Kolobo could barely think over the growing horror. Suddenly, his body felt like it had been dropped into an icy lake. Twanaka's face in the mirror vanished. Kolobo could barely move. An icy coldness gripped him, the kind that chilled you to the bone. It wasn't his own hands that were moving, they lifted without him wanting them to. A voice drifted through his ears, flat and emotionless. "Looks like my cover is blown. You were actually asked to provide my information. I'll get out of Port Pilus, but I'm going to leave 2 gifts for Lumian Lee." What did that even mean? What kind of gift? And who the heck was Lumian Lee? Kolobo's thoughts were a jumbled mess. His own hands were tightening around his neck. Then, with a sickening jolt, he realized what gift the voice was talking about. Twanakotupia. N was going to kill him and leave a gift, his dead body. But he said 2 gifts. What was the other one? In the 4-story beige building of the patrol team, Camus sipped his Highlander coffee and read the West Balham Telegraph, contemplating the deal between Kolobo and Louis Barry. If successful as an intermediary, he would receive 20% of the amount. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed on Camus' office door. "Please come in." Though not particularly young, Camus had ample experience, leading one of the patrol team's operations teams. If there were a vacancy for the vice-captain position, his only competition would be Twanakotupia, N of the prisoner pathway. The southern continent was a chaotic place, especially in an area torn between multiple factions. Whether dealing with the bloodthirsty Rose school of thought, the ominous numinous episcopate, ambitious adventurers, spies from various countries, or missionaries, danger lurked at every corner. Some would take the initiative to assassinate patrol team members, while others would rebel and escape. Meticulous planning was not uncommon, and even the patrol team members found themselves as targets. Consequently, the patrol team faced casualties every year, leading to a constant need for new recruits. Encountering more attacks had its advantages. Victorious confrontations often yielded valuable items and Beyonder-related ingredients. Many of the patrol team's advancement formulas and potions were acquired in such situations, creating a noteworthy trend. Compared to cities of similar size in the northern continent, Port Pilus had an even greater number of official Beyonders, especially mid-sequence Beyonders. However, they lacked higher levels of power or corresponding sealed artifacts. Camus found himself in a tight spot financially due to his rapid advancement outpacing his cousins. Arriving in Matani State and Port Pilus as a Sequence 9 Arbiter, he had swiftly climbed to a Sequence 7 Justiciar in just 5 years. His goal was to advance to Sequence 6 and become a judge, and he had recently been gathering the funds to purchase the necessary materials. If the opportunity to become a vice-captain arose, the patrol team would certainly contribute resources to aid his advancement. Spoils of war weren't always suitable for him. Sometimes, he needed to trade with teammates or sell them to the patrol team for money. He patiently waited for the potion formulas and Beyonder ingredients corresponding to his pathway to appear. The patrol team, being relatively new, hadn't accumulated substantial reserves. Camus needed to find a way to purchase practical mystical items, regularly replenish charms, potions, and other essentials to stay prepared against assassinations and conflicts. In such a situation, money was naturally scarce. Chaos was a path to hell but also a ladder to the top. Pugilist Sao entered, with his brown braids gently swaying. So, clad in a sky-blue shirt and beige pants, approached Camus with one hand in his pocket, smiling as he asked, "Have you seen Kolobo? I need to discuss something with him." Camus had already prepared a reason. He went to the import and export shop to buy coffee beans. Sao tersely acknowledged. "Then I'll wait for him to return." "What's up?" Camus asked casually. Sao took 2 steps forward and smiled. "There's an investigation we would like to involve him in. Maybe he can uncover clues that others can't." "You bastards! Aren't you concerned about Kolobo getting hurt?" Camus replied with amusement, lifting his coffee and taking a sip. At that moment, Sao withdrew his right hand from his trouser pocket, holding a poker card flickering with a metallic gleam between his thumb and index finger. The card portrayed a grayish-white clown. With a swift motion, So hurled the poker card at Camus' head. In the men's washroom of the Matani import and export shop, Kolobo finally caught his reflection in the mirror. His skin had turned a sickly green, and his hands were locked around his own neck, the pressure making his bones crack. Tuanakatupian stared back at him from his bright blue eyes. Kolobo tried to scream, but nothing came out. He wanted to run, but his legs wouldn't move. It was like his body wasn't his anymore. It was killing him. A choked sound finally escaped Kolobo's throat, too quiet for anyone to hear. Fear and despair tightened around his heart. Then Kolobo's fingers slipped. A figure emerged from the shadows by the bathroom vents. Lumion. Black hair, green eyes, all dressed in black and white with a golden straw hat. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, then understanding. He held a black bone flute to his lips. A hum resounded, accompanied by a melancholic tune echoing from the dark red holes. Symphony of hatred. Why did I only sense malice and danger now? Just as this thought crossed Tuanaka's mind, Tuanaka's murderous intent exploded, fueled by the haunting melody. Silently, a figure peeled away from Kolobo's body. It was Tuanakatupian, his light brown skin gone deathly pale. Blood vessels bulged in his yellow eyes, threatening to burst. The symphony of hatred tore into Kolobo, already weak with fear. His heart almost stopped. He crumpled to the floor, barely alive. Lumion stopped the melody. Holding the black bone flute, he slid back into the shadows and under the vent. A moment later, he reappeared behind Tuanakatupian, who was practically vibrating with murderous intent. Lumion lifted the flute, its blood-colored holes gleaming ominously, and took a breath. Finally, you're here. Tuanakatupian's ears rang, his eyes stinging with blood. His mind burned, his thoughts scattering like sparks. For an agonizing moment, he couldn't process his situation, couldn't even think about the enemy closing in. Blood, smelling strangely metallic, trickled from his eyes and nose. His pale skin darkened ominously. Ha! Lumion spat a blast of pale yellow light, hitting the suspected Hisoka from barely 2 meters away. Tuanaka's eyes slammed shut, and he collapsed. Before he hit the ground, Lumion's symphony of hatred, a black bone flute, jabbed towards his neck. Instantly, the tiled bathroom floor dissolved into a vast, muddy expanse of darkness. Arms burst upward. Some were stripped of skin, all raw muscle and glistening tendon. Others twisted and ghostly, pale and transparent. Some bore bulging eyes that spun madly. Others sprouted thick green growths. The grotesque limbs tore at Lumion and Tuanaku, clawing and dragging. This was Tuanaku's spell, a death-type enchantment once called Vengeful Wraith's Entanglement, meant to summon an undead horde to paralyze his targets. But as a mid-sequence beyonder of the Devil Pathway, his power twisted the spell into something new, the Fallen Abyss. He could alter a space in advance, allowing undead or fallen creatures to lurk beneath the surface. Anyone unfortunate enough to step inside would be grabbed by unseen arms and dragged into the muddy, pitch-black depths. The abyss would slow and weaken its victims, the icy touch of the undead stealing their strength with agonizing speed. If they were pulled all the way under, they'd be corrupted and lost. Tuanaku had cast this spell in the bathroom before attacking Kolobo. He hadn't wanted any nosy employees or customers to stumble on the scene, but it turned out to be a lucky break. That's why he'd appeared in the mirror instead of right inside Kolobo's eyes. Lumion's attack with the symphony of hatred came to an abrupt halt. Countless arms wrapped around his ankles, calves, hips, and torso. A wave of icy stiffness washed over him, his movements turning sluggish. It was the same for Tuanaku. With the Wraith and Desire Apostle unconscious, the fallen abyss slipped from his control, leaving him vulnerable. His limp body was seized by the strange arms and dragged to the ground. Nearby, Kolobo, badly injured and out for the count, was pulled into the muddy, pitch-black depths of the illusory abyss. A burst of crimson flames exploded from Lumion's body, surrounding him like a blazing cloak. The flames roared, scorching most of the arms into retreat. Still, some remained unaffected, their grip relentless. A creeping coldness numbed Lumion's body, but he regained a sliver of his former agility. Before, he could have simply lunged forward, thrusting the black bone flute towards his enemy's neck. But now, the target, the one he believed was Hisoka, was about to vanish into the ground. Thud! Tuanaku slammed into the ground, the impact jarring him awake. The spell of Harumph's grip faded, and he finally regained his senses. His toughest moment, that relentless surge of desire, was behind him. Lumion lowered his head, a single scornful sound escaping him. Humph! Twin beams of white light shot out while Lumion retracted his hands, fingers slipping back into his traveler's bag. The beams missed their mark, but horrifying, bloody arms sprouted from the ground. A gruesome forest that blocked Tuanaku from their path. With a flash of awareness, Tuanaku seized control of the fallen abyss spell, shielding himself and attacking his enemy. The arms hit by the spell of Harumph softened, sinking back into the pitch-black mud as if drained. Tuanaku took his chance. His body twisted, morphing into a dark, oozing malevolence, a shape born from the darkest shadows of his heart. Silently, Tuanaku transformed into an illusory, viscous, and foul black liquid, merging with the muddy abyss and vanishing. The evil arms, unfazed by the flames, clung to Lumion, limiting his movement. His hands flew to his traveler's bag, pulling out a suit of gleaming silver armor. He set the armor beside him, sinking it firmly into the pitch-black mud. Pride armor. Evil, writhing arms erupted from the illusory abyss and the corresponding spirit world. Guided by the spell, they lunged for the pride armor, seizing its ankles, legs, torso, and back. The pride armor struck back, a broadsword of pure light flashing in its hand. Blinding, holy light flooded the washroom. The shadowy arms recoiled with hisses of black smoke, retreating into the depths. The pitch-black mud dissolved, revealing the bathroom's stone tiles. Kolobo, who'd been on the brink of sinking into the abyss, lay unconscious on the floor. Just meters away, near the washroom door, a figure of viscous black liquid prepared to flee. Now free, Tuanaku came to a swift decision. He wouldn't waste time trying to possess Lumion Lee. Instead, he'd abandon the matinee import and export shop and Port Pilus. It was a trap. He had to escape before it closed around him. Staying to fight back was foolish. He couldn't risk lingering just to satisfy his rage and murderous desire. That would be far too dangerous. Tuanaku was glad he'd chosen to give Lumion Lee those two gifts. He'd even divided his favorite mystical items to do it. The patrol team should be in chaos by now, focused on a false target. The distraction would give him his chance to escape. Before, Tuanaku hadn't been focused on killing Camus. His priority was taking out Kolobo and escaping. If everything went smoothly, there shouldn't be problems for either side. Any chaos caused by Camus' death would be a bonus, distracting the enemy by having the other passing off as the real deal. He'd sent that extra gift as a precaution, not some bloodthirsty urge. In Camus' office, nestled inside the patrol team's beige 4-story building, a poker card shimmered with metallic light as it hurtled towards him. Coffee was the last thing on his mind. He dove behind his desk with a surge of adrenaline, planning to send the table flying back at Sao before blasting him with psychic piercing. The Joker faced card soared over Camus' head, missing its target. But then, as if it had a mind of its own, the card swerved and plunged down, aiming for Camus' back. It seemed to melt right into him, vanishing in a flash. Sao's grin stretched wider. He strode to the desk, yanking the broadsword from his back. Inside the men's bathroom of the matinee import and export shop, a figure made of thick, black liquid slipped through the crack under the door, then strangely reformed in its original spot. Bottle of fiction. The moment Lumion harbored malice and took out the symphony of hatred from the traveler's bag, Lumion had used this bathroom vent as a base, using the bottle of fiction to set one condition. Only females could enter or exit. That way, innocent customers wouldn't stumble into the dangerous Beyonder battle. And Hisoka couldn't escape without destroying the bottle of fiction first. The black, liquid figure spread toward the vent, dodging the two white beams from Lumion. Tuanaku was done with dodging. His body swelled and warped, transforming into a monstrous giant almost 3 meters tall. The monster's skin turned a dull, dark shade, and a pair of curved goat horns marked with strange patterns sprouted from his head. Colossal bat wings wreathed in blue and crimson flames lashed out, releasing a stinging, sulfurous stench. Devil Transformation. This was the signature power of a Sequence 6 Devil from the Prisoner pathway. A boost to strength, speed, defense, everything. Lumion knew his target, the one he thought was Hisoka, was on high alert, braced to dodge his spell of Harumph. He stopped using it. He decided against the Symphony of Hatred too. The situation was different. Before, his enemy had been fueled by bloodlust in his murder attempt on Kolobo, a perfect trigger. Now there was only a cold, emotionless focus, with no guarantee that the Symphony of Hatred would work, or that it wouldn't backfire. Lumion wasn't taking that chance. Instead, a crimson spear sparked into existence. From a few meters away, he hurled it at the suspected Hisoka. The second the spear left his hand, Lumion vanished. He couldn't stay put. Possession by the Wraith, a mind-shattering psychic blast from a Desire Apostle, some twisted desire spell. Any of those were a risk. In the face of the flaming spear, Tuanaka's eyes, now crimson from the devil transformation, reflected dancing and burning crimson flames. He remained unfazed. Instead, he conjured an aberration, a broadsword made of crimson magma and pale blue flames. Swiftly turning, Tuanaku exposed his back to the flaming spear. With the magma broadsword in hand, he slashed at the foe who had seemingly teleported behind him, launching an attack. The broadsword, adorned with crimson magma and pale blue flames, sliced through the air but missed Lumion. It left only an exaggerated mark on the wall behind, a testament to its destructive force. Had it not been for the bottle of fiction's protection, the bathroom wall would have been split in half. Even so, the bottle visibly trembled, bearing some damage. The nearly white flaming spear also struck Tuanaka's back, piercing a little before being halted by the elastic dark skin and sturdy flesh. It failed to penetrate the devil's body, leaving only blackened traces from the resulting inferno. Devils, armored in thick and tough natural protection, were resistant to flames, poison, and curses to a certain extent. Tuanaku, in his zombie state, possessed a steel-like body that could withstand bullets and cannonballs. Lumion's flaming spear and fireball attacks, as well as the Fire Raven's onslaught, posed little threat. Standing still, Tuanaku could endure repeated attacks without suffering severe injuries. Additionally, his ability to transform into a wraith allowed him to evade explosions effortlessly. Hisoka Tuanaku believed that, without the support of the Tarot Club, the curly-haired Baboons Research Society, and powerful demigods, he could have tortured Lumion to death. Even with teleportation, spells rendering him temporarily unconscious, and mystical items, most of Lumion's attacks were ineffective against wraiths and Desire Apostle Beyonders. The psychic shock and desire detonation further restrained him, leaving him vulnerable to the assaults of wraiths and undead creatures. Having missed his strike, Tuanaku noticed Lumion's figure reappear in midair. As anticipated, Lumion had chosen to teleport behind and launch an attack. Hahowever, there was a notable change compared to previous encounters. Hovering near the ceiling and the vent, Lumion opened his mouth and emitted a harumph. The moment a pale yellow light shot out, Hisoka Tuanaka's figure faded and vanished. In Lumion's pupils, a devilish figure materialized, dark skin, long goat horns, bat wings on its back, and no longer wielding the sword of lava. Swiftly, Tuanaku transformed into a wraith, leaping into Lumion's eyes, deftly dodging the spell of Harumph's attack. Devil transformation didn't impede his wraith abilities. Lumion's face paled, a dark green hue tinting his features. His hands involuntarily rose, reaching for his neck, and his body plummeted to the ground. Prepared for such a situation, Lumion didn't resist. While he could still struggle, he didn't halt his hands or resist the wraith's control. Instead, he sank his consciousness into his right hand. The frenzied, bloody aura of superiority dissipated slightly, causing Tuanaku to instinctively tremble. He subconsciously detached from Lumien's body and leaped onto the sink. Lumien activated the black mark on his right shoulder, vanishing before crashing to the ground. This time, he appeared behind the motionless silver-white full-body armor. Behind, the Pride armor spun around abruptly, raising the broadsword of light and slashing at Lumien in the not-too-small bathroom. Lumien employed spirit world traversal once more, vanishing from the silver armor's path. Within the mirror, Hisoka Tuanaku was somewhat bewildered. Why did Lumien Li provoke his sealed artifact and engage in combat with it? Am I not his enemy target? The negative effects of a sealed artifact? Though he didn't understand what was going on, Tuanaku sensed danger instinctively. His danger premonition, along with a possible insight from Emperor Roselle. If something shows signs of abnormality, there must be an abnormal factor hidden. Such factors often signify danger. Without hesitation, Tuanaku left the sink and leaped to the bathroom door in his colossal devil form. Conjuring a dozen or so light blue sulfur fireballs, he directed them at the wooden door in unison. Tuanaku, who had shaken the bottle of fiction with his sword, knew that the current seal could be broken by brute force. There was no need to find the true exit or kill the enemy who had constructed the seal. For this reason, he chose to forego teaming up with the full-body armor to assail Lumien. He reckoned that any further delay, even if Lumien Li were to fall on the spot, would lead to him being surrounded, facing a lethal blow with no chance of escaping alive. In such a scenario, killing Lumien Li would render the effort meaningless. Certainly, Tuanaku wasn't about to let Lumien off easily. Following the sulfur fireball assault, he clenched his fists and spoke a word in devil language filled with depravity and filth. Slow! This was a manifestation of the language of foulness, capable of stiffening and even halting the movements of targets within a 7 to 8 meter radius for approximately 2 seconds. Considering the bathroom size, this radius covered the entire area. Lumien's form reappeared. Once more, he teleported behind the Pride armor, conjuring a crimson fireball almost white in his hand. Influenced by the language of foulness, both Lumien and the Pride armor moved sluggishly. One slowly launched a fireball, while the other struggled to turn around, as if its joints had rusted. Rumble! The sulfur fireballs erupted against the bathroom door. A translucent, illusory membrane materialized on the bathroom side. Like glass, it shattered inch by inch, leaving crisscrossing marks that teetered on the brink of collapse. The wooden door appeared charred and pieced together, reminiscent of a child's broken toy hastily glued back together. Observing this, Hisoka Tuanaku grasped that another strike could completely shatter the seal. This time, he gathered 7 to 8 light blue sulfur fireballs. On the opposite end, Lumien's fireball finally collided with the Pride armor's back, assisted by the explosive waves. Amidst the rumbling and clanging, the silver armor stiffened. Lumien activated the black mark on his right shoulder once more and teleported away from his current location. Almost simultaneously, the Pride armor overcame the effects of slow with abnormal swiftness, swiftly turning around. However, it still couldn't lock onto its target. Tuanaku felt a surge of amusement bubbling within him but maintained an unusual vigilance. His only wish was that the relentless bombardment would shatter the seal completely, granting him an avenue for escape. In the next moment, the sulfur fireballs collided with the wooden door at the bathroom entrance. Tuanaku witnessed the silver-white full-body armor squat down, driving the broadsword of light into the ground. Tuanaku's pupils dilated as he instinctively readied himself to transform into a wraith. Yet he held back, exercising restraint. Aware of the potential consequences within the warrior pathway, he understood the risk of subjecting himself to even greater harm. Rumble! Simultaneously with the explosion of the sulfur fireballs, the Sword of Dawn, embedded in the crevice in the stone tiles by the Pride armor, disintegrated into fragments of light. Densely packed, they formed a flickering, violent, and sharp hurricane that swept in all directions, filled with the intent to annihilate everything. Hurricane of light! Since it couldn't lock onto the backstabber, it opted for a wide-ranging assault. The sharp and terrifying storm of light enveloped Tuanaku and Kolobo on the ground. Lumion materialized in front of the latter, crouched down, shielding vital points. He faced the formidable hurricane head-on. The washroom bore the brunt of the assault. The urinal was wrecked, and the cubicles silently collapsed, shedding a layer of bricks. As a depraved creature, Tuanaku had nowhere to hide. All he could do was endure the damage, his eyes flickering with a sharp light. In the radiant blade storm, Lumion's figure cracked inch by inch, shattering into numerous mirror fragments. Mirror substitution. With his obstruction, Kolobo avoided fatal injuries, but couldn't escape multiple bleeding wounds. In Camus' office, within the beige four-story building housing the patrol team, crouched behind a table, Camus' face turned pale, tinged with a dark green hue. It was as if a grayish-white clown laughed exaggeratedly in his eyes. Camus strained to ignite bolts of lightning in his eyes, piercing Sao's mind. His betraying teammate grimaced in pain, causing his broadsword to lose strength and direction, crashing into the desk and failing to hit Camus. In that critical moment, Camus drew a silver revolver from his right hand, aiming it not at Sao but at himself. Across the street, in a room facing Camus' office, Jenna, holding a telescope, huddled by the curtain, closely monitored Camus' condition. Seeing the other party under attack and struggling, she swiftly grabbed the loudspeaker she had prepared and brought it to her mouth. Camus has been attacked. Camus has been attacked by the Rose School of Thought. Camus is being attacked in his office. The loudspeaker's sound reverberated through every room of the patrol team. On the top floor of the beige building belonging to the patrol team, a middle-aged man in a thin black suit heard Jenna's voice. Without bothering to trace the source of the shout, he stood up abruptly and retrieved a white human skull, seemingly carved from crystal, from his hidden pocket. The man, a mix of Intis and West Balam lineage, held the crystal skull and recited a mysterious language with a strong sense of death. In the next moment, a decaying palm extended from the void in front of him. Its joints were thick, and its skin was bleeding, revealing signs of decay. The palm belonged to a corpse that looked vaguely human but, upon closer inspection, resembled a monster. Over 1.8 meters tall, its face concealed by a rusty bronze mask, and its torso composed of corpses from various species, including lions, tigers, black wolves, baboons, giant serpents, vultures, and humans themselves, all in a severe state of rot. The corpse's bronze mask flickered with dark red lights in its eyes as it took a step forward, arriving in Camus' office. Faced with Camus, who had a revolver in his right hand, staggering toward his forehead, the monstrous corpse removed its bronze mask. Underneath the mask, there was no nose, flesh, or bones. Only two dark red balls of light and a mouth that occupied 4/5 of the head. The mouth opened wide, revealing a pitch-black interior. A terrifying suction force emanated from the mouth, affecting Camus' spirit but having no effect on the documents, newspapers, and other items on the desk. It only caused Camus' spirit to surface, as if pulled by an invisible force, about to be plunged into hell. As Camus' spirit body materialized, the grayish-white clown seeped out of his flesh, revealing its complete forme magnified, illusory poker card. The poker card had no body of its own and was swiftly drawn out by the pitch-black mouth beneath the bronze mask. Camus' spirit body struggled. Smack! The poker card materialized and fell to the ground, emitting the sound of a heavy object colliding with solid bricks, but there was no metallic sound. In the matinee import and export shop, the male bathroom lay in ruins. The door and the wall facing the corridor crumbled into fragments, scattering for several meters, as if a storm had passed through. The bottle of fiction had lost its effect. Amidst the residual fragments of light and the lingering sulfur smell, Tuanaku rolled out in his devil form. His pitch-black skin bore hideous wounds, and his flesh seemed to evaporate. Half of the two curved goat horns on his head were gone, and viscous black liquid flowed from the cracks. The bat-like wings on his back were tattered and drooping, With Tuanaku's formidable physical strength, the hurricane of light from the Pride armor shouldn't have caused such tragic and severe damage. But he was a devil. The hurricane of light possessed the unique ability to destroy evil creatures and undead beings. It was like Tuanaku undergoing purification while being sliced by a fragmentary blade. What made it more potent was their collaboration. Purification weakened defense and inflicted harm on the evil creature's spirit and flesh, while the fragmentary blade utilized purification to weaken defense and cut through flesh. The more wounds and the deeper they were, the better the purification effect. Had Tuanaku not resisted in his devil form and instead transformed into a wraith, he might have faced severe injury, teetering on the brink of death or even elimination. The hurricane of light could vanquish wraiths and injure evil spirits. Despite being severely injured, Tuanaku, still capable of combat, calmly suppressed his tyrannical and bloodthirsty emotions. Realizing he had escaped the seal, he prepared to transform into a wraith and escape through the surrounding mirrors. Just as he made this decision, a sudden sense of danger premonition struck him. The malice came from behind, and in the shadows outside the bathroom, Franca, dressed in an assassin's suit, emerged, raising her left hand. On her left thumb, she wore an iron-colored ring with a thick band and a surface covered in small spikes ring of punishment. Franca's lake blue eyes flickered with lightning, moving many times faster than the fastest bullets, shooting out silently with psychic piercing, hidden blade. Why do I only sense her malice now? The severely injured Tuanaku couldn't dodge in time and suddenly heard an illusory shattering sound. The shattering sound echoed from Tuanaku's spirit body. An intense pain flooded his mind, compelling him to raise his hands to cover his head. Seizing the opportunity, Franca swiftly took out a mirror and reflected Tuanaku in his devil form. Black flames ignited in her left palm as she smeared it across the mirror's surface. Demonist's curse. Black flames erupted from Tuanaku's body, but nearly two-thirds were suppressed by his flesh and blood, leaving only a portion of the colossal devil's spirit body to be incinerated. Being a devil, immune to curses to a certain extent, helped Tuanaku endure the demonist's curse better, given his already ravaged state from the hurricane of light. Finally free from the influence of psychic piercing, Tuanaku, with his spirit body engulfed in black flames, transformed into a pitch-black, viscous liquid. These liquids seemed to originate from the darkest corners of the human heart, representing the most sinister and shadowy desires and emotions. Tuanaku abandoned wraith form, choosing Desire Apostle's Desire Incarnation because demonist black flames targeted the spirit body more. Before the pitch-black viscous liquid could fully elongate into a human figure, he fled into the nearby darkness, sensing a strong danger premonition in his heart. At the corridor's entrance, Anthony Reed, donned in military, green attire, appeared in a blind spot. His eyes took on a faint golden hue, transforming into vertical pupils. Psychological invisibility. Frenzy. Tuanaku's mind buzzed, instantly breaking free from his Desire Incarnation state. Bloodshot eyes and livor mortis appeared on his body, emitting sulfurous blood. He entered a frenzied state, already grievously injured and subjected to psychic piercing and the demonist's curse. He was on the verge of losing control. Rumble. Light blue sulfur fireballs pelted the surroundings, propelled by Tuanaku's wild instincts. Franca's form quickly shattered into mirror fragments, while Anthony's body sprouted grayish-white dragon scales. He leaped toward the wall for cover. Rumble. Using up Franca's mirror substitution, Lumion teleported behind the frenzied Tuanaku. Having already unleashed the accumulated spirituality and strength within him, Lumion's spirituality surged, no longer drained. Enduring the scorching sulfur flames and the blast's impact, Lumion focused on the oblivious, frenzied Tuanaku. He harumphed. Two beams of white light shot from his nose, hitting what appeared to be Hisoka. Tuanaku collapsed, and the signs of madness began to fade. Lumion didn't allow him to reach the ground. Extending his right hand, he grabbed Tuanaku by the shoulder and teleported him into the spirit world. In seconds, Lumion materialized at the edge of the primitive forest near Port Pilus. Even during this process, he let out a harumph. The pale, yellow light emitted from his mouth knocked Twanaku out again, preventing him from regaining consciousness. At that moment, a woman stood at the edge of the primitive forest. It was Hela, dressed like a black widow but not as distant as before. Observing Twanaku, no longer in his colossal devil state but emitting a sulfuric scent, with dark patterns on his skin, Hela nodded at Lumion and said, "It should be Hisoka." Every time Hisoka participated in the curly-haired baboon's research society, he only disguised himself superficially. If Hisoka's true identity was targeted, Hela, who was responsible for providing the gathering venue and entrance method, could still recognize him. "Ha!" Lumion chuckled and added a new spell of harumph to Hisoka. Hela seized his arm and chanted an incantation. The two of them, along with Hisoka, vanished like pencil drawings erased by an eraser. In the ancient and dilapidated palace of the nation of the Evernight. As Lumion emerged from his concealed state, he harumphed. Two beams of white light descended, and Hisoka remained unconscious. Hela's tone chilled as she remarked, "I'll let you enter the same dream." "Thank you." Lumion released Hisoka, reclining against a broken stone pillar. Moments later, his thoughts blurred until he heard Hela's voice. "It's done." Lumion snapped back, gazing into the interrogation room where Hisoka sat opposite. This member of the curly-haired baboon's research society, Twanakatupian, bore light brown skin, a blend of northern and southern continent descent. His eyes gleamed flaxen, his hair dark. While not unattractive, his demeanor exuded indifference to life. At the sight, Lumion's lips curved into a smile. He had sought Hela's assistance primarily to craft an environment where he could safely unveil his plans after capturing Hisoka alive. Otherwise, restraining Hisoka's resistance would have posed a significant challenge. Communicating with him would have been impossible if he remained unconscious until his demise. Destroying Hisoka's frontal lobe would strip away frustration, pain, and resentment, making it difficult to fulfill the requirements of the Reaper ritual. Upon spotting Lumion, Hisoka suddenly struggled, but an invisible force held him back, preventing his transformation into a wraith. This was a dream controlled by Hela. Hisoka calmed down and gazed at Lumion, posing the greatest question on his mind. "How did you manage to evade my danger premonition?" Lumion's smile deepened. He looked down at Hisoka and said casually, "No need for a demon hunter's assistance. A sufficient distance and a hypnotist would do the trick." Sufficient distance and a hypnotist. Hisoka repeated Lumion's words as if he had realized something. Lumion stood in front of him, looking down and questioned, "Do you think that, apart from demon hunters and higher-level beyonders of the corresponding pathway, devils mainly get killed based on chance encounters and battles?" Hisoka regarded Lumion with indifference and remained silent. Lumion pulled up a chair and sat down, crossing his right foot over his left knee. Casually, he said, "I've read a mysticism book about devils. It's filled with numerous cases of hunting devils. It's clear that beyonders of most pathways rely on chance encounters to kill specific devils. That's what I believed back then. However, when I revisited the detailed description of devil abilities, I found a contradiction. This is how the mysticism book describes your danger premonition. Danger premonition, also known as malicious perception if an enemy can soon cause lethal harm to a devil and takes clear action to do so. A devil can sense the danger in advance and grasp the source. They can target it, kill it, take revenge, or escape, but it's impossible to know the exact details of the plan. Different devils have different intuition ranges, from a few minutes to a day, from a few kilometers to as wide as a city. What's the contradiction between this and a battle encounter? Hisoka asked, sitting upright, cold and curious. According to this description, devils can indeed sense a battle encounter, Lumion said with a smile. For example, even though I only intended to have a cup of coffee today and suddenly encountered a devil, and had no choice but to kill him. For that devil, it's literal. He should have sensed that my coffee drinking at the cafe would pose a fatal danger to him in advance and that it would happen, but that's not the case in reality. Observing Hisoka's thoughtful expression, Lumion clasped his hands together. This means that a devil's danger premonition doesn't stem from fate. If it were a powerful beyonder of the monster pathway, there's a high chance they would suddenly feel that coffee isn't suitable today and avoid danger. But you can't. Since a devil's danger premonition doesn't stem from precognition of fate, where does it stem from? Once, a high-ranking demon enlightened me about the concept of the abyss. According to its perspective, the abyss holds two dimensions. The first is physical, with an entrance hidden somewhere in the real world. The second is in the mind, with an entrance nestled deep within everyone's hearts. Considering this insight, I believe we need to tweak the foundation of a devil's danger premonition. It kicks in only when an adversary has a well-defined plan capable of inflicting fatal harm on a devil soon. That's when the devil can sense it beforehand. Got it? A more distinct thought process or intent. Lumion adopted the cadence of Madame Magician to taunt Hisoka, weaving the narrative of his conspiracy. In the beginning, I probed bit by bit and investigated step by step. When I stumbled upon crucial information, I purposely skirted around it, leaving me in the dark about who I was dealing with and without a rough plan to handle the target. In simpler terms, I didn't have clear thoughts or intentions, and there was no effective plan to cause lethal harm to you anytime soon. Everything was vague, chaotic, and uncommitted, filled with variation and accidents, ensuring you couldn't naturally sense danger. However, your position alerted you when I delved into the serial murder from 4 years ago. Since then, you've been using a Wraith's ability and the patrol team members under your control to keep a vigilant eye on this matter, right? Hisoka listened coldly, showing no intention of responding. Lumion smiled and continued. After figuring out that you were hiding in the patrol team as a zombie sequence beyonder, I resisted my urges and tried my best not to dwell on such matters. When I returned to the hotel, I immediately teleported to Trier. At this distance, you won't be able to sense that I'm formulating a plan and putting it into practice. After coming up with a preliminary plan, I went to Hidden Blade and my 2 other companions to discuss a detailed plan. It was just past 7 p.m. Trier time. The next move involved assigning tasks. Each of us had a role to play. We underwent a hypnotist's hypnotism, erasing our true purpose from memory. Only when a devil like you emerged would we recall the specific details. My mission was to use teleportation, making it seem like I left, only to return stealthily using shadow concealment. I trailed the patrol team member I interacted with, believing that I was checking if there was anything problematic with him. Hidden Blade's mission was to tail me, providing necessary vigilance and support. If I activated the Bottle of Fiction ability, she'd preemptively don the Ring of Punishment and lie in wait outside. The reason for her ambush eluded her until she laid eyes on you. With her combat prowess and intelligence, she instinctively knew what steps to take. No need for me to give detailed instructions. The hypnotist's mission involved using psychological invisibility to wander the vicinity, just aimlessly wandering. As for the other demoness, her duty was to monitor the patrol team and promptly report any issues to the authorities. Before your arrival, she too was unaware of the real reason behind her actions. She simply thought we had plans involving the patrol team. Before the hypnotism wore off, none of us had intentions of confronting you. Our individual actions couldn't pose lethal harm to you, ensuring you couldn't foresee it. This was a premeditated encounter, a clash pitting you against multiple adversaries. With that final sentence, Lumion suddenly heard an illusory shattering sound. He sensed that his conspire potion had been fully digested. He also felt Hisoka's seemingly cold expression, vexation, and regret growing, gnawing at his heart. Lumion's smile widened. He stood up, leaned forward, and inched his head in front of Hisoka. He looked into Hisoka's bloodshot, flaxen-colored eyes and said, "Your biggest mistake was not leaving Port Pilus ahead of time and sticking with the patrol team. Why are you so certain I won't track you down? How do you know I enjoy Fermo coffee without sugar?" Hisoka inquired instead of answering. Sensing his intense anger and killing intent, Lumion straightened up and replied with a smile. "My sister always says that wherever you go, you leave a trace, and I have an expert at finding traces with me. Hehe, Emperor Roselle must have said something similar. You must know what it means. Hisoka's hands tightened on the chair's armrests as he asked again, "Why were you so sure I'll kill Kolobo?" Lumion replied with a sense of satisfaction. "I wasn't certain. Didn't I mention I had a demoness companion monitoring the patrol team? Hidden Blade and I believed that if you ultimately choose to escape, you will definitely do something to vent your murderous desires. Otherwise, something might happen to you, considering your devil and prisoner pathways. And since you want to kill someone, it's either the patrol team member who traded with me or Camus who gave me the information. It's either at the matinee shop or in the patrol team." At this juncture, Lumion guessed with a smile, "You took the gamble of staying in Port Pilus and the patrol team because you wanted to seize an opportunity to kill me?" Under the watchful eyes of the Tarot Club and curly-haired baboons research society, finding a chance to eliminate a promising young man like me and escape unscathed can satisfy your twisted mind to the fullest extent. Hisoka subconsciously licked his lips. "I initially planned to bide my time, waiting for your patience to wear thin and an opportune moment to present itself. But it seems you didn't seek the assistance of the demigods. You only reached out to Hela. I should have struck last night." Hisoka didn't conceal his frustration. Lumion didn't immediately address the topic. After a few moments of contemplation, he said, "Waiting for an opportunity, you're quite confident in concealing your identity. Unafraid of normal investigations. Is it because the higher-ups of the patrol team allowed a Sequence 6 of the prisoner pathway to join?" Hisoka sealed his lips, responding with silence. "Seems there's a significant secret lurking here." Lumion suddenly sensed a conspiracy. "Is the opportunity you're waiting for connected to this secret?" Hisoka maintained silence, his eyes transformed, now bloodthirsty and filled with a desire to kill. "Not willing to share?" Lumion chuckled. "No problem. Let's discuss something else first." He bent down again, looking at Hisoka. "In this operation, I sought only Hela. Firstly, to guard against the Noise family demons who had made contact with you. Secondly, to create an environment for a quiet conversation with you." At the mention of the Noise family's demons, Hisoka's gaze subtly shifted. "How do you know?" Lumion didn't reply. The corners of his mouth curled up even more. "I chose Hela because I wanted to capture you alive, relying on my own strength and that of my companions. Each of us is weaker than you, and each of us is someone you think you can easily kill. However, as a team, through teamwork, we've put you in a tight spot. You'll descend into hell." Hisoka shattered the chair's armrest, but he couldn't attack Lumion. Observing his bloodshot eyes, Lumion retrieved a golden straw hat from his traveler's bag, pressed it to his chest, and bowed. "I'll excuse myself for a moment," he said with a smile. In the next moment, Lumion left the dream. Swiftly shifting his sitting position, he leaned against a broken stone pillar. From his traveler's bag, he retrieved Gardner Martin's Beyonder characteristic, teeth, blood, colorful bearded horned lizard's venom, hornbeam essential oil, and other items. He had genuinely sensed Hisoka's fear, anger, and frustration. Although it occurred in a dream, it was reflected in Hisoka's brain and body, real and intense. He was about to concoct the Reaper potion. In the ancient, crumbling palace of the nation of the Evernight, Lumion carefully poured Gardner Martin's blood into a measuring cylinder and added the unusually sharp, small white bone blade that emitted a cold light. During this process, he moved swiftly, paying no attention to the bone blade-shaped Beyonder characteristic slicing his fingers and causing blood to flow. Instead, he ignited crimson flames, helping the wounds contract and preventing the white bone blade from entering the potion with his blood. The physical pain heightened Lumion's clarity and excitement. He added Gardner Martin's 2 teeth, the colorful bearded horned lizard's venom, and the hornbeam essential oil into the bright red blood. Bloop! Bloop! Bubbles bubbled in the blood, and the items mysteriously dissolved. Soon, black iron dregs emerged from the bright red blood, as if an iron weapon had shattered inside. Lumion glanced at the still slumbering Hisoka Twanaku, picked up the measuring cylinder, and poured the liquid into his mouth. The pungent smell of blood, the unfamiliar taste of rust, and the burning sensation instantly filled Lumien's mouth and pierced his brain. It felt like being caught in a chaotic war, constantly facing blades, firearms, and relentless enemy assaults. Wounds appeared all over his body, throbbing with pain. Son of a sow, am I being attacked by a potion? Lumien muttered, bewildered, as he found himself locked in combat with a swarm of oncoming adversaries. Fireballs, fire ravens, and blazing white spears shattered, tore through, or impaled the enemies, turning them into torches that illuminated the battlefield. After an unknown span of time, Lumien felt his strength waning, his spiritual energy on the brink of exhaustion. The accumulated spirituality of an ascetic had long been unleashed. In that moment, a colossal figure materialized before him, radiating a formidable and intimidating aura. Despite Lumien's weakening state, he sensed the colossal figure's fear, hatred, and frustration. He's afraid of me, Lumien realized suddenly. Summoning the last shreds of his courage, he condensed a blazing white flaming spear and hurled it at the colossal figure. A blinding white flame erupted, piercing through the colossal figure's head. Rumble. The giant figure exploded from within, shattering into countless fragments. Rumble. The entire battlefield crumbled. Lumien shook off the daze and found himself in front of a crumbling ancient palace, its stone bricks weathered by time. Hisoka Twanaku still slumbered, and Hela stood silently by his side. Sweat dripped from Lumien's body, bursting into crimson sparks. Eventually, the sweat returned to normal. Phew! Lumien let out a relieved breath. His spirituality was rapidly recovering. He had advanced to become a Reaper. Having completed the ritual of capturing a higher sequence enemy alive and revealing his conspiracy, Lumien had consumed the potion and advanced to Sequence 5, a Reaper of the Hunter pathway. Compared to his previous sequences, Reaper bestowed 3 additional abilities. The first, Weakness Investigation, allowed Lumien to discern the target's vulnerabilities and weak points in their defenses from a mystic perspective. The second, Cull, could be infused into any attack to harvest the target's life. Any part struck by Cull was akin to an assault on vital points and weaknesses, dealing significant damage. If Cull hit a genuine weakness or vital point, it could deliver a fatal blow, making it challenging for the target to withstand 3 consecutive attacks. It could even inflict real damage on demigod-level creatures, provided they didn't block or successfully evade, and refrained from using mystic defenses. The third, Precision, enabled Lumien to precisely target a predetermined location and manipulate fireballs, fire ravens, and other spells that had left his body. He could split a colossal fireball into hundreds, striking different targets with precision, achieving effective area of effect damage. It was a far cry from a blanket explosion, being more efficient and effective. Both Cull and Precision demanded a substantial amount of spirituality, rivaling Lumien's current usage of teleportation. The exception was the combination of Precision and Fire Raven, as Fire Raven could allocate a bit of spirituality and was easily manipulated. Even with Precision, its consumption of spirituality wasn't significant. Lumien also felt a significant enhancement in his spirituality. His mind cleared, and his life force intensified. He could compress flames to a blazing white state in an incredibly short time, merging with flaming spears and swiftly covering dozens to hundreds of meters. Ignoring the spirituality consumption, he could travel using this method. While Lumien's strength, speed, and physique had improved, he was still not resilient enough to withstand a bullet with his body. At the entrance of the mostly collapsed male bathroom in the matinee import and export shop, the silver-white full-body armor burst out, wielding a light-condensed hammer in both hands. It searched left and right but couldn't locate its target. Gradually, it seemed to calm down. From a nearby shadow, Franca emerged, her eyes assessing Kolobo within the half-collapsed bathroom. His life wasn't at risk, but his injuries were significant, and he appeared weakened. He'll be Pride Armor's next target, Franca thought quickly. Seizing the moment while Pride Armor was still on the lookout for the backstabber and hadn't chosen a new target, she swiftly approached. Franca grabbed the motionless silver full-body armor and deftly stowed it into her traveler's bag. "Meet up with Jenna," Franca called out to Anthony, positioned outside the corridor. In an instant, she melted into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Surveying his newfound abilities, Lumion felt a surge of delight. Is this Reaper? If I were to confront Hisoka now, breaking through his defenses wouldn't be a concern. My craving for combat and slaughter has intensified, having adapted to the changes in his body. Lumion turned to Hela and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Hela, not seeing any cause for gratitude, sighed and commented, "Your team's teamwork is impressive. Madam Hela, the ritual has succeeded, but I wish to enter Hisoka's dream again and inquire about something else," Lumion requested. Hela nodded in agreement. The ritual requires him to remain lucid. He might lie, but the questioning doesn't need him to be lucid. As she finished speaking, Lumion suddenly closed his eyes, slumping to the ground against a dilapidated stone pillar. The corners of his mouth remained curled up, and his expression gradually turned calm. In the dream's interrogation room, Lumion took a seat across from Hisoka and addressed the captive, whose malice and desire to kill were no longer concealed. "Thank you for your help. I've become a Reaper." Hisoka, leaning forward, seemed to forget that he could attack. "So what if you're a Reaper? In a duel, I'd still kill you easily. If you hadn't joined forces with Hidden Blade and relied on numbers, you would have been dead, no longer lucid." He's finally revealing his true thoughts in the dream. Lumion chuckled and responded, "If I can create an opportunity to fight with numbers, why should I face you one-on-one? My companions are also a part of my strength." Hisoka spoke with malice. "Do you truly trust that hypnotist? It's very dangerous to open up your body and mind to a hypnotist. Aren't you afraid that he'll take the opportunity to leave some hidden cues that will unknowingly bring you under his control?" Lumion gazed at Hisoka for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Perhaps that's why I defeated you. No wonder Mad Lady said you weren't pure enough. Firstly, I do trust him. We've been through life and death together. Secondly, I'm willing to take such a risk to kill all of you." Straightening up, Lumion locked eyes with Hisoka, enunciating each word. "Even if I plunge into the abyss, even if I descend into hell, I shall witness your tragic demise." Hisoka fell silent. Lumion eased back into his seat, composed himself, and casually inquired, "I learned from devilology that a devil requires a ritual to advance to Desire Apostle. It's best if it's a special serial killing ritual. However, other than the one 4 years ago, there's only been one in Port Pilus recently. Furthermore, I've already killed the murderer." "How did you advance? With a boon? You couldn't have become a Desire Apostle 4 years ago, could you?" Hisoka responded with a smile. "Just because you don't know doesn't mean it didn't happen." Lumion's heart stirred. "Was one of those 2 pranks to cover up your advancement ritual?" Lumion ventured, drawing from the scattered information he had gleaned from the peripheral members of April Fools. They were like scattered pieces of a puzzle, each offering a fragment of the truth but lacking the full picture. The tales spoke of chaos unleashed, a disappearance of gold in the depths of Devise, and a clash between townsfolk and a primitive tribe in Tizimo town, resulting in tragedy. Lumion suspected that Hisoka's advancement ritual had been shrouded within the chaos of Tizimo's prank. Hisoka's eyes sparkled with approval, his tone paternal. "You're quite perceptive." Lumion seized the moment to shift the conversation. "What's up with the Noise family's demon?" He treaded cautiously, sidestepping the celestial worthy and the mother tree of desire. For now. Hisoka's expression turned cold. "I aimed to utilize him to acquire something and carry out a ritual to appease him repeatedly, but he only formed a connection with me. He only granted me an opportunity 2 years ago. 2 years ago. The pranks in the gold mine city and the town of Tizimo took place after this. One happened at the close of the preceding year, while the other unfolded at the close of last year." Lumion started suspecting that these 2 pranks might have motives beyond concealing the advancement ritual. Before he could delve deeper, Hisoka asked vehemently and frenziedly, Why didn't you seek the Tarot Club's assistance this time? Lumion arched his eyebrows and inquired with confusion. Why does it matter to you? Even without the Tarot Club's aid, I could have successfully dealt with you. In the beige, four-story patrol team building, Camus had managed to break free from the poker card's influence. He discovered Sao sprawled in a pool of blood, brutally torn apart by two zombie-like undead creatures. In neighboring rooms, another patrol team member, under Twanaku's control, put up a stubborn resistance. His comrades had already fallen victim to the relentless assault. Camus, catching his breath, hadn't anticipated stumbling upon an assassination plot within the patrol team, putting his own life at risk. His gaze fixed on Deputy Captain Riaza, a middle-aged man in a sleek black suit controlling the undead creatures. Confused, Camus inquired, how did Sao end up joining the Rose School of Thought? And why are so many members under their control? Despite Camus resisting the poker card's influence, Jenna's earlier shout lingered in his mind. Riaza, surveying the scene of blood and undead, responded after a moment of contemplation, it's likely Twanaku's doing. Twanaku. Camus recalled the questions raised by Louis Barry. Was Twanaku truly responsible for the serial murders 4 years ago? Could he be a devil in disguise? Frowning, Camus grumbled. Keeping a zombie on the team was already a significant risk. Just because he can show restraint doesn't clear him from suspicion of being a Rose School of Thought member. He might indulge at specific times. Riaza, with a stern demeanor, spoke in a deep voice. We'd confirmed he defected from the Rose School of Thought. He believes in the Fool. The Fool? The Temperance faction? Camus asked in surprise, not expecting such a revelation. In the Dream's interrogation room, housed within the ancient and crumbling palace of the nation of the Evernight, Hisoka couldn't contain his amusement at Lumion's question. If you had sought the Tarot Club's assistance, I could have killed you. Hisoka's laughter reverberated, and his black shadow danced on the wall, morphing into curved goat horns and colossal bat wings. Lumion caught a whiff of a conspiracy and asked in confusion and curiosity, why do you think so? Hisoka rose, a murderous glint materializing in his eyes. If you involve the Tarot Club, they'll undoubtedly seek my aid in your investigation. At this point, Hisoka's lips curled into an unusually flamboyant smile. No longer conscious in the dream, he revealed his innermost self. Lumion raised an eyebrow, asking, are you a minor arcana card holder? Hisoka shook his head, replying with a radiant smile, I'm a member of the Temperance faction, a devotee of Mr. Fool. The devil burst into laughter, bowing and exclaiming, praise the Fool! Lumion, finding it absurd and amusing, instinctively analyzed the situation. Hisoka is actually a member of the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction? A flamboyant and malicious devil is actually a member of the Temperance faction? Logically speaking, this was clearly impossible. Yet, in this dream crafted by Hela, unless Hisoka possessed unique abilities to deceive, lying was unlikely. The only plausible explanation. He had infiltrated the Temperance faction through deception and deceit. On the surface, Hisoka seemed to be a beyonder of the prisoner pathway, displaying a level of restraint. As a non-core member of the Temperance faction, he might have gone unnoticed with his issues. Right, is this why the matinee patrol team allowed a prisoner pathway beyonder to join? This was more than 4 years ago. Back then, Hisoka was merely a Sequence 8 lunatic of the prisoner pathway, not yet a mid-sequence beyonder. As a peripheral member of the Temperance faction, he likely operated without much scrutiny. Moreover, he probably joined the Temperance faction before this, when he was weaker and less noticeable. Later, he faked receiving resources from the Temperance faction and the Rose School of Thought's attack to advance. In reality, did he rely on the Mother Tree of Desire's boons? Where did those resources go? Were they secretly sold or crafted into a mystical item? That poker card? Why did he infiltrate the Temperance faction and worship Mr. Fool? His main goal clearly isn't resources. Faith in Mr. Fool. With this in mind, Lumion suddenly had a guess. Hisoka's true aim was to infiltrate the Church of the Fool through a certain pathway and have faith in Mr. Fool. This revelation came from celestial worthy. Hisoka genuinely believes in the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. However, that celestial worthy is resisting Mr. Fool. He can clearly influence the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways. Hisoka used a specific technique during prayer. On the surface, he seemed to be praying to Mr. Fool, but in reality, did he receive a message from that celestial worthy? This way, he wouldn't face the risk of a false premise. That's very likely. Madame Magician mentioned that if I don't follow the procedures when praying to Mr. Fool, the response might not be from him, but from the celestial worthy. Why did celestial worthy make Hisoka do this? Marauder. Steal. Could it be that he intends to gradually steal Mr. Fool's identity and faith through this method? When many believers genuinely believe in Mr. Fool, but they equate him as the celestial worthy becomes the fool. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Hisoka can't do it alone. There must be many others who share similar beliefs. Impressive. If the celestial worthy usually gathers followers, the tarot club would wipe them out at the slightest hint. Yet, if their followers outwardly professed faith in Mr. Fool, not only would they escape destruction, but they'd also gain protection. How devious! Lumion swiftly deduced the situation, sensing the ominous pressure from the hidden celestial worthy. Once marked by him, failure could creep in unnoticed and strike him down unexpectedly. Considering this, Lumion recalled Port Pilus and grasped Hisoka's confidence. He also comprehended why Hisoka had opted to remain and wait patiently. Freshly arrived in the southern continent and stepping into Port Pilus for the first time, Lumion lacked resources, companions, and even knowledge of Dutanese. There was a high likelihood that he'd seek aid from the Tarot Club standing behind him. The major arcana card holders of the Tarot Club wouldn't personally intervene without a clear target due to the uncertain timeframe. They would likely dispatch a minor arcana card holder familiar with the southern continent or a faction member to assist. Under these circumstances, who better to meet the requirements than Tupian, a Church of the Fool's Temperance faction member from Madani, well-versed in the local situation, holding the appropriate official status, and reaching Sequence 6. In that scenario, Lumion and Hisoka would investigate Hisoka. The other party would gradually grasp the situation, assess potential traps and their effectiveness. Hisoka could then seize the opportunity for a surprise attack, assault the mind, and trigger desires. Contemplating this, Lumion acknowledged that if he failed to detect Hisoka's malice during the investigation, the chances of succumbing to Hisoka's hands were 100%. He'd be a spectator as the devil faced off against Termaboros in the form of a soul fragment. Hisoka, informed by Loki, should have made preparations to deal with the dangerous creature within the seal, perhaps relying on the Noise family's demon or his status as a blessed of the Mother Tree of Desire. Thankfully, Madame Magician kept reminding me that a hunter can't rely on high-ranking individuals behind an organization for everything. I need to hone my skills, familiarize myself with conspiracies and battles. Otherwise, I might have sought guidance from the Tarot Club as soon as I arrived in Port Pyro. That would have been dangerous. Grande Sir and Emperor Roselle both mentioned that the most dangerous places are often the safest. Now, I must add that those who seem the safest and most reliable might pose the greatest risk. It's not that they're no longer trustworthy, but the enemy will exploit this sense of security. Yes, Madame Magician has also emphasized that if anything seems awry with her orders and suggestions, I should ignore them. Quickly contacting the other major arcana card holders to confirm the situation is crucial. Lumion gazed at the flamboyant Hisoka and smiled. If I hadn't received help from a special trace expert, if Hidden Blade hadn't been more familiar with your persona, and if I hadn't had a psychiatrist to profile you, and ultimately failed to find any clues or direction, I would have sought the Tarot Club's help and looked for a guide familiar with the local situation. Hisoka fell into silence. After a few moments, he spoke up. I get everything else. But why the sudden need for a special trace expert? Lumion chuckled. Because it's a gift from a true god. The more time Lumion spent with Ludwig, the more he felt that letting such a dangerous individual escape the church's control wasn't a decision a high-ranking member of the Church of Knowledge would make. There had to be a revelation from the God of knowledge and wisdom. Certainly, Lumion couldn't be sure. As far as he knew, the knowledge pathway, also known as the reader pathway, excelled in prophecies at high sequence. Hisoka fell into silence for a moment before unleashing a roar, much like a wild wolf howling beneath the moon. Lumion reviewed the entire incident, realizing that this revenge was a clash of conspiracies. Unfortunately, Hisoka didn't grasp his personality and style well enough, nor did he comprehend his companions. He could only rely on the sea prayer ritual and Loki's first death as a guide. Consequently, there was a deviation, shattering his expectations despite a high likelihood of success. Phew, Lumion exhaled and inquired, who were the ones causing havoc on the patrol team side? Upon hearing Lumion's question, Hisoka's lips curved into a smile. Those are a few fallen, under my control. Fallen. Lumion could understand the literal meaning, but he didn't grasp the situation. Simultaneously, he criticized Hisoka. This is truly a dream. Emotions change so quickly. Hisoka reminisced, a desire apostle can plant a seed in others' hearts when their emotions and desires clearly fluctuate, causing corresponding problems to worsen. Gradually, they lose control and degenerate. When combined with my special abilities, I can make those humans unable to escape my control and obey only me for a long period through repeated depravities. It's akin to injecting addictive psychiatric drugs, but more mystical. Lumion searched for analogous examples from an easy-to-understand perspective. Suddenly, he recalled Narration's description of demons. Demon in body, demon in mind. Could this be a manifestation of the demon within the mind? Is Hisoka's distinctiveness reflected in this aspect? Could it be that the individual from the Temperance faction liaising with him has been tainted by his influence, causing them to withhold reporting any irregularities? Lumion gazed thoughtfully at Hisoka and inquired, indeed, as one would expect from an apostle of desire, a demon that seduces the darkness of the mind. Is this a ritual for ascending to a demon? Just acclimating for now. Hisoka didn't refute, yet he sensed the current situation was far from ideal. Felt more like a rehearsal. You seem quite assured. Following the incident in Tizimo Town at year's end, you likely ascended to a desire apostle. It's only been a year, and you're already contemplating becoming a demigod. Lumion mused briefly before questioning. Is it because you finally appeased that demon from the Noise family and acquired that thing? Even in his reverie, Hisoka appeared hesitant to disclose this matter. He responded with a hint of reluctance. Yes. Lumion refrained from provoking Hisoka for the time being, ensuring the dream didn't end prematurely. He altered his question. Where is that thing? When Hisoka transformed into a devil, his attire ruptured, and nothing unusual dropped. Hisoka's countenance contorted as he responded, I in Tizimo Town. Concealed in his body's hometown, Tizimo Town. If it's significant, why doesn't he carry it with him? Lumion's curiosity about the two pranks orchestrated by Hisoka in Tizimo Town and the Gold Mine City, Devise, intensified. After a brief pause of contemplation, Lumion inquired, You staged a prank in Devise just to pilfer a batch of gold? Yes, Hisoka affirmed. Have you consumed too many novels like The Gold Heist? Were you in dire need of such a large sum of money back then? Yes, for criminals it's quite normal to plan an operation to snatch gold when necessary. Unlike me, who relies on hunting and the gifts of villains. Just as Lumion thought it was trivial, he suddenly considered something. Franca has been accumulating gold for future sacrifices to the Armored Shadow, Chun too. Could Hisoka have orchestrated a prank to obtain a substantial amount of gold for a similar sacrifice? Lumion scrutinized Hisoka and probed, Did you offer the gold as a sacrifice to the Noise family's demon? Hisoka replied nonchalantly, In Tizimo Town. What's in Tizimo Town? Lumion asked. Hisoka appeared to snap out of his daze and exclaimed with a contorted expression, Dream Festival! Dream Festival! his shadow surged to life, leaping onto him and shrouding him. Hisoka reverted to pitch black, transforming into a viscous, repulsive, and malevolent liquid that spread swiftly in all directions, as if determined to corrupt the interrogation room, Lumion, and the entire dream. Lumion promptly exited the dream and observed Hisoka, who lay asleep on the ground, displaying signs of devilification once more. Furthermore, he seemed somewhat translucent. This key member of April Fools was teetering on the brink of losing control. Without hesitation, Lumion materialized a long sword crafted from blazing white flames in his hand. The Hisoka figure before him emitted a myriad of colors, with the pale white mark on the bridge of his nose being the least conspicuous. Weakness investigation. Paleness signified a vulnerability. Lumion hoisted the flaming sword, gripping it with both hands, and thrust downward, vanishing into the pale white hue. The devil-like armor, resilient flesh, and steel-like bones bestowed by zombie endured only a second before being pierced. Lumion withdrew his blazing white flaming sword and thrust down again. This time it penetrated deeper. Lumion extracted the blazing white flaming sword once more and leaped up, adding his weight to the downward thrust. Lumion genuflected, and the flaming sword plunged into Hisoka's brain, transforming into scattered flames that obliterated all weakness. Lumion withdrew his hands and stood up. Hisoka's body, displaying signs of devilification, twitched a few times before settling. Adjacent to the bridge of his nose, a 2-finger-wide wound appeared grotesquely abnormal. Its surface was charred and contracted, while flames surged from within. The devil had lost his life. How resilient! He managed to withstand 3 strikes like this. Lumion gazed at Hisoka's corpse and silently sighed. In that moment, Hisoka's corpse swiftly turned transparent, and his light brown skin gradually faded to pale white. Wraith, transforming into a genuine wraith after death? Just as these thoughts crossed Lumion's mind, his surroundings abruptly darkened. In the depths of the darkness, a serene chant resonated, soothing one's body and mind, inducing a reluctance to do anything but lie still. All escape was tranquility. Hisoka's wraith form halted its transformation, gradually gaining a tangible quality. Finally, he perished completely. What a formidable adversary to vanquish! If his wraith transformation hadn't been halted, could he have endured as a true wraith, evolving into an evil spirit in the future? Lumion glanced at Hela beside him and spoke once more. "Thank you." He refrained from elaborating his conversation with Hisoka, recognizing that they had spoken in the dream created by Hela. She must be aware of it. "Loki is the only one left," Hela said coldly, her gaze fixed on Hisoka's lifeless form. Lumion fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "He can't be resurrected more than a few times." "At most one more time," Hela replied with certainty. "Another time," Lumion tersely acknowledged. Before long, Hisoka's Beyonder characteristic manifested, blending with the remaining goat horns above his head, transforming into a whimsical and flamboyant cluster of black crystals. Various crystals extended in all directions, sharp and crooked. Multiple illusory, translucent faces emerged from each black crystal, their expressions alternating between malevolence, pain, madness, and confusion. A desire apostle Beyonder characteristic corrupted by a wraith boon? Lumion perceived it as more corrupting and perilous than the serial killer Beyonder characteristic from before. He pointed at the Beyonder characteristic and Hisoka's lifeless body, addressing Hela. "Can I take them all?" "Okay," Hela responded without objections. In an old warehouse on an abandoned dock in Port Pilas, Franca, Anthony, and Jenna had already gathered, awaiting Lumion's return. Amidst their conversation, a figure outlined itself in the sunlight streaming through a high window. It was Lumion, wearing a golden straw hat and disguised as Louis Barry. "Pa!" Lumion tossed Hisoka's corpse to the ground. Immediately after, he retrieved the Beyonder characteristic from his traveler's bag and placed them near the corpse without touching them. Only then did he smile at Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. "It's settled." "Is it really Hisoka?" Franca couldn't believe it could be so straightforward. It's him, Lumion briefly explained the situation. He was overconfident and believed there's a high chance of killing me. He chose to stay and wait for an opportunity. What gave him the confidence? Franca's eyes widened. Since everyone present held a minor arcana card, Lumion didn't hold anything back. He recounted the situation, omitting the most perilous details. Can that really happen? Luckily, you didn't seek guidance from the Tarot Club. Jenna felt a lingering fear. Franca sighed and commented, I didn't think our collaboration alone would be sufficient. Lumion pointed at the Beyonder characteristic and stated, there's too much corruption, and it's very dangerous. I plan to seek Madam Magician's help and find a suitable artisan to transform it into a sealed artifact. Everyone has the right to use it. Lumion found it too sinister and corrupting. Couldn't become a mystical item with relatively mild negative effects. It could only be the kind that required sealing. Absolutely. Franca was filled with anticipation as she imagined the potential abilities of a sealed artifact. She suddenly recalled something and quickly blurted out, Your pride armor is still in my possession. Tisk, you've really gotten the most out of it. Lumion chuckled. How can I face devils without a warrior? I've always wanted to use the pride armor, but I didn't expect Hisoka to choose the most convenient place like the bathroom. It was a confined, tight space with a certain degree of flexibility. Franca retrieved the pride armor from her traveler's bag and placed it on the ground. Suddenly, the air in the old warehouse froze. The silver-white full-body armor turned to face Lumion, condensing into a broadsword of light. Then it knelt on one knee and thrust into the ground. Lumion's pupils dilated as his figure abruptly faded, disappearing from his spot. The broadsword of light split open, transforming into a devastating storm that engulfed the surroundings, obliterating numerous wooden crates. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony couldn't dodge in time and were shattered into fragments by the hurricane of light, reflecting brilliance. Damn it! Isn't this too vengeful? How much time has passed? Franca cursed from a corner of the warehouse. Franca emerged from the shadows, exhaling a sigh of relief as she saw the silver-white full-body armor return to silence following Lumion's departure from the warehouse and the absence of weak targets. With caution, she approached, making sure not to position herself behind the pride armor, finally standing face to face with it. The pride armor remained motionless. Franca extended her hands, barely lifting the silver-white full-body armor and tucking it back into her traveler's bag. Only then did she relax and call out, It's all right. It's all right. Jenna emerged from a dark corner on the other side, and Anthony suddenly appeared at the warehouse door, seemingly prepared to roll and escape at any moment. In a matter of seconds, Lumion somersaulted back from a high window, eliciting a chuckle from Franca. Damn it, we managed Hisoka just fine, but our own sealed artifact nearly wiped us out. Good thing we had substitutes. Otherwise, we might have been severely injured if not dead, she remarked. Jenna commented calmly, this could be a funny story for Ghostface. Having moved out of the market district, she now had plenty of free time. Though she still owed Franca a large sum of money, she had enough assets to cover it. Thus, while completing the Tarot Club mission and trying to act, she could afford to watch a play once a week, buy magazines, newspapers, and books she had longed for but couldn't justify purchasing, and indulge in department stores and certain restaurants she had once yearned for. Franca let out a hollow laugh. Who would have thought this armor would hold such a grudge? Hey Lumion, what did you do to it? She inquired, directing the subsequent questions to Lumion. Lumion spread his hands. Wasn't it just a backstab? I thought it would be fine after disengaging and waiting for it to calm down. Franca nodded repeatedly, offering him a way out. That's right, I thought so too. It's all because of that armor. It doesn't feel like armor at all. After a moment of pondering, Franca said, I wonder when it will forget that you stabbed it in the back. For now, you'll have to leave it with me. All right? Lumion said, feeling a twinge of regret. Such a useful sealed artifact was temporarily unusable. He glanced at Hisoka's severely damaged corpse and the seemingly unscathed Beyonder characteristic, stowing them away in his traveler's bag. He said seriously, "I hope that the operation against the Minister of Industry will commence after the sealed artifact is completed. Though its negative effects will undoubtedly be severe, Desire Apostle and Wraith are definitely very useful, even if they can only unleash a portion of their abilities." "Indeed," Franca replied, filled with anticipation. She then turned to Lumion and asked, "Hisoka is already dead. You've achieved your goal in the southern continent. Where are you going next? Are you returning to Trier with us?" Lumion shook his head, as if he had already considered the answer to this question. "I plan to stay in the southern continent for a while longer." "Why? To investigate Tizimo Town and the Hisoka matter? That doesn't seem necessary." Jenna expressed her confusion. Lumion chuckled. "This is a hunter's paradise, don't you think?" Without waiting for Franca and the others to inquire further, Lumion explained seriously. "After all that has transpired, I've come to realize something. For a hunter to act well and digest swiftly, they must undergo diverse experiences. What I mean is, a hunter's path is more straightforward compared to other paths. It's unlike demonesses who must navigate pleasure, pain, while contemplating abstract and philosophical concepts which are often more intricate. As long as a hunter is immersed in chaos, conflict, and constant combat, they can excel. Combat is akin to hunting. Chaos and conflict invariably breed numerous conspiracies. Provocation smoothens these conspiracies, arson secures victory in battle, and the aftermath of such incidents reaps the lives of enemies and the spoils of victory." Observing Franca, Jenna, and Anthony's puzzled expressions, Lumion smiled and continued, "It's been just over half a year since I ascended from Sequence 9 to Sequence 5. Why? Because I've been either passively or actively embroiled in a series of events. Through perpetual chaos, disputes, and battles, I've grasped the principles of performance and found opportunities to act. In essence, a hunter doesn't engage in elaborate acting before reaching high-sequence Beyonder status. Though I possess some insight into fate due to my characteristics, it's also linked to determination and willpower. It's an integral part of combat. Hunters are forged in the crucible of blood and fire. They thrive amidst chaos and conflict. If I aim to grow stronger, I must pursue these elements. The southern continent offers precisely that." Thus, Lumion could swiftly assimilate the Reaper potion and strive to become a Sequence 5 fate appropriator of the inevitability pathway. Only by truly mastering some of Fate's abilities could Lumion hope to uncover any connection between Loki and the ancient castle when he next confronted him. According to Franca, Lumion had to locate the respawn point of an enemy capable of resurrection and camp there. Certainly, the path to becoming a Fate appropriator came with its own set of risks. Lumion's chances of encountering Circle inhabitant Voisin Sanson would significantly rise, whether due to the convergence of an outer deity's blessed resulting from the world's rejection or the convergence of inevitability powers. Despite his yearning for such an encounter, Lumion was aware that he wasn't prepared to face a demigod, lacking the corresponding strength. A high-level Beyonder he could hire wouldn't be able to constantly keep an eye on him, and the moment of encounter was beyond his control. Franca couldn't hide her envy upon hearing Lumion's plan. If only the demoness pathway's acting were that straightforward. The early stages with assassins and instigators were relatively direct, but as time went on, it became more complicated. When I first met Lumion, I was clearly at a higher sequence and stronger than him. It's only been half a year, but the tables have turned. Franca felt a mix of sorrow and impulsive emotions. After sending Franca, Jenna, and Anthony back to Trier, Lumion entered Suite 7 on B3 of Hotel Orella, signaling for Lugano to leave. Then, he carefully extracted Hisoka's lifeless body from his traveler's bag and positioned it in front of Ludwig. With a grin, he remarked, "Here's my end of the bargain. Is it edible?" Ludwig, clutching a silver child's knife and fork with a steak laid out before him, sprung up from his seat. As he examined the torn, half-devil-like, and bloodied remains, a mix of desire and hesitation played across his face. It was clear he was tempted but wary. After more than 10 seconds, Ludwig delicately picked up the child's utensils and resolved himself. A tiny bit. Without awaiting Lumien's reply, he crouched down and extended the child's knife and fork toward Hisoka's still open, flaxen-colored eyes. Amidst the slicing sounds, Ludwig retrieved the devil-like eyeballs, one on the fork and the other on the knife's tip. Then he poured a glass of orange water with one hand. "There's caffeine in this. Not suitable for children," Lumien pointed out. Ludwig glanced at the enticing beverage, then at the eyeballs on the child's utensils, and the half-devil corpse on the ground. He fell silent. Lumien also fell silent. After a few moments, Ludwig submerged the eyeballs into the orange-yellow water, deliberately puncturing more holes with his fork to allow the liquid to seep out. Then, he lifted the drink and squatted beside Hisoka's corpse, bringing the glass to a spot where some blood still dripped. Bloop! 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 3 drops of sulfur-scented blood fell into the fading orange beverage, swiftly tinting it with the color of blood. Ludwig swirled the liquid in the glass and consumed it. Lumien observed as Ludwig finished his drink, noting a clear boost in energy. Curious, he inquired, "What's the effect of this?" Ludwig licked his lips and responded, "Permanently enhances my spirituality, allowing me to keenly sense the aura of the abyss. I can also command a few lower-level undead creatures. Only the first glass has this effect. Subsequent drinks of a similar nature can only temporarily heighten my perception and restore some spirituality." Ludwig's tone carried a maturity as he spoke on such matters. "Not bad. But only you would dare to consume such a messy thing," Lumien criticized inwardly. He stowed away Hisoka's remains and retreated to his bedroom, initiating a letter to Madame Magician. The focus was on reporting Hisoka's apparent identity, his speculations, and the issues with Tizimo Town. Additionally, he proposed that the reward for these unexpected discoveries should be the transformation of Hisoka's Beyonder characteristic into a sealed artifact. Having neatly folded the letter, Lumien produced a jagged black crystal clump and arranged a ritual. He called forth Madame Magician's doll messenger. Upon its emergence, the doll messenger emitted a disdainful sound, pinching its nose. It pointed at Hisoka's Beyonder characteristic and remarked in a sharp voice, "Pack it into a box. It's filthy." Lumien retrieved a small paper box from his traveler's bag and stuffed the black crystal clump inside. "Tie it up. Stuff it in another box. Use another box to contain them." The doll messenger continued with its requests. Finally, it begrudgingly picked up the box and carried the letter away. Port Pilus's patrol team. Ryaza informed Camus. "All the problematic team members have been purged. The rest are undergoing individual reviews. You are part of it too." "How's Kolobo?" Camus asked with concern. "He's fine. We went to the Earth Mother Church to hire a doctor," Ryaza replied calmly. "The major issue now is that we haven't apprehended Twanaku. Moreover, we're certain that he's both a wraith and a desire apostle." "How? Isn't he too powerful?" Camus felt a twinge of fear at the thought of potential retaliation from Twanaku. At that moment, a patrol team member entered the office and informed Ryaza and Camus. "Captain Ryaza, boss, the Straw Hat guy is back. Louis Barry is back again?" Camus' forehead twitched at the mention of the Straw Hat guy. Since encountering the adventurer, his life had taken a tumultuous turn. First, he had captured the murderer in a serial killing case. Then he unearthed clues related to a 4-year-old case. Subsequently, the suspect had emerged, attempting to harm him and Kolobo, throwing the patrol team into chaos. And now Louis Barry was making another appearance? Camus felt the weight on his chest, and his heart raced. Where is Louis Barry? Ryaza was already familiar with Camus' account. The patrol team member who had brought the report hastily answered, "Sitting in the hall." Ryaza nodded, and he and Camus left the office, descending the stairs. As they walked, Camus gradually snapped out of his daze. He recalled Louis Barry's suspicions about Twanaku the previous day, how he had abandoned his theories without delving into specifics, and how the adventurer had sought him out early in the morning, hoping to gather information indirectly. Shortly after Kolobo handed over Twanaku's information, the latter had been attacked, leading to a fierce battle. Did Louis Barry employ such a cautious inquiry to avoid triggering the Devil's Danger premonition? Was buying information from Kolobo a trap targeting Twanaku? No, hadn't Twanaku sensed the corresponding danger? He could only sense it a minute or two in advance, and would it be too late by the time he discovered it? As a former public security officer and now an interrogator, Camus swiftly made connections and speculations. He believed that Louis Barry had likely identified Twanaku after learning about his preference for sugarless Fermo coffee. He hinted at suspicions regarding the police headquarters, but refrained from going into specifics, fearing that Twanaku might foresee danger. As for how Louis Barry set a trap for Twanaku without detection, Camus couldn't puzzle it out for now. Furthermore, he suspected that Louis Barry's operation hadn't been entirely successful. There were no signs from the Matinee import and export shop indicating Twanaku's demise. This was a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle, wielding the power of a Sequence 5 Wraith. Unless a demigod personally intervened, they might require 2 or 3 battle teams of mid-sequence Beyonders from pathways like Sun and Warrior to handle him. Alternatively, they needed to mobilize Beyonders at the level of a Sequence 5 Pirate Admiral, armed with potent mystical items. Soon, Camus and Riaza spotted Louis Barry seated on the sofa in the hall's guest area, his golden straw hat standing out in the sunlight. "Monsieur Louis Barry, what brings you here again?" Camus inquired in deep intention. Louis Barry gave Camus a deep look before smiling and addressing Riaza in fluent Dutanese. "I'm here to collect the bounty." As he spoke, he retrieved Twanaku's head from his traveler's bag. Camus and Riaza observed the blood-stained face, the head with the broken horn, the vacant eyes, and the gruesome wound on the bridge of the nose, along with 10 to 20 deep cuts. Despite the severe damage, Camus, a former public security officer, recognized the owner at a glance. Twanaku Tupian. He succeeded? Had he truly set a trap for a Desire Apostle and managed to defeat him? Camus' gaze shifted up, scrutinizing Louis Barry, a young man with the title of a great adventurer in the Fog Sea. Such strength could rival any pirate admiral in the 5 seas. Of course, this assessment applied only to individual abilities, excluding the subordinates of pirate admirals. Riaza silently ascertained from a spiritual level. He turned to Camus and asked in Dutanese, "Is it Twanaku?" "Yes," Camus confirmed, sighing inwardly. The battle between Twanaku and Louis Barry had been fierce, resulting in his tragic demise. Not only were his eyes absent, but he was also covered in wounds, displaying signs of devilification. Riaza looked at Lumian and pondered for a moment before speaking in Dutanese. "I wonder if you've seen Twanaku's wanted poster. The bounty is only 70,000 Vril d'Or. Back then, the bounty was set based on the criteria of a serial killer. It was only increased by 20,000 because this particular serial killer targeted Beyonders." Lumian barely understood and switched to Intision with a smile. "If I wait 2 days to collect the bounty, will I be able to get more?" Upon hearing this, Camus pondered for a moment and realized the validity of the statement. In 2 days, their wanted posters would depict Desire Apostle and Wraith Twanaku, who had caused the deaths of several members of the patrol team, not the serial killer from the past. Of course, with Matani's financial resources, it was impossible to significantly raise the bounty. At most, they could double it and report the danger to the Church of Earth Mother, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and other official organizations in the northern continent to see if they would be willing to increase the bounty. After Camus translated Lumian's words into Dutanese, Riaza remained silent, unsure of how to respond. For the patrol team, 70,000 to 80,000 Vril d'Or was a substantial sum. Without waiting for a response, Lumian added with a smile, "But there's no need to add to the bounty. Just fulfill 2 of my requests. 2 simple ones." "What are they?" Riaza asked in a deep voice after hearing Camus' translation. Lumian chuckled in response, stating, "Firstly, I want to see all the dossiers related to Tizimo Town. Secondly, I'm very curious about Twanaku's card and want to take a look. Of course, I'll just take a look." You want to investigate last year's incident in Tizimo Town? Isn't your sole purpose in Port Pilus to find Tuanaku? Camus asked, puzzled. Lumion chuckled. Need I remind you? Tuanaku's hometown is Tizimo Town. W.H. Camus suddenly felt that the matter with Tuanaku wouldn't conclude with the other party's death. There were still many secrets hidden behind it. Louis Barry had mentioned this from the beginning. After translating their conversation for Riaza, Camus sensed that the patrol team's previous investigation of the Tizimo Town incident might have concluded too hastily. Eyeing Louis Barry, who had successfully taken down a Desire Apostle-wielding wraith powers, the chilly Riaza fell silent for a few seconds before uttering, "Who tasked you with looking into Tuanaku?" Without giving a direct response, Lumion inquired, "Did he declare himself a member of the Temperance faction, a follower of the Fool?" "It's not a self-proclamation. We verified it," Riaza confidently replied after hearing Camus' translation. As anticipated, just making confirmation, Lumion stood up for the Church of the Fool, stating, "Traitors can surface in any organization, and there'll be individuals with hidden agendas attempting to infiltrate. That's indeed our problem," Camus sincerely concluded. "We shouldn't solely rely on the organization they're affiliated with to determine a person's character or whether they can be recruited. We also need to observe their words and actions." After careful consideration, Riaza agreed to Lumion's request. While assigning another patrol team member to aid Lumion in the process and collect the bounty, he instructed Camus to show Lumion the poker card. In the cold and silent underground corridor, Camus gazed at Lumion and cautiously asked, "What are you investigating?" This had already led to the death of a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle. Lumion emitted a soft chuckle. "It's dangerous to know too much." Camus fell silent, wisely choosing not to inquire further, drawing from past experiences. As Lumion advanced, he casually asked, "How many members of the patrol team perished this time?" 4. All under Tuanaku's control. Camus gave a self-deprecating smile. "We'll be recruiting new members before the end of the year. They're fortunate. Those with suitable pathways don't have to worry about subsequent sequence potions. If they aren't from the correct pathways, they can use sealed artifacts." This was how the resources of an official organization gradually accumulated. Lumion nodded slightly. "How's Kolobo?" Camus' smile grew more relaxed. "He's fine. He's almost healed." As they conversed, they arrived at a room adorned with cold bones. A metallic poker card lay on the table in the middle. "Be careful. It will burrow into your body and control you like a wraith," Camus warned. Lumion nodded slightly and approached, reaching out for the card with the 10 of spades on its face. A bone-like sensation entered his mind, accompanied by a chilling cold. Lumion's right hand quickly became encased in a layer of frost. The frost rapidly crystallized and extended towards his arm. Simultaneously, the card's surface underwent a transformation, revealing a grayish-white joker. It rapidly etherealized, poised to merge with Lumion's body. Silently, Lumion's arm burst into brilliant white flames. With a swift flick of his palm, he accurately pressed his thumb onto the poker card that hadn't completely dissipated, right onto the Joker's face. The poker card fell into silence. Frost detached from Lumion's arm, descended to the ground, and melted into water. Zombie's frost, Wraith's possession. This is really a mystical item from the prisoner pathway. Lumion swiftly made a basic assessment. However, the transformation abilities displayed by the poker cards didn't align with his understanding of the prisoner pathway. Instead, they resembled superficial applications of a faceless. Could it be corruption brought about by the celestial worthy? Also, when the Temperance faction provides resources, it's impossible to directly give wraith. They start from low sequences and work their way up. Did this poker card strengthen time and time again? Does Hisoka have a permanent artisan collaborator? Lumion withdrew his gaze from the poker card and slowly retreated to Camus' side. "I'm done," he thought for a moment and said, "Be careful when using this item." Camus nodded. "We'll treat it as a sealed artifact rather than a mystical item." Upon returning to the surface, Camus gathered all the dossiers related to Tizimo Town. Lumian sorted through the items and picked up one of them. Lumian carefully examined the dossier on the Tizimo Town tragedy, which unfolded at the close of the previous year. It detailed the incident as a gentleman and his servants' hunting expedition in Tizimo Town's primitive forest. Their actions provoked a large primitive tribe, leading to a retaliatory surprise attack on Tizimo Town. The assault resulted in numerous casualties, including the gentleman, his servant, several patrol team members responsible for Tizimo Town's security, and many innocent civilians. In response, Admiral Quirrell deployed additional troops to safeguard the area, prompting the primitive tribe to retreat into the depths of the forest. There are quite a few formidable tribes inhabiting the southern continent's primitive forests. Lumian sighed from the bottom of his heart after reading the dossier. This situation, a historical relic from the Balam Empire era, was emblematic of the challenges faced by the region. While ancient empires boasted numerous powerful individuals in their ranks, along with a substantial number of low to mid-sequence beyonders, effective management faced limitations. Technical constraints, population size, and the diversity of characteristics restricted governance to cities with favorable geographical conditions. These included towns and villages surrounding these cities, fertile plains, pastures, and valleys. The more challenging terrains, like primitive forests and mountains, remained largely unexplored due to these limitations, providing little incentive for the empires to eliminate potential threats. When the northern continent invaded, causing the fragmentation of the Balam Empire and the destruction or replacement of other nations, many rebels sought refuge in these untouched areas, intensifying the dangers of the primitive forests and mountains. In contrast, after Emperor Roselle initiated the Industrial Revolution, such challenges decreased in the northern continent. Currently, only a few remnants linger in the mountains of the south-central region. The dossier offers no clues about April Fool's pranks or any demon presence. Lumian, undeterred, set aside the dossier and turned his attention to something else. He searched for keywords like dream and festival. Before his demise, Hisoka had mentioned the Dream Festival. Unfortunately, the patrol team had only been operational for 6 to 7 years, with no recorded history of Tizimo Town's previous issues. During this period, there were no instances of dream-related or festival-related problems in Tizimo Town. Lumian wasn't disheartened. He placed the dossiers down and addressed Camus. "Can I make a copy of everything?" "No problem." Camus knew Louis Barry was about to summon the Rabbit of Knowledge again. At that moment, Riaza entered with another member of the patrol team, placing a small but weighty cloth bag in front of Lumian. "Your bounty. Confirm it," Riaza said in Deutanese. Lumian lifted the cloth bag and spilled its contents onto the table. Banknotes from Intis and a considerable number of gold coins lay before him. Lumian counted them, confirming everything was in order. After Riaza and the other patrol team member departed, Lumian turned to Camus and pushed the cloth bag over with a smile. "You?" Camus' eyes widened, asking hesitantly. Lumian responded with a grin. "As I said, I'll waive the official bounty." "But I didn't," Camus subconsciously replied, maintaining his politeness. Lumian chuckled. "The information you provided was crucial, but you need to share it with Kolobo. Also, do me a favor. This sum of money is for information and compensation based on the dangers we faced." Camus pressed down on the cloth bag, asking, "What is it?" "Help me find a few people born and raised in Tizimo Town who are currently living in Port Pilas. Also, locate a few who have visited Tizimo Town multiple times but have no connection to it. Bring them to my place one by one," Lumian requested. Camus listened attentively and breathed a sigh of relief. "No problem." This matter was straightforward. Upon his return to Hotel Orella, Lumian had barely set down the Rabbit of Knowledge's copied dossier in his room, ready to delve into its details, when the doorbell chimed. Amidst the tinkling sounds, Lugano rushed to open the door. Shortly after, he called out, "Boss, Monsieur Ivelgsta wishes to meet you." "Ivelgsta?" The one residing on B18 with numerous zombie servants. Suspected to be a wraith? He's here for me? Lumion raised his eyebrows, set aside the dossier, and exited the master bedroom. Trier, Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative. In Franca and Jenna's rented apartment. After seeing Anthony off, Franca returned to the master bedroom, contemplating the progress of digesting the pleasure potion. Even though Lumion's situation was unique, how could he digest the potion so quickly? How could he ascend to sequence 5 in merely half a year? Despite this, Franca found herself triggered. There lingered a sense of disappointment and frustration at being outpaced within 7 months of watching over Lumion as an elder sister, or rather an elder brother. She longed to reach sequence 5 and become a demoness of affliction at the earliest opportunity. Truth be told, her digestion of the pleasure potion surpassed that of most demonesses. She had also gleaned substantial insights while delving into alternative interpretations and symbols of pleasure. Patience was paramount, but blame fell upon the fellow with an absurdly rapid progression by her side. I must seek a partner for pleasure. Both the ordinary and more profound forms of pleasure are imperative. Only then can I digest it more rapidly. One is akin to my left foot, the other to my right eye must exert effort in both to move forward. Cannot jump on one foot alone. Franca's thoughts were lucid, yet she was uncertain how to proceed. I cannot muster the courage to broach the subject. Should I seek help from Browns and her companions? As Franca paced the room, she suddenly heard a knock on the bedroom door. Jenna? Franca paused and turned towards the door. Enter, please. Jenna, donned in a beige fluffy dress, stood before the door. Why the sudden politeness? Franca inquired, feeling slightly uneasy. Jenna chuckled in exasperation. Damn it. I've always been polite, okay? It's just that you never shut the door. You only close it when you sleep. How am I supposed to knock? With that remark, Jenna wore a vexed expression. She regained composure and flashed a smile. Are you grappling with the pleasure potion's digestion? Do you lack a target for its digestion? Yes, but as I mentioned before. Franca began to defend herself. Jenna cut in. What about me? Huh. Franca was caught off guard. She questioned if she was imagining things. Jenna's lovely face displayed a charming smile, reminiscent of her days as the showy diva, Little Minx. She pushed aside strands of hair falling from her ears and grinned. Didn't you inform the demoness of black that we're lovers? Then why not turn to me for pleasure potion digestion? But Franca was bewildered. Why are you doing this? Jenna approached Franca, maintaining her enticing smile. I want to experience pleasure. I'll become one in the future. Surprise shifted to shock. Franca examined Jenna, wondering if she had undergone a sudden change. Franca only snapped out of her reverie when Jenna halted in front of her, and a familiar fragrance filled her senses. She blurted out, Are you trying to help me? Are you aiding me in this aspect because I've been without a partner for pleasure digestion for so long? Jenna stopped and chuckled. That's one reason. She gazed up at Franca's face and sincerely praised, You're so beautiful. Franca fell silent for a moment before posing a serious question. Do you like me? I do, Jenna replied promptly. Her eyes glinted as she smiled and added, You're so lively, interesting, and captivating. Why wouldn't I like you? Franca bit her red, moist lips. Then, do you love me? In a non-platonic sense. Jenna fell silent. She cast her gaze downward and pursed her lips. I don't want to deceive you. To me, you're a beacon of light that brightens my life, offering hope and warmth. You're the person I trust the most, my closest friend, and the perfect sister in my heart. However, I've never envisioned romantic love between us. Franca's heart sank at the words, I don't want to deceive you, and an inexplicable ache surged within her. A shiver ran down her spine. She raised her right hand and shifted it slightly. Then I can't. Damn it. Why must you make things so complicated? Jenna was already feeling bashful, embarrassed, and torn. She struggled to conceal it and convinced herself it was just an act. Upon hearing Franca's refusal, she finally erupted. Can't we have sex without love? Are you truly a demoness devoted solely to love? I just feel. Franca faltered. I can handle others, but not you. I can't bear the thought of you sacrificing yourself. Before she could finish, Jenna's tender lips pressed against hers, exploring and nibbling with an unpracticed finesse. Franca couldn't resist, swept away by Jenna's lips and tongue, fueled by long-awaited anticipation, months of restraint, the lingering influence of demon corruption, and the effects of the pleasure potion. She succumbed to it until Jenna pulled back, panting. Sacrifice my foot. Quit playing innocent. Haven't you always joked about letting me experience true pleasure? Get with it. Jenna's cheeks flushed as she glared at Franca with moist eyes, resembling a fervent and assertive lion cub. Franca suddenly felt that during Jenna's days in the market district as Little Minx, a small part of her personality might not have been an act but something she already possessed. Jenna kissed her again, and Franca couldn't deny the allure. As she relished the fragrant, sweet, and passionate pleasures, she couldn't shake off the realization that this was merely assistance, not love. In that moment, a phrase echoed in her mind. In pain we find pleasure, in pleasure we drown. Lumion once again encountered Monsieur Ivelsta, who resided in B18. He still wore a fluffy black hat adorned with a white feather and a complex black robe. With a quick glance, Lumion had already covertly used weakness investigation to search for pale white marks on Ivelsta's body, ready for potential assassinations and surprise attacks. Aurora and Emperor Roselle had always emphasized the need to stay vigilant against others at all times. Of course, Lumion felt that the two of them hadn't done a good job in this matter. Otherwise, they would still be active in the world. At that moment, the pallor on Ivelsta's body concentrated on his dark brown eyes, emitting an illusory quality that seemed unreal. Does this mean he can quickly transform into a wraith, and his eyes are no longer his weakness? As Lumion pondered, he gestured towards the divan in the living room. Let's chat there. Ludwig, seated at the dining table, glanced at Ivelsta for a few seconds before lowering his head and continuing his meal with a succulent piece of beef. Ivelsta nodded slightly and entered the living room quietly, taking a seat in a corner of the divan. Are you a student at a primary school? So disciplined, Lumion criticized as he focused on observing Ivarista's luck. It was relatively normal and nothing special. At that moment, Lumion suddenly had a few thoughts. Luck observation and weakness investigation require the eyes to determine the target's color. However, one focuses on the background color, while the other captures the various colors on the surface of the body. When I become a fate appropriator, could these two abilities fuse and mutate into a more special ability? Why can I only use my eyes to observe these two abilities? Is a blind reaper incapable of attacking a target's weakness? Similarly, is a blind ascetic unqualified to observe others' luck? Can't they rely on their spirituality and ears and nose? Or could it be done at a higher sequence? Lumion eased into the armchair, positioning himself at an angle across from Ivelsta. Flashing a friendly smile, he asked, "What's the matter?" He spoke in Intision. Ivelsta, as silent as a corpse, straightened up, his eyes deep as he spoke in ancient Fasak. "Allow me to introduce myself. Ivelsta Eggers, a member of the Rose School of Thought and Temperance faction under the Church of the Fool." Lumion's nerves, already tense, heightened. Nevertheless, he maintained a relaxed demeanor, confirming, "Are you Twanaku's liaison?" He switched to ancient Fasak. "No." Ivelsta shook his head. "I've already eliminated that member 15 minutes ago. 15 minutes ago, when I was still with the patrol team. However, you can't expect me to believe you just because you say so." Lumion feigned curiosity and asked, "I recall that you arrived in Port Pilus before Twanaku was exposed. What was your original motive?" "I'm investigating the primitive forest in this area. I'm still in the early stages of gathering more information," Ivelsta replied seriously. "For days ago, I came into contact with Tuanaku and obtained some information from him. He seemed fine and was very restrained. He's indeed restrained. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a second serial murder case in Port Pilas only after 4 years, going to the primitive forest to investigate. The primitive forest. On the surface, the incident in Tizimo town was a sudden attack by a tribe in the primitive forest. Lumian quickly made many connections and said to Ivelgsta thoughtfully, Tuanaku once did something in Tizimo town that involved the tribes in the nearby primitive forest. Some of his important items seemed to be hidden in Tizimo town. It might also be related to a noise family demon of unknown sequence. Ivelgsta listened in silence, lost in thought. After a few seconds, he said to Lumian, Thank you for providing this information. It might not be useful for my investigation, but it can let me know what to be wary of. He didn't specify his mission. Clearly, he needed his superior's permission. Lumian responded nonchalantly, Even if I don't tell you now, you'll find out tonight or tomorrow. Having already reported the matter to Madame Magician, the major arcana card holder would undoubtedly inform the Church of the Fool and the Temperance faction in detail subsequently. It wouldn't only be a general outline that mentioned key personnel like before. Ivelgsta nodded with restraint and said, I'm here to express my gratitude and to inform you that we're already investigating any potential problems and latent dangers. Also, if you need help in Madani, feel free to come to me. All right. Lumian didn't stand on ceremony. After delving into the more serious matters, Lumian, intrigued, asked Ivelgsta, Why did you add the Rose School of Thought prefix when you introduced yourself? You've already left the Rose School of Thought and joined the Church of the Fool. It sounds as if the Rose School of Thought is affiliated with the Church of the Fool. Our leader specifically requested this. She always believes that we are the true orthodox branch of the Rose School of Thought. Only we represent the Rose School of Thought. Those traitors should change the organization's name. Not us. Ivelgsta explained in detail. Sounds quite stubborn. Aren't you from the Temperance faction? Don't you restrain your emotions and desires in this aspect? Yes, Sequence 5 is Wraith, close to evil spirits, and evil spirits have an extreme side. Is this reflected in high sequence Beyonders of the Temperance faction's corresponding pathway? Lumian didn't quite understand and tried to make a guess based on the available information. He was just chatting and had no intention of inquiring further. Instead, he asked, Your last name is Eggers. Was your ancestor a member of the Balam Empire's royal family? Yes, Ivelgsta replied proudly, his emotions held in check. And my mother's lineage is noble from the Highlands Kingdom. For many in the southern continent, the surname Eggers bore unparalleled prestige. It was a symbol of a deity who had once trod the land, a representation of death's dominion over the world. But Lumian's curiosity wandered elsewhere. I've heard that the mausoleums of the Balam Empire's nobles are constructed upside down underground, much like this hotel. What mystical significance does that hold? Is it simply a way to confront death? And why is death associated with the underground? Shouldn't the underworld exist in the spirit world? This was the question that piqued Lumian's interest upon learning about the matter. His understanding of mysticism was limited. Ivelgsta pondered for a moment and then explained, I didn't choose the death pathway. The construction method originated from ancient times, passed down by all the Eggers ancestors, devoted to the deity who controlled death. He embodies the very concept of death. Emulating him is a way to approach the source of death. This mystic explanation resonates with me the most. Over the years, I've heard various interpretations. Some see life and death as opposing mystical concepts. They argue that, just as we stand upright and grow upwards in life, burial upside down signifies the contradiction and connection between life and death. Others believe that true hell isn't in the spirit world or the underworld, but deep underground. Descending further symbolizes reaching true hell and returning to the essence of death. Thus, mausoleums are built upside down, reflecting our intention to face hell, worship death, and return to the source. This is the essence and symbol of mysticism. Some Beyonders of the death pathway don't really approve of the underworld. Can you discover true hell by delving deep underground? Heh, hasn't anyone informed you that the world we're on is essentially a planet? Does this extension reach underground magma and the core? Do they believe that's the genuine hell? Going deeper will traverse the core and the magma, but that'll merely be the other side of the planet, let alone true hell. Lumion found himself increasingly entertained as he listened. Suddenly, he was taken aback. What exists on the opposite side of the planet? I only know of the northern and southern continents. Considering the time difference, they're nearly on the same side. If this world is genuinely a planet, there must be another side. But I've never heard of any continents, just an expansive sea? Wait, how did those giant fellows from the new city of Silver emerge from the forsaken land of the gods? Something must have occurred on the continent on the other side of the planet, abandoned by the deities. Could that be why it's known as the forsaken land of the gods? If I have a chance in the future, I could revisit the new city of Silver and explore the library for books related to the forsaken land of the gods. Lumion reined in his thoughts and continued conversing with Ivelgsta for a while. Eventually, he escorted the former descendant of the Balam Empire's royal family, a member of the Temperance faction, away from this floor. Not long after returning to his room, the doll messenger arrived with a response from Madame Magician. The information and insights you've gathered this time are exceptionally valuable. It's no wonder my spiritual perception guided me to let you visit the new city of Silver after the Hanth Island demon incident. Reflecting on it, your encounter with Narration seemed almost coincidental. You followed the clues to Hanth Island. You should grasp the significance, right? The situation in this matter both reassures me and intensifies my vigilance and anxiety. When that entity stands by our side, these details are incredibly useful. However, he won't always be with us. When our objectives clash, I can't fathom what challenges we'll face. The same goes for you and me. Therefore, hunters must rely more on their personal growth amidst blood, fire, chaos, and conflict. Many hunters meet their end, using their bones to forge the Red Priest who conquers all. We've already initiated an internal review. It involves a considerable number of individuals and will take a substantial amount of time to complete. Considering your contributions, besides converting the Beyonder characteristic into a sealed artifact, you have the option to choose a reward. Pick one out of two. Here are your choices. 1. The potion formula for the Hunter Pathways sequence for Iron-Blooded Knight. 2. I'll assist you in divining clues about the remaining parts of the abscessed hand's body. Reading Madame Magician's two choices, Lumion fell into deep thought. These were incredible rewards. It had to be known that reaching sequence 4 marked a crucial point for Beyonders, a moment of qualitative transformation. From then on, one could attain godhood and become a half-human, half-god entity. Most Beyonders would never get this far. This wasn't just about becoming a demigod. It also included seeing or obtaining related items firsthand. A sequence 4 potion formula was usually priceless. Moreover, this was a sequence 4 potion formula related to Lumion's own pathway. As for the reward of divining clues about the rest of the abscessed hand's body, it symbolized the promise and assistance of an angel. Ordinary Beyonders wouldn't even dream of such a chance, let alone receive an opportunity. They could only read about angels gaining the Lord's permission and responding to believers' prayers in various churches. Furthermore, Lumion needed to address this issue. After advancing to a Sequence 5 Reaper, his top priority was finding the remaining parts of the abscessed hand's body. Without completing this task, the formula, the ingredients, the digestion process, and the prepared ritual wouldn't give him a shot at becoming a demigod in time due to the unfulfilled promise and the oath's restrictions. Regret wouldn't even be an option. Lumion had no clue how to locate it by himself. His only plan was to mimic the incantation for summoning the abscessed hand and craft a new series of summoning incantations. He hoped to summon the spirit world creature's legs, arms, body, and head. However, this was a risky endeavor. In his dream, Lumion learned from his sister that when the summoning incantation lacked clarity and had no restrictions, the summoned entity could be unpredictable. It might be a demigod-level spirit world creature filled with malice, capable of killing the summoner instantly. Lumian couldn't pinpoint the precise direction due to the unknown fragmentation of the abscessed hand's body. It could be a relatively intact body missing a hand, or it might have shattered into tiny, peanut-sized fragments. Describing it accurately was impossible. He could only experiment repeatedly, narrowing down the possibilities. It was akin to playing with his life. More importantly, Lumian had already combed through the comprehensive information on common spirit world creatures provided by Madame Magician. Still, he found nothing that seemed to be other parts of the abscessed hand's body. Lumian desired the sequence 4 iron-blooded night potion formula and clues about the rest of the abscessed hand's body. This was the reason why he couldn't make a decision. He pondered whether to teleport back to Trier now and seek Franca or Jenna's help in divination, hoping their spiritual insights would provide him with valuable hints. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian reached a decision. The second option. This was because he remembered something important. Mr. Hanged Man's reward had yet to materialize. It was an opportunity to explore the Blue Avenger, a ghost ship that was a relic of the Tudor Empire. Considering that the Blood Emperor Alista Tudor was once a true god of the Hunter Pathway and a half-mad Red Priest, the Tudor Empire's inheritance contained the sequence 4 potion formula of the Hunter Pathway, along with Beyonder ingredients and characteristics. It was something to look forward to. Lumian promptly sat down and penned a reply to Madame Magician, expressing his thoughts. He also informed her that he would be heading to Tizimo Town to investigate Hisoka's inheritance. At 4 p.m., Camus Castilla, accompanied by 3 dark brown Southern Continent natives, knocked on the door of Suite 7 on B3 of Hotel Orella. They all hail from Tizimo, born and bred. They only ventured to Port Pilus in search of opportunities upon reaching adulthood. Camus explained in Intision, introducing the 2 men and 1 woman. One is a supplier of guaterberries, another married a local and toils at the port, and the third took a less lawful path as a thief. One is a relatively wealthy merchant, the other is a dock worker, and the other is a thief. They happen to be at 3 different social levels, and they are from both genders. This will allow me to understand the situation in Tizimo to the greatest extent and comprehensively. Camus is very professional in this aspect. As expected of a former public security officer, Lumian nodded slightly and asked the 3 subjects in fluent Dutanese. I'm a scholar of folklore en route to Tizimo, but before that, I'd like to learn more about the town. My Dutanese is a bit rusty, so Mr. Camus will assist in translation. We'll heed Officer Camus, responded the eldest merchant with a smile, quickly seconded by the others. Lumian turned to Lugano and instructed, I'll take one to the master bedroom for an exchange. You can entertain the other 2. All right, Lugano replied promptly. Inside the master bedroom, Lumian courteously seated the merchant in an armchair, positioning himself at the edge of the bed. Speaking in Intision, he inquired, What's the primary produce of Tizimo? Camus, translating, wore a puzzled expression. Is Louis Barry truly planning a journey to Tizimo? It's evident he's tracing Tuanaka's footsteps. Camus assumed the role of an interrogator, staring down at the seated merchant as he conveyed Lumian's words. The merchant, filled with trepidation, responded, Sir, we mainly cultivate guaterberries, spices, and forest fruits. Numerous plantations dot the surroundings, and we often venture into the forest for hunting, selling both meat and fur. Additionally, we cut down trees for crafting coffins. That's about it. The remaining effort goes into planting corn and potatoes for our own consumption. Lumian absorbed the information and refined his understanding of Dutanese through Camus' translation. Engaging in casual conversation, Lumian explored the daily lives, sustenance, and leisure activities of the Tizimo residents. From the merchant's account, Lumian painted a mental picture of Tizimo. Its populace mainly consisted of locals, with outsiders being the proprietors of nearby plantations and some acquired slaves. Thanks to the hunting services provided to the Port Pilus gentry, Tizimo maintained a connection with the outside world, avoiding isolation and conservatism. Although the faith in death had been eradicated, traces of it lingered in daily life. The townspeople primarily believed in the eternal blazing sun, Yet remnants of death faith were evident, such as frequent visits to the cemetery and the practice of not burying prematurely deceased children in coffins. Each adult prepared a coffin for themselves in advance, and the common means of travel involved using a coffin. With keen interest, Lumion concluded the discussion and inquired, "Are you familiar with Tuanakutupian?" Finally getting into the meat, Camus exhaled quietly and conveyed the question to the merchant. A warm smile appeared on the merchant's face. "I do. He's well known in town." "Why?" Camus interjected. The merchant, with an obsequious smile, responded, "Sir, he should be your colleague. Tuanaku is the first person from Tizimo to join the patrol team. Moreover, he's rapidly advancing in rank. He's a source of pride for us." Lumion couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle. "I'm quite curious about Tuanaku's past." The merchant's expression shifted slightly as he glanced around. "Sirs, did Tuanaku commit a crime? Did he join an organization that believes in death?" "Quite perceptive," Lumion thought, while Camus grumbled in a low voice, "Are we doing the questioning or are you? Just answer truthfully." Under the mental pressure of the interrogator, the dark-skinned merchant replied with a trembling voice, "I've known for a long time that this young man, Tuanaku, will surely become extraordinary, but I also know he'll one day tread the path of blasphemy against a deity." Seeing Camus and Lumion awaiting further explanation, the merchant continued, "There was a fire in the Tuanaku family. All his kin perished and only he survived. According to our customs, he's favored by a deity, spared from death. Such individuals often go on to achieve great feats. The deity's favor refers to death here, right? Not succumbing to death is considered receiving death's favor?" Lumion interjected thoughtfully. "The fire happened about 6 years ago? How did you know?" the surprised merchant asked. Then, slapping his forehead, he added, "I'm such a fool. You must have investigated it beforehand. From the looks of it, the fire somehow brought Tuanaka back to life, transforming him into Hisoka." Lumion nodded. "Continue." Recalling, the merchant said, "Since then, Tuanaku fell silent, as if in shock. He no longer participated in Mass or entered the Cathedral of God. Later, he left Tizimo for Port Pilus. Was Tuanaku unafraid of scrutiny for acting so unusually? Did he not bother to feign his faith? By then, Hisoka had already become a beyonder of the Devil Pathway, making it impossible for him to participate in the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Mass. Where did his first potion come from? Lumion pondered while Camus translated and asked, "Does Tuanaku frequently return to Tizimo?" "He comes back to Tizimo every year. I'm not sure how often or for how long," the merchant truthfully replied. "Where does he stay when he returns to Tizimo?" Lumion inquired further. The merchant smoothly replied, "At his own place." After joining the patrol team and amassing wealth, he rebuilt the burnt-down house. Rebuilt the house that was destroyed in the fire. Lumion contemplated for a moment and then asked, "Are there any special folklore festivals in Tizimo?" The merchant responded cautiously to Camus' translation. "Sir, we don't really have any special folklore festivals. We only celebrate 2 festivals every year. One is the Sun Sacrifice in December, and the other is the New Sun Festival in June. The Sun Sacrifice was a recurring festival for the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, marking the day with the longest daylight of the year, when the sun reached its zenith at noon. In the northern continent, it took place in mid to late June, while in the southern continent, due to the reverse seasons, it occurred in mid to late December. The New Sun Festival, originating from the believers of the southern continent's eternal blazing sun, involved celebrations during the longest night and shortest days, welcoming the return of the sun and anticipating more light and warmer weather. This celebration often coincided with the new year in many parts of the southern continent, gradually merging the 2 festivities. The merchant explained that the citizens of Tizimo town solely celebrated festivals connected to the eternal blazing sun, having abandoned the traditions related to death. He reflected for a moment and added, "It's been like this for a long time, since my grandfather was born. Matani, particularly Port Pilus and the gold mine city of Devise, had been Intis's colony for nearly a century. The native population was compelled to convert generations ago, becoming followers of the eternal blazing sun. This, however, was limited to areas effectively managed by colonial institutions in the past. When Lumion arrived in Port Pilus, his first impression was, at the docks in the heart of the city, it resembled the port cities of Intis. Yet, the worker's skin was darker and browner. The streets frequented by Intisians and Phaenopaterians were sparsely populated and desolate. After passing Hotel Orella and exploring other areas of Port Pilus, various buildings with West Balham characteristics emerged. More pedestrians populated the streets, and the echoes of Dutanese filled the air. Lumion sought further details, indirectly confirming the merchant's words. Interrogator Camus discerned no signs of deception. What things have left a deep impression on you since you were young that you still remember from time to time? Lumion shifted the conversation. Recalling, the merchant replied, grand funerals, newly built coffins, the primitive tribe that clashes with us every year, the occasional scream at night because of them. Everyone's hardworking, calm, and well-educated. We get angry, but we don't argue on the spot or shout. We choose to find the padre, officers, and judges to determine who's right and who's wrong. Camus translated the merchant's words to Lumion, adding a few comments. That's indeed the case. I've been to Tizimo. The people there are very docile. Even if they're treated unfairly, they rarely resist violently. The manor owners of the surrounding plantations love to hire them, reducing the cost of buying slaves. Of course, it's not that they're emotionless and won't resist. Instead, they tend to abide by order and follow the official processes to resolve problems. I guess they can be considered outstanding believers of the eternal blazing sun. The honorific name of the eternal blazing sun contained the description embodiment of order. As a member of the Phaenopoter royal lineage, Camus undoubtedly believed in the Earth Mother. He knew that Louis Barry hailed from the Intis Republic and was likely a believer of the eternal blazing sun. Lumion stood up, extending his arms with a smile. Praise the sun! Praise the sun! The merchant hastily followed suit. Lumion settled back into his seat, contemplating for a few fleeting moments. Have you experienced any strange dreams? The merchant nodded, then shook his head. Many, but they slip away from memory. Do you not encounter such dreams? Indeed, dreams often elude the control of one's consciousness. They can reveal spiritual insights, mirror suppressed desires, or reflect events from the day. Sometimes, these elements intertwine, resulting in strange and unpredictable dreams. I too frequently encounter such dreams. In the past, when I battled the demon corruption, they were even more bizarre and exaggerated. Lumion sensed that the merchant's response was impeccable. If the other party could pinpoint a specific strange dream, that might raise suspicion. Either the dream was exceptionally strange and unforgettable, or the merchant was abnormal and had prepared in advance before coming. After discussing other matters, Lumion escorted the merchant out of the master bedroom. The responses of the other two Tizimans were similar to the merchant's, only supplementing the details they observed at their level and sharing encounters with their own characteristics. Lumion found no traces of the Dream Festival. If the Dream Festival is genuinely linked to Tizimo, there's only one possibility. When the townsfolk fall asleep, they enter a dream world to celebrate the festival. Upon waking, they forget everything. Or there's another possibility. Two factions may be involved in Hisoka's Tizimo town prank. First, the citizens of Tizimo. Second, the primitive tribe in the nearby forest. Could the Dream Festival be a celebration for that primitive tribe? Hisoka's prank impacted the Dream Festival, leading the primitive tribe to suddenly attack Tizimo, resulting in significant casualties and concealing the traces of his advancement ritual to Desire Apostle. Lumion pondered as he walked Camus and the three Tizimans to the door. Upon returning to the master bedroom, he stood before the desk and gazed at the stone wall in front of him. His eyes flickered with anticipation and unease. His decision to stay in the southern continent and actively pursue Hisoka's inheritance was indeed to grow amid blood, fire, chaos, and conflict, securing more acting opportunities. He aimed to open the door to godhood and advance to sequence 4 as soon as possible. The reason for his impatience was he saw a glimmer of hope in reviving his sister. The state of the neighborlesslies on Hanth Island provided him with that glimmer of hope. This hope stemmed from the belief that a high-ranking figure of the Earth Mother Church might possess the ability to divide another person's soul. This would allow each soul fragment to grow into a relatively separate individual through rebirth. Aurora's soul fragment was sealed within Lumien's body. Perhaps a high-ranking member of the Church of Earth Mother could use one or more soul fragments to resurrect Aurora in a new form. Lumien wasn't certain if such a plan could be realized or if it constituted true resurrection, but it was the most plausible method he had encountered so far. He was determined to give it a try. Of course, he couldn't experiment with Aurora's soul fragment directly. His plan was to deliberately create some soul fragments in future cullings and seek help from the Church of Earth Mother to see if they could be reborn and if the person who returned was the same individual. Once all the details were confirmed, he would revive Aurora. Lumien didn't believe he had the qualifications to collaborate with the Church of Earth Mother. Only by becoming a demigod and relying on the secret organization, the Tarot Club, could he gain the Church of Earth Mother's attention and fulfill the transaction conditions proposed by the other party. For this, Lumien couldn't wait to obtain godhood and advance to sequence 4. At times, Lumien wished his sister were also a blessed of celestial worthy and had inherited the ancient castle. This way, her resurrection might be more straightforward. Yes, to extract Aurora's soul fragment, I must undo Mr. Fool's seal. To undo his seal, I have to wait for Termaboros to become very weak. For Termaboros to weaken, I need to continuously extract his power at a higher level. And to withstand the power of a higher level, I have to possess godhood and advance step by step. Lumien's thoughts gradually clarified, and he unprecedentedly yearned for an advancement. Trier, Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, Apartment 702, 9 Rue Orosai. Franca lay on the bed beneath a velvet blanket, her cheeks still flushed, eyes moist, and her expression unusually complicated. Beside her, Jenna rested under the same velvet cover. She had slipped into a deep slumber, her brows furrowed with a mix of exhaustion, satisfaction, resistance, and nostalgia. Her outstretched arms and exposed fair skin still bore traces of the recent fervor. Franca gazed at Jenna and let out a sudden sigh. The experience had exceeded her expectations, yet a sense of emptiness lingered in her heart. It was beautiful in the moment, but what would transpire after the digestion of the pleasure potion? Could physical intimacy and emotional distance coexist? Did overwhelming pleasure pave the way for sorrow? Was it the agony of sinking into oblivion while resisting salvation? Sigh. Franca released another soft sigh. She sensed that her pleasure potion had been substantially digested. Matinee State, Port Pilas. Lumien, sipping a glass of water, looked up and spoke to Lugano as if discussing the weather. We're heading to Tizimo Town today. Will you join Ludwig and me, or will you stay here and wait for us? Let me warn you in advance. The situation in Tizimo Town might be very dangerous. Very dangerous. He wanted to say he'd stay in Port Pilas, but memories of Father Montserrat flashed in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he replied, I'm with you. If danger lurked in Tizimo Town, he could rely on his boss to bail him out. But here, only himself. Lumien nodded slightly and didn't say more. After checking out and hitting the street, he chuckled at Lugano and Ludwig. Do we take a coffin to Tizimo, or should we grab a carriage? Before Lugano and Ludwig could answer, a four-wheeled, four-seater carriage rolled up from under the shade. The carriage's driver, a young man, kept his head low, not daring to look away. Coming to a stop, Camus Castilla emerged. He forced a smile and said to Lumien, Thanks for your help these past days. I'll escort you to Tizimo. Observing Camus' expression, as if compelled to act at gunpoint, Lumien didn't hold back. He replied with a smile, I'd like that. It was evident to him that the brass of the patrol team, or even Admiral Quirrell himself, was concerned about Louis Berry wandering around their territory. Tizimo, where he was headed, was located near the primitive forest and had close ties to a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle. Therefore, 2 additional patrol team members with a certain relationship with Lewisberry were sent to accompany him. Even if they couldn't prevent trouble, they could at least send word before it became a catastrophe. As for why they didn't directly stop Lewisberry from heading to Tizimo Town, it was partly because Lumion had hinted at the faction backing him when he submitted Twanaku's head. Without a conflict of principles, Admiral Quirrell likely wouldn't make things difficult for him. Secondly, Lewisberry's investigations and adventures seemed to bring calamity, but they had exposed hidden dangers ahead of time. If the problem remained concealed and continued to evolve, Matani and Admiral Quirrell might not be able to handle it in a year or 2. When the time came, blood might flow like a river. Kolobo, acting as the carriage driver, gazed ahead stonily. He fumbled for a pair of sunglasses and slid them onto the bridge of his nose. There were no visible injuries on his body. As Camus held the carriage door open, he watched Lewisberry board, leading a young boy by the hand. "He's going to Tizimo too?" Camus blurted in surprise. He had assumed Lewisberry would leave his servant and godson at Hotel Orella, joining them later after dealing with Tizimo Town's issues. However, the adventurer was now bringing a young child to Tizimo, and it was evident this wasn't a leisurely trip. It was very dangerous. Lumion's left foot remained on the ground, and his right foot halted at the carriage's edge. He smiled and spoke. "My godson is fascinated by jungle fruits, the unique beasts I hunt, and various spices." Earlier, the Tizimans had mentioned their hometown specialties, highlighting the excellence of roasted meat. The blend of spices and the distinctive gamey flavor of wild beasts in the forest contributed to Tizimo Town's unique delicacies. Ludwig, already settled in the carriage, swallowed, seemingly in sync with Lumion. "Aren't you worried about endangering your godson? Why are you so confident?" Camus didn't press, simply signaling Lugano with his eyes to hurry up. Lugano cast a glance at the peculiar carriage driver, who trembled slightly beneath his black sunglasses. He entered the carriage and took a seat across from Lumion and Ludwig. Camus shut the carriage door and settled beside Kolobo. With a sigh, he remarked, "You can remove your sunglasses now. It's been hard on you." All right. Kolobo seemed to shiver as if struck by an icy wind. His teeth chattered, and his tremors intensified. Camus turned to him, surprised. "Didn't you strike a deal face-to-face with Lewisberry? Why are you still so afraid? Not seeing him directly again." All right. Kolobo removed his sunglasses, taking more than 10 seconds to compose himself. In a hushed tone, he confessed with fear, "I feel like my fingers, my arms, my insides, even my head, all eaten." That what? Camus struggled to comprehend why the monster's demeanor had shifted so drastically, sensing that the issue might be significant. Kolobo swallowed hard and continued, That child is also a very dangerous. Though I haven't laid eyes on him, I sense a looming threat, like facing a lion, a tiger, a python, ready to eat me at any moment." Camus was stunned, a hiss escaping his lips. Until now, Kolobo had never exhibited such fear except in the presence of 3 individuals radiating danger. Desire Apostle Twanaku with wraith powers, and Lewisberry, capable of hunting Twanaku. Could this boy match them? Is he also a Beyonder, perhaps a Sequence 5 Beyonder? No, it's not merely a Sequence 5 matter. Our patrol team's captain is a Sequence 5, yet Kolobo never mentioned feeling such foreboding in his presence. There must be something unique about these 3 individuals. Regardless, the boy is undoubtedly extraordinary and hazardous. No wonder Lewisberry is bringing his godson to Tizimo without worry. Perhaps the child poses an even greater threat. Camus unraveled his earlier confusion, stifling his curiosity, refraining from probing further with Kolobo. In the confines of the 4-wheeled carriage, even with the barrier between them, Lewisberry caught wind of their hushed exchange. Considering the intel gleaned from the fog sea, Camus harbored suspicions that Lewisberry was a Sequence 5 Beyonder following the hunter pathway. Those of this pathway were renowned for their sharp senses, exceptional vision, acute sense of smell, and keen hearing. A beyonder of the monster pathway is quite intriguing. Even without laying eyes on Ludwig or hearing his voice, Lewis can sense his ominous aura, a being who devours everything. Lumion, leaning against the carriage wall, toyed with his golden straw hat, shooting Ludwig a knowing smile. Could it be that this little child has truly taken a liking to Colombo and Camus? Indeed, these are two beyonders who haven't succumbed to severe corruption. Ludwig likely had a momentary lapse in control. Hehe. Camus may not have noticed, but Colombo reacted instantly, sensing the danger. Lumion acknowledged Ludwig with a nod. Well done. Your restraint is admirable. Praise was due when a child behaved correctly, fostering a healthy mindset and habits. Ludwig remained silent, his expression conveying he was not to be treated as a child. A faint smile graced his lips as he retrieved a box of biscuits from his crimson school bag, nibbling on them. What restraint? What did he mean by well done? Lugano, seated across from him, found himself perplexed. Tizimo stood as the most remote town in Port Pilas, nestled against the edge of the primitive forest. A full 2 hours' journey by carriage was required to reach it. Of course, for those in a hurry, an alternative route existed, boarding a steam locomotive from the port to Cahert, the southernmost town. From there, a carriage or coffin could be hired to venture northeast, shaving the travel time to Tizimo down to just an hour. However, Lumion showed no inclination towards haste. As they departed Port Pilas, the road gradually narrowed and deteriorated. Yet the carriage pressed on steadily. Colombo, the carriage driver, operated with precision akin to a well-oiled machine, guiding the horses and carriage without falter. An hour slipped by, and the carriage wound its way through the forest. Abruptly, Lumion, pretending to slumber, snapped open his eyes. His body turned dark and spectral, melding with the shadows cast by the window. Shadow transformation. In an instant, gunshots pierced the forest's tranquility. Bullets whizzed from afar, some thudding into the earth, kicking up clouds of soil, while others took aim at Camus, the carriage, and the horse. Amidst the chaos, the horse crumpled, bleeding profusely, and the carriage toppled to the ground. Colombo had already abandoned his perch as the driver, escaping unscathed from the barrage of gunfire. Camus leaped clear of the carriage in advance, crouching low, revolver in hand. He maneuvered with agility, at times rolling, at others slithering deeper into the undergrowth. With each movement, he unleashed shots, seeking to suppress the unseen assailant. In this range, many of his abilities were restricted. A handful of fiery crimson orbs, almost blindingly white, streaked past Camus, disappearing into the forest's depths. Rumble. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the gunfire abruptly ceased. Soon after, curses in Deutonese rang out from the forest's depths. Go to hell, you northern continent bandits. Rot with your sons of bitches. Come after us if you have the guts. Gradually, the curses faded into the forest's depths. Lumion emerged from the shadows of the carriage, opting not to pursue. It's the resistance. What are they doing in Matane? Camus frowned, muttering to himself in confusion. In the southern continent, numerous resistance factions abounded. He couldn't discern which faction they belonged to or their motives. Typically, Matane, ostensibly independent from the Intis Republic and governed by Admiral Quirrell, a southern continent native, saw little resistance activity. Their primary demand was the expulsion of colonists. Could it be a faction of the resistance dedicated to death, aiming to revive death's influence in Matane? Please not the Rose School of thought-backed resistance. No, those lunatics. Camus returned to the carriage, puzzled. Lumion mulled over another matter. Despite attaining Sequence 5 status, life still felt fragile, vulnerable to being shot dead. If a resistance member possessed sharpshooting skills and remained beyond his observational range, sniping from over 100 meters, they could have ended his life. Reapers lacked the resilient bodies of devils. While lacking malicious perception, devils might sustain only minor wounds from rifle shots. Their absence of long-range danger premonition characteristic of seer pathways rendered them unable to preemptively evade. Granted, Lumien's ascetic traits bolstered his spiritual perception. Anticipating danger, he had foreseen the attack. Yet, if the adversary could nullify his spiritual perception or manipulate it effectively, conventional rifles could indeed imperil Lumien. Yes, shadow transformation can serve as a shield. Bullets lacking special effects pose no genuine threat to shadow beings. Lumien redirected his thoughts, instructing Lugano, emerging from the carriage, check on the horse. If it survived, attend to its injuries promptly for carriage duty. If not, Ludwig would command the equine corpse to pull the carriage. After all, Ludwig had gained the ability to command a handful of low-level undead from a concoction brewed from Hisoka's eyeballs. Without hesitation, Lugano pushed himself up and hurried to the fallen horse, carefully examining it. After a few seconds, he exclaimed regretfully, "It's dead!" The poor horse was unlucky. Despite being over 100 meters away, it was hit twice by a flurry of gunshots. One bullet struck its side, and the other hit its head. Couldn't be any more dead. In contrast, the carriage driver remained unscathed. At most, he had scraped his skin during the tumble. Lumien glanced at Kolobo, who had his back turned to him and the others, seemingly on guard against any potential attacks from the depths of the forest. He led Ludwig, who had been thrown from the carriage, to the side of the motionless, bleeding horse corpse. "Stop the bleeding," Lumien instructed Lugano. "Why stop it when the horse is already dead?" Although Lugano didn't understand, he extended his shimmering palm. After the dead horse's wounds closed, Lumien turned to Ludwig and said, "Your turn." Ludwig, dressed in a child's formal attire, nodded slightly. He extended his right palm, gripping the dead horse with his 5 fingers, and slowly raised it. The blood-stained corpse of the horse suddenly stood up, causing the overturned carriage to shift slightly. Upon seeing this, Camus gave a barely perceptible nod. Is this child from the death pathway or the prisoner pathway? However, there's no cold aura or corpse-like aura. After Lugano righted the carriage, the undead horse corpse continued pulling the 5 of them towards Tizimo. Just before noon, Lumien spotted their destination. It was a small town half-encircled by rubber trees, acacia trees, laurels, and other vegetation. Several plantations dotted the muddy road, and the air was filled with different spice scents and the alluring smell of roasted meat. Tizimo's buildings were unique. Apart from the eternal blazing Sun Church Cathedral, which had a distinct northern style, the rest were propped up by wooden stakes and stone pillars. They were reminiscent of West Balam, the base deliberately left empty underneath. This was due to the humid air and abundant rainfall in many West Balam areas. Water would often overflow and pool below. Lumien climbed down from the 4-wheeled, 4-seater carriage, watching the people busy with their tasks in the plantation and the town. Trier, Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, Apartment 702, 9 Rue Orosai. Franca reclined in the recliner, rocking gently as she recollected the previous day's events. After Jenna woke up that morning, she went out to the streets to buy meat, vegetables, fruits, and bread, making Franca wonder if she had experienced a wet dream or hallucination. Why did she suddenly volunteer to help me with digesting the potion? Compared to most Trierians, she can definitely be considered conservative. Moreover, she was so direct and straightforward that I almost lost my desires out of shock. Shouldn't she flirt first to set the mood? When the time comes, even if she doesn't initiate, I won't be able to control myself. The more Franca thought about it, the more puzzled she became. She felt Jenna wouldn't normally act that way. After recalling Jenna's past experiences and actions, she realized there was no issue. That was precisely what Jenna would do. Jenna has a bold nature, or rather, a personality that allows her to act decisively. After the showy diva singer who helped her was raped by Margot and became unstable, she was truly willing to go to extremes to assassinate Margot and avenge her friend. To that end, She even indebted herself to me for the assassin potion and firmly became a Beyonder despite her finances. At the Hughes Artois banquet, she faced the member of parliament protected by official Beyonders and evil god's minions. She risked everything, disregarding her own fate. She killed the bastard who brought catastrophe to the market district and her family on the spot. In her heart, I should still be more important than that showy diva friend of hers. Suddenly going to extremes and offering to help me with the potion's effects is indeed something she would do. Besides, this definitely isn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. She has asked me several times about my progress digesting the pleasure potion and if I have a new partner. She even recommended Lumion. Realizing that I haven't found a new partner and that I'm only open-minded outwardly, she decided to act after being stirred by Lumion advancing to sequence 5 yesterday. That doesn't seem enough reason. Jenna wouldn't sacrifice her body because of just those things. Sacrifice. Could it be that she had long realized I secretly liked her and didn't seek out a new partner because of her? Could she believe she affected my digesting the pleasure potion, causing her to act? Yes, that must be it. That's the only way she'd truly go to such extremes. Why can't I find any hint of romantic love? Franca wailed inwardly. If she had known this would happen, she would have summoned her courage, toughened her resolve, and sought Lumion's help. That way, she wouldn't feel as conflicted and pained as she did now. Of course, she didn't seek out a new intimate partner partly because she cared about Jenna's opinion. She had become Gardner Martin's lover and shared his other lovers before meeting Jenna. There was no changing that history, so she continued on. After Gardner Martin's demise, she had claimed she wanted Browns to experience true pleasure and participate in the demoness female orgies. But most of it was just talk. She was filled with anticipation only out of novelty. If Browns suddenly agreed, she might hesitate and make excuses. She didn't want to leave an unrestrained image in Jenna or Lumion's minds. To put it simply, her answer to the question, "Is there really no one in this world you care about?" had changed. So she was hesitant to actively pursue a new intimate partner. Jenna had no substantial intimate experience, so she didn't know how to set a mood for such situations. She could only revert to the straightforward seduction from when she was little minx, but she didn't want to deceive my feelings and make me fall deeper. That's why she acted that way yesterday. Thankfully, she's relatively level-headed. She didn't seek a lover to make me give up, allowing me to truly find a new intimate partner. Yes, she might think that would be giving me prolonged pain and not prolonged pleasure. It would have hindered my digestion of the potion. Franca felt even more dejected after piecing together the entire situation. On the stairs leading to apartment 702, Jenna held a bag of bread and a basket of beef, vegetables, and fruits, reluctant to go back inside. Recalling yesterday's events made her blush, unsure of how to face Franca. In her previous days as a showy diva singer, she had witnessed others' affection and felt it was just as so. Although exciting, she thought she could endure it. Unexpectedly, after experiencing it for real, she realized pleasure could make people become consumed by it. Jenna took a few deep breaths to calm herself. What troubled her now was how to interact with Franca. Wait, should I pretend nothing happened and face her with my usual demeanor? Should I be more cheerful and take the initiative to mention yesterday, pretending it's no big deal so Franca doesn't mind? But won't this upset her? She needs to digest the pleasure potion. Besides, one pleasure encounter is definitely not enough. I have to spend time with her as a couple. Should I keep seducing her tonight like yesterday, or wait for her to initiate? Damn it! How annoying! Jenna found such matters more vexing than assassinating powerful figures. Whether avenging herself on Margot or killing Hughes Artois, she had always felt death was the worst outcome. No big deal. However, this situation clearly hadn't reached life or death stakes. The subsequent troubles would linger. Jenna couldn't help but feel frustrated at the thought of maintaining an intimate physical relationship with Franca and all the complexities involved. She wished she could simply assassinate the Minister of Industry, Morana Vigny, instead. Taking deep breaths to steady her emotions, Jenna analyzed how to approach this from an actress's perspective to make Franca more accepting of future intimacies. She had already taken the first bold step. she definitely wasn't willing to give up now. She planned to continue their relationship until Franca finished digesting the pleasure potion's effects. After figuring out her next move, Jenna's lips curled into a faint smile. Carrying bread and ingredients, she briskly climbed the stairs and returned to apartment 702. As soon as she opened the door, Franca jumped up from the recliner instinctively and forced a smile. She said nervously, "You're back." Amused by Franca's actions, Jenna chuckled and sighed inwardly. How great would it be if you didn't want to become lovers? Jenna calmly walked to the dining table and placed her items on it. Then, she glared at Franca. "What are you waiting for? Help me." All right. Franca hurried over. Seeing that Jenna wasn't reserved or distant, nor reverted to her usual demeanor, she felt an inexplicable relief. She even began to anticipate the night's arrival. Sizzle, sizzle. The juices from a piece of beef dripped onto the fire, transforming into smoke that swirled upwards, blending with the aroma of spices. This caused Ludwig to swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. However, the boy patiently waited, not rushing the cook until the beef roasted to its optimal state. Lumian turned his body and gazed at a 3-story building diagonally across from the restaurant. The yellowish-brown house was the former residence rebuilt by Hisoka Twanaku. During lunch, Lumian used the excuse of going to the washroom to make his way to Hisoka Twanaku's tawny house. After ascending the wooden stairs and passing through the empty, open ground floor, he took out a new wire and picked the lock on the door. This level was completely open air, leaving only support pillars. At a glance, it was very spacious and simple. Stepping onto the wooden floor, Lumian circled around but found signs that no one had lived here for a long time. He found nothing worth further investigating. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "What's the problem here?" The voice belonged to Camus Castilla. When he saw Lumian enter Twanaku's rebuilt house from the dining room window, he found an excuse to leave the table and hurry over. Lumian wasn't surprised at all. He looked around and said, "Nothing." As he spoke, he ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. Camus sighed silently and followed. He felt his mentality had aged considerably when with Louis Barry, resembling someone Vice Captain Riaz's age. "Oh, Mother Earth. I'm not even 24 years old. Although I arrived in Matinee at 18 and joined the patrol team, dealing with numerous Beyonder incidents, participating in dangerous battles, and accumulating extensive experience, I am still a young man. A laid-back young man who doesn't focus on appearances in daily life." With a solemn, vigilant mindset, Camus followed Lumian through the 3rd floor rooms twice, searching through all the items. There's nothing out of place. After setting down a pen holder, Camus shared his assessment with Lumian. Lumian hadn't gained anything either. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "Bring Kolobo here later and ask if there are any areas that make him uneasy, dangerous, or uncomfortable." Having only collaborated once, he's already adept at utilizing Kolobo's uniqueness. Bringing Kolobo here, why does it feel like a police officer asking a constable to bring a canine unit? Camus criticized inwardly and nodded. Understood. As Lumian surveyed his surroundings again, he thought, "I'll bring Ludwig over later and ask if he detects any fragrance of special ingredients." Returning to the dining room with Camus, Lumian indulged in the guar beverage, savoring the rich and intricate aroma of roasted beef, roasted chicken wings, roasted snake meat, roasted spiders, and roasted leeches. After eating and drinking his fill, Lumian took Ludwig's hand and led him to Hisoka Twanaku's house. Camus, Lugano, and Kolobo, who wore sunglasses and walked sideways like a crab, followed closely behind. After exploring every nook and cranny, Lumian looked at Ludwig and asked with a smile, "Is there anything edible here?" Ludwig shook his head. "No." Lumian led the boy down to the 2nd level and looked at Kolobo, who had suddenly turned his back to them, and Camus. "Do any of you sense anything unusual?" The thin Kolobo hesitated for a moment and said, "This house feels a little cold. It doesn't sit well with me." "Where exactly?" Lumian inquired with a calm expression. Kolobo replied succinctly, everywhere. There's something wrong with the entire house and even this land? Hisoka definitely didn't rebuild his previous home for nostalgia. He's not the original owner of that body, so he probably doesn't have much attachment to this place. He's also a true cold-blooded. Lumion pondered for over 10 seconds and said to Lugano, Camus, and the others, "Stay here and guard against any mishaps." He returned to the 3rd floor and lay on a wooden bed with traces of someone having slept in it. Large, black mosquitoes flew over with crackling sounds. However, in the flickering sparks, they were ignited one by one, turning into charred corpses that floated onto the bed. Lumion quickly slipped into a deep slumber. In his daze, he slowly awoke. Pa! Lumion took out the golden pocket watch from Salle de Bal Brise, opened it, and muttered to himself, slept for half an hour and didn't have any special dreams. He had always believed the Dream Festival was related to dreams, so he deliberately slept in Hisoka's house, but nothing happened. Lumion gazed at the midday sun shining through the window and stood up thoughtfully. Could the timing be off? Must I sleep at a specific time and place to participate in the Dream Festival? Therefore, most Tizimo Town residents are unaware of its existence. When Lumion returned to the spacious but crude 2nd level, he realized Camus and the others now had 3 more people with them. One was a man in his 30s with a painted face. His light brown skin and thick lips gave him a relatively clean-cut look, and his black hair fell to his shoulders. A strong, pungent smell wafted from him. The other was a young woman wearing dark leather armor. Her brown hair was tied in 2 strands draped over her shoulders. Her light brown skin and facial features exuded a wild beauty. She carried a hunting bow and a leather quiver of arrows on her back. Another man, dressed similarly to Camus and the others in a shirt and thin pants, stood over 1.9 meters tall with an appearance leaning towards the Fasak Empire. He had short light blonde hair, light blue eyes, and a face bearing signs of exposure to sun and rain. "There are colleagues, members of the Tizimo Town Patrol Team," Camus introduced. He pointed at the man with the white paint pattern on his face and said, "Captain of the local patrol team, Maslow." His teammate. Camus turned to the wild-looking woman with a bow and arrows on her back and the tall Faciation man and said, "Ria, Loban used to be an adventurer." He spoke in Intijan the entire time. Finally, Camus addressed the 3 local patrol team members. "This is the great adventurer, Louis Barry. The other 2 are his assistant and godson." "This is the great adventurer Louis Barry. The other 2 are his assistant and godson." "Great adventurer." Maslow repeated the term and cast his gaze at Loban. Faciation Loban shook his head, indicating he had never heard of him. Maslow averted his gaze and asked Lumion, "Are you here to hunt?" Tizimo Town had been a favorite hunting ground for Port Pilus's gentry for decades. There was no shortage of residents proficient in Intijan, and the patrol team had language requirements to handle the gentry's requests. Lumion responded with a smile, something like that. Hunting for Hisoka's inheritance and hidden issues was also a form of hunting. Seeing the skeptical expressions on Maslow and the others' faces, Camus hurriedly explained, "Do you remember the telegram sent last night?" "You mean?" With her hunting bow and arrows, Ria couldn't help but glance at Lumion again. Clearly, she, Maslow, and company had just arrived and hadn't had time to discuss the detailed situation with Camus and Kolobo. A telegram could only convey limited information. Camus nodded solemnly. "Monsieur Louis Barry is here to investigate the hidden issues behind Twanaku." Using the excuse of inspecting the house again, he led the 3 local patrol team members upstairs. Lugano glanced at the stairs and asked Kolobo, who had his back to them, "There's a local patrol team in Tizimo?" Based on his experience, there shouldn't be any official Beyonder teams permanently stationed in the northern continent's small towns and villages like Port Pilus. They would typically send someone to handle issues as they arose. Kolobo turned his back to Lumion and Ludwig, trembling as he replied, "Most other towns don't have them. This place is rather special and is often attacked by primitive tribes. Not only did our patrol team station a permanent team here, but the Admiral Guard also has Beyonders at the military camp outside town. Lugano glanced at the strange official beyonder, who doubled as their carriage driver and couldn't hide his curiosity. "Why do you always have your back to us and wear black sunglasses? Don't you want others to discover something's wrong with your eyes?" Kolobo fell silent, unsure if he should answer. At that moment, Camus led Maslow and the others back to the second floor. When they looked at Lumion again, Maslow, Rhea, and Loban's expressions turned much more serious. Lumion smiled and asked casually, "Did anything unusual happen with this house?" "No." Maslow had already recalled the relevant details. With a nod, Lumion replied, "Were you transferred to Tizimo after the attack last year?" He recalled the dossier had mentioned the 3 Beyonders stationed here perished in the primitive tribe's attack. "Yes." Loban, the former Phasation adventurer, replied in a rough voice. "It's been nearly a year. It's been very peaceful here. No more attacks. According to the records, the tribe in the primitive forest attacked 2 to 3 times a year in past years. Admiral Quiril's response of sending more guards and army deterred the primitive tribe from taking the risk. Did they really retreat into the forest depths? Or did the April Fool's prank cause something to change?" Lumion sensed something amiss. After conversing for a while, Lumion prepared to take Ludwig and Lugano to check into the motel. Maslow took a few steps forward and retrieved 2 items from a small leather bag hanging from his waist. There were brown candles and a glass bottle filled with a light yellow liquid. Mosquito-repellent candles and tranquil essential oil. "I hope you get a good night's sleep," Maslow said in accented Intijan. Camus chimed in. "What he means is that this place is close to the primitive forest, and mosquitoes and poisonous insects are everywhere. Although you're Beyonders, it won't be pleasant if you're accidentally bitten. Furthermore, you won't be able to sleep peacefully and will keep waking up. The mosquito-repellent candles are made from plants that mosquitoes dislike. Tranquil essential oil comes from certain animals, making those damned buzzing fellows stay away from you." At this point, Camus, Maslow, Rhea, and the others suddenly realized there were no mosquitoes on the entire second level. Lumion turned to Ludwig and accepted the candle and oil with a smile. Then, he gently pinched his nose to confirm the pungent smell on Maslow, and the others came from the tranquil essential oil. After Lumion, Ludwig, and Lugano left Twaniku's house, Maslow looked at Kolobo, who had his back to everyone, in confusion. He asked in Deutanese, "What's wrong?" Kolobo finally turned around. He took off his sunglasses and spoke in Deutanese with a weary look. "My gut tells me I shouldn't look directly at them. I can only take a quick glance at most." "Why's that?" Rhea asked curiously, her wildness evident as she carried her hunting bow. "Just intuition," Kolobo replied firmly, unsure of the reason but convinced he shouldn't stare. Loban, the Phasation, wore a pensive expression. "What's on your mind?" Maslow, his face painted white, turned to him and asked. The 3 had worked together in Tizimo town for a year and understood each other well. Maslow could tell Loban had thought of something from his look. Observing Camus and the others' gazes, Loban pondered for a moment before saying, "While adventuring across the 5 seas, I came across this saying, 'Don't look directly at God. Don't look directly at God.'" Camus' forehead twitched as he whispered the phrase. As a Castilla family descendant, albeit from a collateral branch, he had more extensive mystical knowledge than most Beyonders. Could it be that Louis Barry and his godson were actual gods, unable to be gazed upon? No, that couldn't be right. Kolobo avoided looking at Twaniku directly, yet Twaniku was merely a sequence 5 Beyonder of the prisoner and criminal pathways. Not even a demigod. "I've heard that before during the Padres' sermons. It's about respecting and worshipping God, right?" said Rhea, a devout Eternal Blazing Sun believer. "No, it's not from the church scriptures. It's recorded in a mystical text." Loban shook his head, rejecting her explanation. Maslow let out a deep chuckle. "Surely the great adventurer can't literally be a deity walking among us?" "Maybe not a true deity," Loban recalled. "But the book's notes state it refers to a mythical creature. I'm unsure what exactly that means, but if it contains the word God, it must have at least some level of godhood. Could that adventurer be a demigod?" "It doesn't seem that way currently," Camus said, gradually forming a new idea. Perhaps the adventurer is simply one of a deity's blessed, carrying a divine item or aura bestowed upon him. So it's true we can't directly look at God, but that God isn't referring to him, only something he possesses. This could explain the situation with Tuanaku very well. You mean like the most famous adventurer? Loban the Phasacian realized. Adventurers, treasure hunters, pirates and merchants across the 5 seas now knew Gehrman Sparrow had been the fool's oracle before becoming an angel. Precisely, Camus nodded. Simultaneously, he inwardly cursed. Dog's hit, why was I sent to watch over matters involving a deity's blessed? This was undoubtedly perilous. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Camus hadn't wanted to accept Vice Captain Riaz's order the day before, but over the past 5 years, Riaza had saved him from the brink of death 3 times. He couldn't refuse. Otherwise, with the prestigious Don prefix and Castilla family name, he could have declined his superior's orders. At worst, he could leave the patrol team and seek opportunities elsewhere. After all, he had already digested the Sequence 7 interrogator potion. He had saved enough funds for his subsequent advancement thanks to Louis Berry's 2 commissions. Even returning to his family, he wouldn't be the type brushed aside. But to repay Riaz's kindness, Camus reluctantly agreed to come to Tizimo Town and monitor Louis Berry's every move. Feeling upset, he couldn't help but inwardly curse. As a devout and educated believer in Mother Earth, Camus wouldn't curse with vulgar phrases like, son of a. From his view, mothers were great, birth and nurturing equally important, just as the earth nurtured all things growth. After discussing the adventurer Louis Berry, Loban the Phasacian turned to Camus and Colobo, saying, when we transferred to Tizimo, we were told we could return after a year, that we wouldn't stay forever. Now nearly a year has passed, and you're here too. Does that mean we can return to Port Pilus? As a Phasacian, you appear tall, robust, boorish, and unintelligent, but you're actually dishonest. Did you discover that Louis Berry's matter might be a huge problem and want an excuse to slip away early? Camus acutely sensed Loban's hidden thoughts and joked, there's still a week left. Don't even think about returning to Port Pilus early. We're not here for your rotation. At the Brew Motel, this was the favorite accommodation for the gentlemen who came to Tizimo Town to hunt. Although it couldn't compare to Hotel Orella, it was at least relatively clean. Lumien's sole reason for choosing this place was the availability of a suite. Otherwise, he would have to rent 2 adjacent rooms and utilize his hunter's precise grasp of structures to blast through the adjoining wall without affecting the overall load-bearing walls. When departing, he'd get Lugano to replace the stone bricks and repair the opening. The ground floor was equally open, supported by stone pillars. However, the 3-story building above bore a distinct incision flare. The beige walls, recessed statuary niches, arched windows, and Venetian curtains made Lumien feel as if he had returned to Trier. When Lugano lit the mosquito-repellent candle and used its slightly pungent smell to chase away the poisonous insects and mosquitoes, it became even more reminiscent. This is very similar to Trierians using sulfur smell to repel bedbugs. Lumien recalled his initial arrival in Trier. After using sulfur smell to chase the bedbugs into the neighboring room, playwright Gabriel ignited it and drove them back. After this back and forth, most bedbugs went elsewhere, leaving only a few that the doll messenger eliminated. Lumien sighed silently, recalling Gabriel's death and the deceased tenants of the Auberge's du Coq d'Or. He walked to the window and gazed at the street below. The gentlemen in hunting attire and their servants on unicorns weaved through the dark brown or light brown townspeople, flowing into Brew Motel, jungle restaurants, and other establishments like rivers. Under the noon sun, Tizimo Town was scorchingly humid this season, making it unsuitable for outdoor activities. On the 2nd floor, Lumien focused his attention and observed the passers-by directly below. He attempted to discern any potential issues with Tizimo Town from their fortunes. He was prepared for backlash or corruption. These passers-by's fortunes are normal. Some seem to have romantic encounters looming, some would lose money, and some might encounter a bloody calamity, but nothing too serious. Lumien averted his gaze and said to Lugano, take Ludwig to rest. I'll take a walk outside. All right. Knowing the trip to Tizimo Town might be dangerous, Lugano had no intention of wandering out unless his boss asked him to prepare food for Ludwig. He had no choice but to go along. Otherwise, he would be the one eaten. Tizimo Town wasn't small, with streets spanning out in two directions. Lumion strolled leisurely, hands in pockets, donning a golden straw hat. He no longer wore the straw hat to enhance Louis Barry's persona, but to shield himself from the sunlight. He had intended to do so many times before. This was because an adverse effect of shadow transformation was a greater fear of sunlight than ordinary people. Although Lumion could endure relying on his ascetic abilities, this would impact his condition to some extent. Why make things difficult when he could resolve it with a straw hat? Moreover, with the appearance of Louis Barry wearing a golden straw hat, the enemy wouldn't think he was afraid of sunlight. As his gaze casually shifted, Lumion spotted a girl. She was a typical northern continent native, her black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, a few sparkling bows adorning her head. Her azure-tinged eyes accentuated her sharp, delicate nose. An unmistakable youthful aura radiated between her brows. The girl wore a light, lace-trimmed, pleated white dress, but instead of high heels, she donned a pair of brown leather boots. As she conversed and laughed with companions, she danced, seemingly unconcerned about passers-by's opinions. Lumion glanced at her again. It wasn't because she was beautiful. Although quite lovely, her appearance and bearing couldn't compare to a demoness or truly beautiful humans. Lumion simply sensed her personality differed from Tryer's ladies. In Trier, no matter how open-minded respectable middle and upper-class women were in private, they still publicly cared about image and others' opinions, a product of their upbringing. This girl exuded an air of freedom. She could laugh loudly or spin around whenever she pleased. This was distinct from an improperly raised lower-class woman's demeanor. This girl's attire, speech, and aura indicated good education and upbringing. Amandina, daughter of Palms Manor Sir Petit and Monsieur Robert's fiancée. Camus, resembling a spectre, materialized from nowhere beside Lumion with the introduction. Palms Manor was a plantation near Tizimo Town. A southern continent girl raised without Tryer's upper, middle-class societal constraints. As Lumion judged this, he thought of his sister Aurora. Sometimes, Aurora displayed such a side. However, the reasons were clearly different. "Where are you headed?" Camus inquired. Lumion retracted his gaze and replied with a smile. "The cathedral. Are you coming with me to praise the sun?" Like many cathedrals in Intis, Tizimo's had a golden dome, resembling the sun's reflection on the ground. As Lumion passed through the door, he was dazzled by the walls, arches, gold leaf inlaid in the dome, a mural sprinkled with golden powder, and a golden statue. The sunlight streaming through the glass behind the altar made him instinctively raise his hand, wanting to press down his golden straw hat. It was lunchtime, and many simply dressed Tizimo residents sat in various pews, heads bowed in prayer. They didn't mind the cathedral's dazzling, extravagant appearance at all. This was not only because they had always believed in the eternal blazing sun since childhood, but they also had numerous gold mines in the former Balam Empire. The people had a widespread fondness for gold, a hobby preserved to this day. Lumion shared an affinity for gold, but didn't want to endure the scorching sunlight. Beside him, Camus tried explaining, "I'm not monitoring you, nor am I saying I'll follow you everywhere to prevent accidents. I'm assisting you. You're still unfamiliar with Dutanese. You lack sufficient understanding of the situation in Tizimo and the people here. I can introduce you." Lumion seized the opportunity to turn and ask with a smile, "Do you know it well?" Camus ruffled his disheveled brown hair and replied without embarrassment, "If there's anything I don't understand, I can ask Maslow and the others to help." Lumion didn't mind having an official beyonder by his side. If anything happened, he could use the extra muscle. He nodded slightly and said, "If you want to follow, go ahead." As Lumion spoke, he walked towards the row of seats in front of the altar under the blazing sunlight. Camus hesitated for a few seconds before finding a seat in the farthest corner of the cathedral. As a believer of Earth Mother, He could freely enter and exit the cathedrals of all Orthodox gods, but he couldn't participate in acts of worship. He only knew that Louis Barry had a close connection to the Church of the Fool, but he wasn't sure if his faith was with the Fool. Lumion used his ascetic endurance to control the twitching of his facial muscles. He sat down under the sunlight as if nothing happened and lowered his head to pray in front of the preaching padre. The padre, a native of Port Pilas named Callie, had standard dark brown skin, sunken eyes, and a chiseled face. He only had a thin layer of black hair, not wearing a clergyman's hat. In his 40s, with a solemn expression, he preached in unaccented incision. Lumion, feigning prayer, found himself distracted. Thoughts raced through his mind, making him feel as if he had returned to Cordu. Back then, even when attending Mass and praying in the cathedral, he was lost in his own thoughts. When it was almost over, he quickly praised the sun and wished his sister would always be healthy, and that he wouldn't need much homework or test prep to get into university. None of that came true. After the padre finished preaching, Lumion raised his head and narrowed his eyes in the sunlight, focusing on observing the padre's fortune. There was nothing special about it. On the surface, there's indeed nothing abnormal about Tisimo. Amidst sunburn-like pain, Lumion planned to avert his gaze, but his heart stirred as he activated his Reaper's weakness investigation ability. He thought of Padre Guillaume Benet and Father Montserrat of the Church of Earth Mother, who said clergymen from Orthodox churches wouldn't be problematic. In that case, he could observe the padre's weaknesses in advance. If he truly encountered clerical depravity in the future, he could quickly resolve it. Various colors appeared on the padre's body in Lumion's eyes. However, there was no pale white among them. This meant the padre had no weaknesses. Impossible. Even if this padre is a beyonder, his sequence shouldn't be too high. How can he have no weaknesses? The sun pathway isn't known for toughness and imperviousness. Could he be from another pathway? No, all likely have weaknesses. Amidst surprise, Lumion observed more closely. Finally, he noticed a faint pallor. It wasn't on the padre's body, but in the depths of his astral projection. Does this mean his weakness lies in his spirit, fearing attacks targeting his spirit body? How did he manage to have no bodily weaknesses? From the looks of it, I have to dismantle his body piece by piece to kill him if I'm not targeting his spirit body. Lumion's surprise quickly dissipated, replaced by joy and anticipation. Regardless, discovering any abnormalities was a good thing. This meant he was a step closer to the problem in Tisimo and the dream festival Hisoka had mentioned. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Callie asked Lumion with a smile, clutching a Bible. Lumion responded with a smile, "Looking at the sunlight on you. Praise the sun." With that, Lumion stood up, spread his arms slightly, and turned to leave. Now was not the time to delve into the abnormality in the padre's body. Padre Callie was delighted by Lumion's response. Firstly, the other party was subtly praising him for being bathed in sunlight, akin to a deity's blessings. Secondly, as a local clergyman without northern blood, he had always yearned for northern gentry's recognition. After leaving the Saint-Cyr Cathedral, Lumion casually had Camus circle the entirety of Tisimo twice with him, including the military camp, plantation, and the outskirts of the primitive forest. Camus eagerly introduced everyone he knew. As evening approached, Lumion made his way towards the Brew Motel and asked, "What did you do with that dead horse?" "I sold it to the butcher. I'm planning to buy a new one from a nearby planter," Camus replied matter-of-factly. Lumion felt a twinge of disappointment for Ludwig. He remained silent and entered the motel. Late at night, in the shadows outside the Brew Motel, Lumion emerged, no longer wearing his golden straw hat. He strolled towards the yellowish-brown house that Hisoka Twanaku had rebuilt. It was nearly midnight, and Tisimo had grown very quiet. Apart from a few patrolling soldiers, drunk patrons, and their companions, no one else was walking outside. Under the crimson moonlight, Lumion passed by the bar named Giant Boa and heard a commotion inside. In the primitive forest a few hundred meters away, the howls of wild beasts echoed intermittently. Lumion proceeded until he reached his destination. He ascended to the 3rd level and found the wooden bed he had slept on earlier. He busied himself for a while, making preparations. He wasn't in a hurry to lie down. He looked around and muttered to himself thoughtfully, "Termaboros, have you noticed anything unusual here?" Termaboros's majestic voice reverberated within Lumion's body. "I'm using your eyes, ears, nose, spirituality, and fate to observe the outside world, just slightly more than what you see. Does this mean that what I see and discover will still be restricted by my body, spirituality, and level? Hold on, this fellow is becoming more and more like a Riddler." He didn't directly answer if there's anything abnormal about this house, or what's abnormal. Lumion scoffed. "Are you truly an angel of the fate domain? I'm already a sequence 5, and you can't use my eyes and spirituality to detect the problem here. Haven't you noticed that a sequence 8 of the monster pathway can sense that this place is cold? No way. Are angels of the inevitability pathway inferior to sequence 8s of the fate pathway? The monster pathway was also known as the fate pathway." Lumion provoked Termaboros to see if he could extract any useful information from this angel-level ascetic. He didn't hold out much hope, but at least he wouldn't lose anything. Termaboros fell silent, as if he had vanished from Lumion's body. How tolerant, as expected of an ascetic angel, Lumion mocked. He took out the golden pocket watch he had obtained from Salle de Balbrise and flipped it open to confirm the current time. 11:51 p.m. Putting away his pocket watch, Lumion lay on the wooden bed in the room. This time, he was here to see if sleeping in the house at night would trigger any abnormalities and if he could enter a special dream to participate in the dream festival. To this end, Lumion had instructed Ludwig in advance to wake him up in the house rebuilt by Twanaku if he wasn't back by the time they had their second meal. After Lumion promised there would be a feast the next day, Ludwig agreed. With crackling sounds, the menacing spiders crawling on the outer walls of the house and the numerous mosquitoes in the room burned and fell, emitting a charred fragrance. Relying on cogitation, Lumion swiftly drifted into a deep slumber. In a daze, he slowly woke up. He straightened up and realized that he was still on the wooden bed, in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor of Hisoka's house. It was late at night outside the window, and the crimson moonlight seemed to be obscured by clouds. Only a small amount of light filtered through, making it abnormally dim. The howling of wild beasts in the primitive forest and the faint noise from the bar had completely ceased. The night had entered its most peaceful state, as silent as death. "There's no change," Lumion sighed in disappointment. Just as he was about to take out his golden pocket watch to confirm the time and leave the house in the dark environment to return to the Brew Motel, his pupils suddenly dilated and his eyes froze. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Lumion swiftly scanned the room's floor. He didn't see mosquito corpses. The mosquitoes he had incinerated with his pyromaniac powers before falling asleep should have been charred on the ground. But now, they were nowhere to be found. The floor was clean as if it had just been cleaned. Could it be that someone came in while I was asleep and cleaned the room? I've planted several traps around me. They can't be easily bypassed. Wraith? Lumion instantly tensed up. He took out the golden pocket watch he had previously kept in his shirt pocket under his vest and flipped it open to check the time. 11:58 p.m. 11:58. Lumion's gaze fixated on the golden pocket watch, his suspicions heightened by the peculiar scent in the air. He felt as though he had slumbered for more than an hour. Why then had only 7 minutes elapsed? Though the unreliability of his instincts were plausible, other anomalies lurked. The absence of mosquito corpses and the eerie silence hinted at peculiarities. Lumion, drawing from his past encounters, murmured to himself, "Could it be that I've entered a special dream? In the dead of night, slumbering within this tawny house leads to a peculiar dream? Did Hisoka Twanaku rebuild the house to make it look less suspicious for him to stay there? But why would such a thing happen?" Lumion bowed his head and peered ahead. His gaze seemed to penetrate through wooden planks and various obstacles, revealing the corresponding underground area. Uncertain about the origin of this anomaly, He could only speculate based on common sense and experience. In the silent darkness, Lumion shuffled his feet, producing creaking sounds as he left the house that once belonged to Hisoka Twanaku. The street lay deserted, and many of the livestock on the ground floor of the buildings seemed to blend into the night. It was impossible to discern if they still existed. The footsteps of patrolling soldiers had vanished completely. A warm, humid night breeze swept through the unobstructed streets, surrounding Lumion as he headed towards the entrance of the giant boa bar. Straining his ears, Lumion noticed that it was so quiet that even the rustling of insects and the buzzing of mosquitoes had ceased. His expression remained unchanged as he extended his right hand, pushing open the heavy wooden door. Darkness shrouded the interior. With the dim moonlight filtering through the window and Lumion's sharp eyesight as a hunter, he could barely discern the outlines of the bar counter, liquor cabinet, small round table, chairs, candlestick wall lamps, and other items, but not a single human was in sight. The bar seemed to have been closed for quite some time. This is even more perplexing. Before I fell asleep, this bar was quite lively. It's impossible for them to clear out the customers and clean every corner in 7 to 8 minutes. Based on my experience, even though countryside bars close earlier than those in the city and aren't bustling until 2 or 3 in the morning, they usually continue selling alcohol until midnight. Also, they usually ask those who are still drinking to leave after they're done. If they encounter a drunk who refuses to leave, it tends to cause some delay. Lumion, a regular at Cordu's old tavern, felt confident in making such judgments, drawing from his various experiences in different bars. This conviction only strengthened his belief that he was caught in what seemed to be a very real dream. Suddenly, memories of past events in Cordu flooded Lumion's mind, causing his grip on the heavy wooden door of the giant boa bar to freeze. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to leave and headed back to the Brew Motel. Walking through the dark stairs and a corridor paved with aged planks, Lumion returned to his suite on the second floor at a moderate pace. He pushed open the wooden door to the child's room. The dim crimson moonlight poured into the room, illuminating the sky-blue patterned blanket and bedsheets. But no one was sleeping here. Ludwig had disappeared too. Combined with the strange sights on his way, Lumion strongly suspected that he was alone in this dream. All the townsfolk, livestock, and outsiders had vanished, leaving him in solitude in Tizimo town. This can't be considered a festival unless it is named the Loneliness Festival. Lumion pondered for a few seconds before leaving the Brew Motel and heading towards the St. Seine Cathedral near the cemetery. In the dim moonlit night, the cathedral's golden dome and various decorations on the outer walls seemed to lose their glow, settling into a deep slumber. Lumion didn't want to waste energy pushing open the front door. He pried open a stained glass window and jumped in. In the night's darkness, the place was silent and empty. The dome above exuded an oppressive and cold aura that was absent during the day. Lumion searched the area but couldn't find Padre Cali, who had exhibited abnormalities, the deputy padre, or any odd-job workers. I'm truly alone. Only those who sleep in Hisoka's house can enter this special dream? Yes, and it has to be late at night. How can the dream festival be held? One can't expect all the relevant people to line up at Hisoka's house to sleep at a specific time, right? Disregarding the question of whether we can squeeze in, how did such a widespread collective act deceive the patrol team and the army outside the town? Moreover, it doesn't seem like everyone has been pulled into the dream. The Tizimans I previously found were completely unaware. And the most crucial question: since it's a dream, why am I lucid? Lumion contemplated for a moment before reaching out his right hand to touch the wall adorned with the religious mural. It felt cold and solid, a genuine stone. Drawing on his extensive experience in realistic dreams, Lumion pushed aside these questions, opting to begin with the simplest reconnaissance. He aimed to confirm the dimensions of this dream and its boundaries. Activating the black mark on his right shoulder, Lumion connected with the spirit world. He saw every corner of Tizimo town. Through spirit world traversal, he disappeared and reappeared on the packed earth path leading from Tizimo town to Port Pilus. Teleportation is possible, that's true. Since it's a dream, nothing is impossible. As long as I believe it's feasible, I should be able to do it. Following the Cordu incident, Lumion delved into numerous dream-related books and sought counsel from Madame Justice, Madame Susie, Anthony Reed, and other beyonders in the mind domain, gaining a profound understanding. Slowing his pace, he headed towards Port Pilus. After walking for 200 to 300 meters, the scenery ahead blurred, as if an ethereal fog was swirling. Beneath the faint moonlight, the fog appeared pitch black. Suddenly, Lumion's spiritual intuition warned him that entering the misty area, veiled in an illusionary fog, might be perilous. There was a high likelihood that something terrifying would occur. There are indeed limitations. I can't directly reach the edge of the mind. Lumion decided against taking the risk. He swiftly returned to Tizimo and began searching for the other boundary. This was the area near the primitive forest. After covering a distance of 300 to 400 meters, Lumion reached the forest's edge. Rainforest-like vegetation stood silently in the night, resembling dense tombstones. Noticing no blurry areas veiled in illusory fog, Lumion proceeded cautiously and decisively. Passing through drooping vines and trees, he delved deeper into the primitive forest, walking on the thick, humus-covered ground. Along the way, there were no dancing mosquitoes or venomous creatures concealed among the vegetation. After another 700 to 800 meters, Lumion sensed his surroundings becoming more psychedelic. Some areas became blurry, others distorted, and some became clearer. However, upon closer inspection, they couldn't be seen distinctly. The conditions in these areas continued to fluctuate. This feels more like a typical dream. With no warning from his spirituality, Lumion took a few more steps forward. Suddenly, the entire world shattered into scenes that interweaved and materialized around him. Lumion's lucidity wavered, leaving him slightly disoriented. In the next moment, he witnessed scenes of black boulders and humans in dark robes. One of the humans raised his head, revealing a pale white face with a light brown base, flaxen-colored eyes tinged with dark green, and decent facial features. Hisoka Twanaku. He was Hisoka Twanaku, the human in the dark robe, embodying Hisoka Twanaku's visage, straightened up. His gaze seemed to transcend various scenes and fixate on Lumion. Amidst the illusory sound, the scenes around Lumion shattered. Lumion sat up and found himself back in the tawny building that Hisoka Twanaku had rebuilt. He was in the dark room with the simple wooden bed. Quickly surveying his surroundings, Lumion retrieved a golden pocket watch from the left breast pocket of his shirt. Clicking it open, he checked the time. 1:38 a.m. The crimson moonlight outside the window wasn't too bright, but it wasn't dim either. The nearby giant boa bar had already closed, yet the howl of a wild beast echoed from the distant primitive forest. The night was silent but not deathly still. I'm awake? That's more like it. I slept for an hour or more than 40 minutes, quite close to my estimation. Lumion got out of bed and observed the ground. As expected, he saw charred mosquito corpses and numerous insects lingering outside the window, blocked by the smell of tranquil essential oil. Phew! He breathed a sigh of relief and contemplated the appearance of Hisoka Twanaku in the special dream. Since it's a festival, Dream Festival shouldn't be held just once. That's what a party is. Could Hisoka have participated in many dream festivals in the past few years and left some kind of mark in the dream? Is Dream Festival indeed related to that primitive tribe? That's why I activated certain imprints and images recorded in the dream after venturing deep into the forest. That's how I saw Hisoka. What purpose does Hisoka intend to achieve with the Dream Festival? Dream Festival, Dream Festival. Since it's a festival, it must be held on a fixed date. At other times, if I enter a special dream, I won't encounter anything, just like me tonight. What date could it be? Lumion fell into deep thought. He quickly deduced a direction. On December 17th of last year, the primitive tribe attacked Tizimo town, causing numerous casualties. Lumion perked up and swiftly confirmed today's date. Dream Festival happens on December 17th, or 2 or 3 days before it, which is when April Fools played their prank here. It was past 1 a.m. On December 11th. If the Dream Festival has a fixed date, as I suspect, it should be one of the coming days or span a few days. Recently, I came to Hisoka's house every night to sleep, trying not to miss the Dream Festival. I also need to figure out the basic patterns of the special dream as much as possible before it begins. For example, how to leave the dream normally without entering the primitive forest. Lumion closed the golden pocket watch and slipped it into the breast pocket of his shirt, concealed by his vest. He didn't continue sleeping there. Instead, he chose to descend the stairs and enter the streets of Tizimo. First, Ludwig would have his second supper in 20 minutes. According to their agreement, if Lumion didn't return in time, Ludwig would come over and forcefully wake him up. Second, he had to update Madame Magician on his discoveries. Just as Lumion stepped out of Hisoka's house, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. "What exactly are you investigating?" In a dark corner where the crimson moonlight couldn't reach, Camus Castilla emerged, dressed in a white shirt and an unbuttoned yellow vest. His disheveled hair collapsed from staying up too late. At some point, the young leader of the Port Pilus Patrol Team's combat team had been waiting here. Lumion wasn't surprised at all, as if he had sensed Camus' presence. He evaded the question and said, "Many scenes display different states during the day and at night." Indeed, Camus had dealt with numerous mystical incidents that matched this description. The simplest and most common situation was that certain haunted houses appeared normal under the sunlight. As Lumion walked towards the Brew Motel, he teased Camus with a smile. "Have you been awake the entire time, squatting in the shadows outside the motel, observing my movements? That's tough. Careful not to suddenly drop dead." If Camus hadn't known that Louis Barry had a close relationship with the Church of the Fool and didn't mind him tagging along, he would have thought Lumion's teasing was a warning. "Do you think I want that?" Camus laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'll be in charge of watching tonight. It's Maslow or Ria's turn tomorrow." Lumion didn't engage in further conversation. As if lost in thought, he made his way back to the Brew Motel. Camus wanted to inquire further, but he dared not. He then saw the adventurer stop at the motel's entrance, his back toward Camus. Lumion said calmly, "Before Twanica died, he mentioned a term, Dream Festival. I've just discovered some traces in his house and confirmed that there's a special dream happening in Tizimo town. Gather all the folklore related to dreams in this area and bring it to me as soon as possible." Camus was at a loss at first, but then his mind cleared, as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him on a scorching summer day. As expected, there's more to the Twanica incident. There's indeed a huge problem lurking here. Camus wasn't too surprised, but his heart pounded. Instinctively, he replied, "Okay." After agreeing, Camus realized that he had unknowingly followed Lumion's instructions, as if the other man were the captain of a patrol team. After watching Lumion enter the Brew Motel, Camus briefly analyzed his reaction. He felt that this situation stemmed from both the intimidation brought about by Lumion's strength and the accumulated credibility and reliability of his previous deeds. "I have to send a telegram back to Port Pilus to request reinforcements. In addition, I need to familiarize myself with Tizimo as soon as possible and strive to move jurisdiction here within a few days." After considering his next steps, Camus let out another sigh. Ever since encountering Louis Barry, problems had never ceased erupting. "I initially came to Tizimo to monitor his actions and prevent any accidents. Why am I now investigating the Dream Festival?" Up in the suite on the second floor of the Brew Motel, Lumion greeted Ludwig shuffling to the dining table, having just woken up. He then returned to the master bedroom. Before pondering his letter to Madame Magician, Lumion noticed a folded square of paper on the desk. A reply after midnight, so typical of Madame Magician, he thought with an inward chuckle. He picked up the letter and conjured a blazing white fireball above his head for light, as Tizimo lacked gas lighting. Under the fireball's incandescent glow, Lumion unfolded and read the letter. "I've completed my astromancy and received a revelation about the rest of the abscessed hand's body. The remaining body is divided into 3 parts. One part is highly suspected to be located in the underworld, and the other two parts have hints closely related to Lenberg's capital as Hara, but they're not actually there. This reminds me of the city of exiles, Morora, which seals 0-01. It has a similar situation inside Lenberg, yet not truly being in Lenberg. My interpretation is that the two missing body parts of the abscessed hand are hidden away in the city of exiles, Morora. Don't you find it too coincidental? No, it's not a coincidence at all. My astromancy results show that nearly 3 months ago, one of the two body parts was still located in the tombs of the Paz Kingdom in the southern continent, and the other part was related to some folklore in the south-central region. Get my drift? Almost 3 months ago, as a conspirer, Lumion grasped Madame Magician's implication. Accepting the information about the most terrifying sealed artifact 0-01 and masquerading as Ludwig's godfather was akin to accepting an olive branch offered from the Church of Knowledge. Lumion had promised to pay a certain price for this knowledge. It seemed the Church of Knowledge then dispatched high-ranking individuals to gather the two remaining body parts of the abscessed hand and hide them away in the city of exiles, Morora. What does this mean? It is clearly forcing me to journey to Morora, unless I choose to abandon my hopes of advancing to Sequence 4 and achieving the state of demigodhood. My agreement with the abscessed hand stated that until I found its full body, I would never be able to obtain true godhood. This blocks any idea of trying to become a demigod without consuming potions by relying on boons instead. Thankfully, Lumion wasn't resistant to the idea of visiting the city of exiles, Morora, before becoming a demigod. At that moment, he didn't feel stifled or vexed by this necessity. Instead, he felt it would actually save him a lot of trouble. After some thought, he continued reading the rest of the letter. My astromancy results also tell me that once the abscessed hand's full body is gathered and reunited, something extremely dangerous will happen. It's best to complete this reunion step while you're in the city of exiles, and use the existence of 0-01 to try to counteract this incoming risk. In other words, you need to find and retrieve the body part located in the underworld first. Yes, you should have an opportunity to enter the underworld itself within the next 3 months. Remember to seize this opportunity when it arises. Don't ask me what opportunity it is exactly. I don't know the specifics either. Opportunity to enter the underworld within the next 3 months. Lumion repeated this crucial piece of information to himself. Amidst his elation, the words struck Lumion as peculiar. Entering the underworld and going to hell were two distinct phrases that conveyed the same meaning. In this world, barring a small number of individuals, no one could readily accept the phrase, "You have a chance to go to hell within 3 months." It was worth noting that many people would curse at each other, saying, "I wish you a swift descent into hell." For the moment, Lumion didn't have time to ponder the opportunity to enter the underworld. He burned Madame Magician's reply and jotted down his gains for the night and his guesses about the Dream Festival. He planned to send it to the Major Arcana cardholder at noon the following day. Although he couldn't shake the feeling that Madame Magician's schedule bore a resemblance to Franca's, he wasn't sure if it was convenient to send a letter at that time. Northern Continent, Trier. Winter sunlight poured through the glass, filling the living room with warmth that chased away the chill. Franca lounged in the recliner, basking in the cozy glow with half-lidded eyes. Suddenly, she sensed something and sat upright, pulling her legs in. In the shadowy corner, a human skull made of pure, glowing silver emerged. Pale white flames flickered in its vacant sockets. "Madame Hellas Messenger, why is she contacting me?" Franca watched, puzzled, as the skull's jaws unhinged, releasing a single page that drifted towards her. She snatched the letter and scanned it quickly. 007 hasn't heard from you in 4 days. He wants to confirm you're okay. 4 days without checking the group. A dry chuckle escaped her lips. What does this mean? Early to bed and late to rise keeps the king fit to rule his realm. No more morning courts. In the early morning hours, Franca manned the radio transceiver while Jenna roamed outside, seizing her opportunity to act as a witch. Tap, tap, tap. Her first telegram in days. "Shurima, your emperor has returned." Before long, 007's telegram was tapped out by the analyzer, powered mechanical typewriter. Hidden blade. Where have you been? Ahem. Franca cleared her throat. Late nights breed ill health. Have you no loved ones? Don't bring up such sad topics. Hidden blade, have you mastered the assassination arts? Sundering heart and soul. Protests arose from the other members. At length, 007's message arrived. I have the intel on the last incident. Let's meet to discuss. The higher-ups also approved the item swap for the story you proposed. Franca blinked, startled. How long did that take? I'd forgotten all about it. After all, understanding that humanoid sealed artifact's tale was Lumien's curiosity, not hers. 007's resigned telegram. Bureaucracy inertia, unavoidable for any large, established organization. Tell me about it. Another member, Moon King's amused agreement clattered out. Whether public or secret, they're all bound by red tape. After arranging to meet 007 that night with the Moran Avigny intel and initial assassination plan, Franca rose with a stretch. She jotted down the 2 tasks before performing a ritual to summon Lumien's messenger. Penitent Banefell. Southern Continent, Tizimo Town. Lumien was just about to head to Hisoka's house for a nap when his messenger materialized from the shadows, delivering a letter. After taking the note, Lumien noticed Penitent Banefell didn't immediately depart back to the spirit world as usual. Instead, he lingered, surveying their surroundings with a measured gaze. Lumien had rarely seen Penitent Banefell act so abnormally. He asked with anticipation and curiosity, "What have you discovered?" Banefell, clad in a clergyman's black robe, his charred body partially tainted by black flames, averted his gaze and replied in a deep voice, "The night conceals the flowing sin." With that, the penitent stepped into the void and vanished from the room. The night conceals the flowing sin. It's emphasizing the night because that allows entry into the special dream. What does the flowing sin refer to? Can't you mysterious types speak plainly? Lumien criticized, then opened Franca's letter and quickly read it. To be honest, after such a long time, his desire to understand the humanoid sealed artifact's past had significantly diminished. After all, he had mainly felt the other party's state was similar to his own, triggering his emotions back then. That was why he had suggested it. Now, those emotions had long settled. Of course, they had only settled, not disappeared. Lumien tore open the letter and jotted down the entire incident, planning to send it to Madame Magician at noon the next day. As for whether the major arcana card holder would agree to such an unequal trade, Lumien wasn't too confident. However, he intuitively felt that the Tarot Club's major arcana holders wouldn't simply take possession of important artifacts from the Orthodox churches. Using this opportunity to make a deal was more likely. After leaving the Brew Motel, Lumien calmly observed Camus, donned in a yellow vest, emerge from a dimly lit street corner. Beside him was Ria, a member of the local patrol wearing leather armor and carrying a hunting bow. Why 2 people today? Lumien chuckled and strode towards Hisoka's house. Camus took a deep breath to calm his sudden surge of emotions. As he followed Louis Barry's left hand, he replied in a deep voice, "There are only a few days left until the 17th. An accident might happen at any moment. We can't act alone anymore." Having consciously gathered various information, the patrol team had already noticed some abnormalities. This made Camus feel that staying in Tizimo was unwise. He was constantly on edge. He felt a growing sense of being a middle-aged man burdened with heavy responsibilities. Raising an eyebrow, Lumien queried, "Hey, you figuring out the 17th is a key date was pretty fast." "We're not fools." Camus finally couldn't help but reply, "It's an obvious issue. Last year, Tizimo was attacked on December 17th, and in previous years." At this point, he fell silent. He realized that when around Louis Barry, he constantly switched between his heavy middle-aged state and uncontrollable teenage emotions. Lumien asked with interest, "What happened in previous years?" Camus fell silent for a few seconds before saying, We obtained the funeral registrations for nearly 3 decades in Tisimo from the Saint-Cyr Cathedral and discovered a peculiar phenomenon. 80% of the annual deaths are recorded within the first 3 months starting mid-December. This place isn't like many northern continent places. Winters are bitterly cold there. It's difficult for the elderly and weak to survive. Even if they do, it's summer from late December to late March. This phenomenon is abnormal. Lumian advanced slowly and nodded slightly. Is the mortality rate in Tisimo higher than elsewhere? Significantly higher, but that's mainly due to attacks from the primitive forest tribe. Also, we discovered the tribe's attacks concentrated in the 3 months beginning mid-December. There have been 2 to 3 attacks annually, and since the one on December 17th last year, not a single one has occurred. The situation doesn't seem right. Camus was a little worried a major attack would occur in the next few days. It's understandable the tribe's attacks concentrated in those first 3 months. Any other abnormalities? Lumian asked casually. Rhea, who had been silently following, responded. The brown-skinned, brown-haired woman, exuding a wild beauty, spoke in a raspy voice. In the first half of this year, many women in town and the plantations experienced symptoms of nausea, soreness, bloating, pregnancy symptoms. They believed they'd been victimized by a ghost and might birth evil fetuses. But they weren't actually pregnant. Just illusions. After Padre Cali held mass and briefly purified them, they received psychological comfort and quickly returned to normal. We've also noticed similar incidents of perceived possession and attacks by evil spirits in Tisimo over the years, concentrated in that first half. It's not just pregnancy symptoms, Camus added. Lumian halted in his tracks. Don't the townsfolk and the people in the surrounding plantations find it strange that mass hysteria occurs every year? As a member of the local patrol team, Rhea explained simply, everyone believes it's caused by the primitive tribe in the forest. Why? Lumian resumed his nocturnal stroll. Rhea's vocal cords seemed damaged, and her voice was always a little hoarse. In the repeated attacks and conflicts, the primitive tribe displayed the ability to control corpses, ghosts, and shadows. Furthermore, some warriors seemed to continue protecting their tribe in their spirit form after their deaths. Death domain. The entire matter seems logical on the surface. No wonder the Tisimans who left town didn't find anything amiss and didn't raise the issue. Lumian had seen records of the primitive tribe, but they weren't as specific as Rhea's description. After inquiring about the recent information the patrol team had gathered, Lumian stopped in front of Hisoka's house and turned to glance at Rhea, who was carrying a hunting bow and arrows. You're from the southern continent, but not from Tisimo? Rhea nodded and calmly said, I'm from the forest. I'm from one of the primitive tribes called Paka. We mainly live near the Paz Valley. The rainforest of the southern continent spanned a vast expanse, encompassing numerous territories. From the area near the Paz Valley to the vicinity of Matani, the distance might be even greater than that between Cordu and Trier. Paka meant wind in Dutanese. How did you come to Matani? Lumian asked curiously. Rhea let out a chuckle. I was sold here. She paused for a moment before continuing. 10 years ago, my tribe was attacked by the Lone Kingdom's army. I was captured and sold repeatedly before arriving in the northern state. Later, I found a chance to escape and fled to Port Pilas. I received help from the church and found work. Eventually, I was lucky enough to become a Beyonder. The patrol team member calmly recounted her past, not dwelling on any pain or torture from those experiences, nor deliberately avoiding details. No wonder you believe so devoutly in the eternal blazing sun. Lumian ascended the stairs to the second floor and said in an even tone, Did you keep using a bow instead of firearms out of habit? Yes. Tribes named for the wind excel at archery. Rhea's light, brown face softened. Lumian glanced back at her. Did you ever go back to take a look? Rhea fell silent for a few seconds. They're all dead. Lumian and Camus retreated their gazes in silence as they climbed the final stairs and entered the second floor of the house. Lumian surveyed the spacious yet rudimentary surroundings, listening to the wild roars from the primitive forest. He sat cross-legged, He had intended to tell Rhea, "It's impossible for your entire tribe to be wiped out. Some must have been captured and sold like you. They could still be alive on plantations, in mines, or seedy bars." But he held back. He could tell Rhea had accepted her current life and gained the ability to live better. It seemed inappropriate to encourage her to risk traversing both continents seeking potential remaining clansmen. Just the thought of such an endeavor was daunting. With so few clues and them likely scattered far, it could prove quite dangerous. Even spending a lifetime, one might never complete it. Not everyone with a similar experience would sacrifice a normal life for vengeance or seeking others. Rhea likely realized some clansmen survived, but perhaps those most important to her had perished. She chose to stay in Port Pilus. Everyone makes their own choices. I can't ask the same of others just because of my own obsessions. Lumion composed himself and smiled at Camus and Rhea, who were still standing. "Would you like to explore the potential venue for the Dream Festival?" "Where?" Rhea blurted out. Camus furrowed his brow. "Here." Quickly making a guess, he asked, "Do you come here every night to sleep and access the Dream Festival's location? Is it in a special dream?" "Quite smart." Lumion praised Camus inwardly for his quick thinking, but his smile remained unwavering. "Care to experience it?" Camus and Rhea exchanged glances and agreed. "I'll experience it." "Rhea, keep an eye on the surroundings." "I can set some traps," Lumion offered. He stood up and spent a few minutes setting up warning traps nearby. Afterward, he lit a mosquito-repellent candle, placing it in the middle of the spacious second floor. Mosquitoes that hadn't flown away landed on the ground, emitting flames and smoke amidst crackling sounds. "Sleep here," Lumion instructed Camus and Rhea as he sat cross-legged again. He had confirmed that sleeping anywhere in Hisoka's house at night allowed him to enter the special dream. Sleeping outside or sleeping 2 hours earlier didn't have the same effect. Perplexed, Camus and Rhea found seats and leaned against different wooden pillars, attempting to enter a deep slumber. After an unknown period of time, Camus suddenly woke up. Before him was the night and the crimson moonlight outside the window. Louis Barry stood behind the flickering mosquito-repellent candle, wearing a golden straw hat. The adventurer playfully remarked, "Welcome to the Dream Festival." Camus' nerves tensed as he propped himself up on his left hand, surveying his surroundings warily. He realized he was still on the second floor of Tuanika's house. Rhea, who had been leaning against a wooden pillar, stood up in a daze. Everything around him seemed no different from before he had fallen asleep. "Are you joking?" Camus asked Louis Barry cautiously. "What kind of dream festival is this? This feels like a normal awakening after a nap." Lumion turned and pointed out the window. "Listen to the forest sounds." Camus and Rhea instinctively listened, realizing that the nearby forest was eerily silent, as if all its inhabitants had fallen asleep in the night. Rhea's eyes narrowed. Born and raised in the primitive forest and having lived in Tizimo Town for nearly a year, she knew the forest wouldn't be in such absolute silence. Lumion pointed at the floor beside the mosquito-repellent candle. "Look here again." Camus and Rhea looked over, realizing that the mosquito corpses that should have been there were gone. Lumion chuckled. "Of course, you can also believe that I woke up early, cleaned up the environment, and secretly affected your hearing of distant voices. All of this was just a prank." Camus pondered for a few seconds. "I'm inclined to believe you, but I need to confirm something." "Indeed?" Rhea chimed in, carrying a hunting bow and arrows. Lumion looked at them and nodded slightly. He calmly concluded, "I can now determine that the reason I remain conscious in this peculiar dream stems from a hidden power within Hisoka's house, not any special traits of my own." He had invited Camus and Rhea to slumber in Hisoka's house and enter the special dream not merely to share information with the patrol team and gather a few aids. No, it was also an experiment to uncover key details. Over the past few days, Lumion had conducted numerous similar trials, grasping the dream's nuanced patterns like a seasoned explorer mapping uncharted lands. With hands tucked nonchalantly in his pockets, he trailed behind Camus and Rhea, who hurried downstairs. He wanted to witness how they would confirm whether this was indeed a dream. After departing Tuanaka's house, the two patrol members rushed to the nearest townsperson's abode. Upon realizing the livestock had vanished from the ground floor, Rhea swiftly ascended to the second story and attempted to unlock the door with a simple iron-black key. Camus opened his mouth as if to dissuade her, but in the end, remained silent. Observing this, Lumion nodded thoughtfully and muttered to himself, "A beyonder of the arbiter pathway will subconsciously maintain the current order, unwilling to disrupt its fabric. If such beyonders also bear official identities, this tendency only intensifies." Rhea rapped upon the door and entered the dwelling. She and Camus scoured each room, but the resident family had seemingly evaporated into thin air. Then, the pair made their way to the police station near the St. Seine Cathedral's hallowed grounds. The local patrol quarters held 5 rooms in total. Kolobo, Maslow, and Loban were nowhere to be found, nor were the 2 officers meant to stand the night watch. "I now believe this is a dream," Camus declared to Louis Barry, who leisurely trailed with hands tucked in pockets, a golden straw hat shading his features. "Yet I'm so utterly awake that it defies the very notion of a dream." Before Lumion could respond, Rhea's light brown face furrowed slightly. "When I ran down the street and searched these rooms, it felt a little familiar." "Familiar?" Lumion asked calmly, his brows unfurrowed. Could there be unexpected gains from this experiment? Rhea pondered for a moment. "I think I've had a similar dream before. In my dream, it was just as dark and quiet. The streets were empty, and I was alone. I ran around, searching. Was it a mere fragment or a complete dream?" Lumion pressed. Rhea thought for a few seconds. "I don't know. I only remember a few such scenes." "Do you often dream of this, or only occasionally?" Lumion guided her to confirm the details. Rhea replied with certainty. "Occasionally. Occasionally. Even if the Tisimo residents don't slumber here on a specific date, they can occasionally enter this peculiar dream, yet remain unable to stay awake. Like a normal dream? Perhaps it's not true immersion, but rather an unconscious development spiritually spawned from the crimson moon and other environmental elements, allowing them to vaguely interact. Unfortunately, Rhea clearly doesn't recall the moon, weather, and other situational details from those dreams. If I could employ dream divination, I could aid her recollection. The few Tisimans I queried in Port Pilus made no mention of such dreams. Firstly, dreams so ordinary often slip the mind. Secondly, they've been away from Tisimo for years. As Lumion's thoughts raced, he turned to Camus to see if the interrogator had any queries. Camus pondered for a moment before asking Rhea, "What do you think is special about the residents of Tisimo?" "Very perceptive. Since this dream seems to affect the entire town and surrounding area, it's likely these people will display some abnormality in waking life." Lumion nodded inwardly. Rhea thought for a moment. "Nothing special. It's just that they're very obedient." At this, Rhea sighed. "They're extremely polite to others. Gentle personalities, stable emotions, very obedient. Even when angered, they quickly calm down. When trouble arises, they tend to let the authorities handle it instead of fighting amongst themselves or causing public disturbances." These were all situations Lumion had heard Camus mention and seen in the corresponding intel. On the surface, nothing seemed amiss. It was a state of being tamed. Rhea added, "Their only issue is a lack of enthusiasm. It's not that politeness masks an underlying coldness or hatred. They're simply unenthusiastic, as if reluctant to openly display emotion." Upon hearing this, Lumion recalled the Tisimans he'd interacted with over the past few days. Apart from some gentlemen and ladies from the northern continent, the others were calm, gentle, and disinclined to argue. They always communicated politely. Immediately after, he recalled the Tisimans questioned in Port Pilus. Fear, worry, ingratiating expressions, vivid emotions. Clearly different from the Tisimo townspeople. Most of their emotions have been drawn away into the dream. Lumion finally pinpointed an abnormality about the Tisimans. Their issue clearly didn't stem solely from attacks by the primitive forest tribe. Upon hearing Lumien's guess, Camus couldn't help but hiss. I knew it. The Tizamans feel strange, too docile. Even livestock occasionally grow agitated. Resists. Could the reason be? Ria's heart skipped a beat as she said solemnly, voice laced with fear. I've been here nearly a year, and I feel much gentler. My most intense emotions haven't dissipated. They're still in my heart, but most of the time, it's as if I'm asleep. Ria began analyzing herself. From the looks of it, everyone in Tizamo will gradually be affected by this peculiar dream. After leaving, they can slowly escape its influence. Lumien glanced at Camus. For outsiders like us who've only been here a few days, there's no issue for now. Perhaps we'll also become unnaturally gentle if we linger too long. Without waiting for Camus' response, Lumien inquired, when will reinforcements from the patrol team and Admiral Guard arrive? At the mention of this, Camus' expression soured. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Those selfish bastards. It's very likely there won't be much support. The Admiral Guard said they already have a Beyonder team here and an army. Only Captain Riaza expressed backing for the patrol team. Damn it. Those dogs hit. Lumien was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. The newly formed organization under the Aboriginal Admiral was indeed different from the official Northern Continent organizations. If this were the Eternal Blazing Sun Church or Church of Earth Mother, the official Beyonders would have already devised a plan and dispatched sufficient force to resolve the issue. They'd be prepared to obliterate Tizamo if anything went awry. The current situation is Admiral Quirrell believes that with me, a famed adventurer backed by the Church of the Fool, here, I'm able to use its power to resolve Tizamo's troubles. Is there a need to send more Beyonder subordinates to aid me? That's true. Beyonders aren't commodities. If too many powerful ones perish, not only will Admiral Quirrell feel the strain, but he won't be able to effectively rule Madani. Recruitment alone can't quickly fill such a gap, and they won't be quick to trust newcomers. Even nurturing the remaining people with the retrieved Beyonder characteristics poses huge problems. Low-sequence Beyonders are manageable, but mid-sequence advancement carries high failure risk. After all, most here haven't mastered the acting method. Lumien quickly grasped Admiral Quirrell's mentality. He said to the agitated Camus, let me show you around this dream realm and provide an introduction. All right. Camus took a deep breath. He and Ria followed Lumien through the dark, silent, vacant town. After a long while, Lumien led the two patrol members into the primitive forest. He informed them he'd seen Tuanaka's image in the chaotic zone ahead, seemingly composed of dream fragments. He suspected there was a Desire Apostle mark present. Walking amongst the trees, giants in the night, Camus felt increasingly oppressed. Before he could inquire about Tuanaka's image details, he suddenly heard a bowstring drawn taut. Pa! An arrow, entwined with lightning, flew from afar. Camus dodged just in time as it grazed past, piercing into a rubber tree behind him amidst crackling lightning and charred bark. Lumien, Camus, and Ria gazed into the distance, spotting a woman standing on a huge tree branch. The woman wore dark leather armor, holding a hunting bow and arrows. Her brown hair was tied in two strands draped over her shoulders. Her light brown skin and wild, beautiful face couldn't hide the coldness and hatred behind her eyes. Ria. It was Ria. Ria gazed at the figure perched on the tree branch, a surreal scene playing out before her like a dream. Correction. This was a dream. The other Ria's frigid expression masked a deep-seated hatred as she drew the bowstring once more, causing the arrow to crackle with silver lightning. As Lumien contemplated teleporting behind Ria on the tree to probe her control in this eerily realistic dream and question her about her apparent knowledge of the situation, his surroundings quivered and fragmented into disjointed scenes. The scenes overlapped and promptly shattered. Simultaneously, Lumien, Ria, and Camus opened their eyes. Crimson moonlight spilled through the window, accompanied by the primal roars of wild beasts from the nearby forest. They found themselves still on the second floor of Hisoka's house. Camus jolted upright, eyeing the mosquito-repellent candle that had burned out, leaving behind a mere stub. Charred mosquito corpses littered the area. Are we awake? Have we returned to reality? Camus questioned, uncertainty clouding his expression. Leaning against a wooden pillar, Lumion chuckled. That should be the case, but I won't claim we're 100% out of the dream. We'll need to verify through various details in the coming period. The simplest method involved checking Ludwig's whereabouts and state. Although asking Termaboros could provide an accurate answer, there was no guarantee the fellow would answer or respond truthfully. Camus nodded, his gaze shifting to Rhea, who had remained silent since waking up. After a brief pause, he spoke. We seem to have witnessed another version of you at the dream's boundary. Another Rhea embodying entirely different emotions and states. Rhea stayed silent for a moment before admitting, I saw it too. She appears much like the intense emotions I mentioned earlier, the ones slumbering in my heart. Lumion adjusted his golden straw hat, standing up on his own legs. He spoke thoughtfully. Could that dream absorb the intense emotions in Tizimo and give rise to the corresponding dream person? An even more extreme and emotional entity? So, the longer one stays in Tizimo, the more subdued they become. Camus concurred with Louis Barry's hypothesis, and Rhea nodded in agreement. Mirror people, dream people, how many peculiar entities lingered in the shadows of this world? Lumion massaged his temples and strode towards the stairs leading to the surface. That concludes tonight's attempt, he casually declared. Camus and Rhea followed closely, confirming their escape from the dream through the return of livestock and the commotion in the house. They waited until Lumion entered the Brew Motel before halting, concealing themselves in the shadows diagonally opposite. Lumion pushed open the door to the suite, spotting Ludwig at the dining table, devouring a roasted banana with gusto. In his other hand, he wielded a child's fork, delving into a special salad crafted from the heart of a palm tree. Observing this, Lumion was certain that this wasn't a dream. He cast a glance at Lugano, who was dozing off, and nonchalantly inquired of Ludwig, Do you dream when you sleep? Despite being occupied, Ludwig replied, Yes. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. Have you had any dreams in the past few days? Taking a moment between bites of grilled river fish, Ludwig responded, Yes. What dreams did you have? Lumion removed his golden straw hat, stowing it back into his traveler's bag. Ludwig replied with a muffled voice, Eat, eat, eat. Indeed, I shouldn't expect much. Lumion chuckled self-deprecatingly and turned his attention to Lugano. What dreams did you have? Is there something wrong with the dreams here? Lugano contemplated asking but decided to answer truthfully. All kinds of dreams. He paused before adding, Perhaps it's been too long since I went out alone. Haha, I didn't have a chance to release my pent-up emotions. Occasionally, I dream of women and such matters, only to realize that something was amiss. Either the target transformed into a monster, or the initially alluring woman was covered in tree warts, wheat, and mushrooms. Then, I'd wake up in shock. As an Intisian, he had no reservations discussing such topics. According to the psychology taught by Anthony, your pent-up desires and fear of the dangers in Tizimo are a mix of unresolved factors. Lumion commented inwardly and smiled. You can explore the giant boa bar alone, find a local lady, or mingle with the ladies and maids in the plantation outside. As long as you ensure food for Ludwig, he'll manage on his own. Initially, Lugano's heart raced, but the potential dangers outside soon came to mind. Lumion headed towards the master bedroom, leaving a parting sentence with a smile. Of course, I can't guarantee those ladies won't turn into monsters or undergo anomalies after your little adventure. Lugano couldn't help but shudder at the imagined scenario. He glanced at Ludwig, finding comfort in staying by the boy's side. Until all the stored food was consumed, he considered himself safe. In the shadows diagonally opposite the Brew Motel, Rhea observed in silence for a while before suddenly speaking up. Since there won't be any new reinforcements from the Admiral Guard, and only Deputy Captain Riaza will come from the patrol team. Why didn't you leave Tizimo directly? Why did you stay here and attempt to resolve the Dream Festival problem? As long as he escaped Madani, the Admiral Guard and patrol team wouldn't have the resources to track and punish them. At most, they could issue a wanted poster, but they wouldn't be able to pay a high bounty. Camus scratched his disheveled brown hair, smiling wryly. As you know, my previous sequence was a public security officer. It tied seamlessly with the patrol team's usual work, making me yearn to maintain order in Madani and safeguard the lives of the people here. The potion not only brings strength but also affects you in many ways. He exhaled and continued. Besides, Captain Riaza is about to arrive. I have to help him. I have to repay what I owe him. Camus didn't disclose another reason. His confidence in the adventurer Louis Barry and the Church of the Fool behind him. He believed that, with Louis Barry present, the situation would be threatening but not perilous. Ria didn't press further, continuing to gaze diagonally at the Brew Motel. Camus glanced at her. What about you? Why don't you leave Tizimo with Loban and the others now? The three of you can form a team. Some local admirals will be willing to take you in. Ria's eyes remained fixed on Louis Barry's suite as she stayed silent. After a prolonged silence, just as Camus thought she wouldn't answer, Ria suddenly spoke. When I was in the most pain and despair, it was the church who helped me. After that, it was the patrol team who gave me a new beginning and a new life. Recalling the cold Ria's face filled with hatred in the dream, Camus sighed sincerely and said, "It hasn't been easy for you." The moment he finished speaking, Ria sneered. "You're the most contradictory person I've ever encountered. In the past, I've often heard you talk about which states and islands the Phaenopotter Kingdom should invade, which mines and valleys they should seize, and how they should establish more colonies in the southern continent. But now you're showing pity towards me. I can sense your sincerity. You genuinely feel pain for me, but that's why I can't help but want to say something." Camus found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was a contradiction. He also realized that Ria's emotions had become even more turbulent after encountering herself in the dream. She seemed more willing to open up. Could this be the result of encountering extreme emotions? Or perhaps those who hadn't spent more than a year in Tizimo might resist the dream's influence to some extent if they grasped the truth of obedience. Camus quickly thought of the plantations outside the town and individuals like Sir Petit, Miss Amandina, Monsieur Robert, and the others. These gentlemen and ladies weren't easily subdued. The special dream had evidently encompassed both the out-of-town plantation and the garrison barracks. Camus figured out the reason. These gentlemen and ladies spent at least half their time in Port Pilos each year. This also explained why he was familiar with them. At noon the next day, shortly after Lumion dispatched the letter, he received a prompt reply from Madame Magician. "Did the Eternal Blazing Sun Church present this price, or was it your offer? Can a Grade 1 sealed artifact be exchanged for such trifles? If I didn't know the kind of person you are, I would suspect that you concealed more than half of the offer from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. In addition to the information related to this Grade 1 sealed artifact, ensure the Eternal Blazing Sun Church provides an additional £50,000 worth of gold at the highest exchange rate in the past 3 months. Don't worry, gold is the last thing they need. Gold worth £50,000. That's approximately 1.2 million Vril d'Or worth of gold. Why would Madame Magician require such a substantial amount of gold? Recalling the importance of gold in mysticism, the Armored Shadows need to reconstruct its golden body, and the widespread use of gold in death-related domains, he swiftly arrived at a realization. A subtle detail caught his attention. Madame Magician used the Lone Kingdom's gold pound to express the value of gold. Does this imply her recent activity in the Lone Kingdom? Lumion nodded thoughtfully, considering whether to summon Jenna's messenger, Rabbit Chassel, to convey Madame Magician's request, or to return to Trier personally for discussions on the Dream Festival with Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. Recalling Franca's meeting with 007 tonight to discuss dealing with Morin Avigny, Lumion decided to summon Jenna's messenger, Rabbit Chassel, as he had to return to Trier tomorrow to discuss the division of labor and specific details. After jotting down Madame Magician's request and folding it, Lumion set up a ritual, allowing the special rabbit of knowledge to emerge from the candle's flames. The first thing Lumion noticed was the miniature half-top hat snugly perched between the rabbit's ears. Next, he saw gold-rimmed glasses and a black trench coat that matched the vaguely rabbit-shaped creature's size. Finally, an iron-black revolver lay in the rabbit's palm. The revolver gleamed with a metallic luster, its barrel unusually thick, and its cylinder unnaturally large and textured. It stood in stark contrast to the illusory appearance of the top hat, trench coat, and gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Rabbit Chaussel, Lumion raised his eyebrows. "Is this a real gun?" Hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses, Rabbit Chausel's eyes sharpened. "Yes. Did Jenna customize it for you?" Lumion inquired. Rabbit Chausel replied succinctly, "It's payment." "Quite a cold demeanor, Miss Celia Bello. Have you considered the consequences of what you've done?" "You haven't, because I don't know the consequences either unless I consult Madame Magician." Lumion criticized inwardly before handing the folded letter to Rabbit Chausel. Seeing the human-like, rabbit-shaped creature preparing to turn and walk into the candle flame, Lumion, the prankster king of Cordu, asked with interest, "Can you shoot?" Rabbit Chausel fell silent for a moment, as if embarrassed. "Not yet." "Oh, you're not as cold as Gairman Sparrow anymore." Lumion chuckled and said, "Jenna and I are friends. I'll help her pay the postage fee this time." "Do you want to learn shooting?" "It involves knowledge and guidance." Rabbit Chausel, taller than an ordinary rabbit, replied without hesitation, "Sure thing." Lumion's smile broadened. After finding a secluded spot at the edge of the primitive forest and earnestly teaching Rabbit Chausel how to shoot for a considerable time, Lumion strolled back to Tizimo with his hands in his pockets, planning to visit the only cafe for afternoon tea. The cafe bore the name Bunya after its owner, a man named Bunya. He was under the age of 30. Having once served as a waiter and apprentice at a cafe in Port Pilas, Bunya, recalling the lack of a proper cafe in Tizimo town, transformed the ground floor of his house into a semi-open cafe. Lumion, weaving through the tables and chairs on the street, arrived at the kitchen counter, offering a smile to the proprietor and waiter, Bunya. "Do you have Fermo coffee?" Bunya's brown skin, not too dark, and his features resembling those of mixed blood, showcased his Tiziman heritage. The man in his late 20s responded with an honest smile in fluent Intisian. "Monsieur, there's no Fermo coffee." Lumion, intending to playfully inquire, casually switched to a cup of Corsa coffee from Madani. Sipping the bitter and sweet liquid at a table, he noticed Camus, adorned in a vest, and Ria, clad in leather armor, entering the cafe. Each ordered an Intis coffee and a corn nut cake imbued with Tizimo flair. Upon spotting Ria, the single Bunya became even more bashful and busier, avoiding eye contact. As Camus and Ria, equipped with their coffee and corn nut cakes, sought a spot, Lumion raised his arm in greeting. As Camus and Ria reluctantly settled into their seats across from him, Lumion inquired with a smile, "Why do you look so tired?" Glancing at the energetic adventurer, Camus took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "We just finished work. We can finally rest." Yesterday, he had monitored the Brew Motel late into the night. "All I want now is a good night's sleep." After exploring the dream together last night, Ria wasn't as reticent as before when facing Lumion. "Then why are you still drinking coffee?" Lumion replied with amusement. It was evident that Ria and Camus lacked the energy of a sleepless. "I want to endure until dinner before sleeping," Camus said with a sigh. Ria shook her head. "Coffee is useless to me." After a brief chat, Ria finished her corn nut cake and coffee, then headed back to the nearby police headquarters to rest. Camus continued to recline in the armchair, occasionally taking a sip of coffee. "Has Riaza arrived?" Lumion inquired with a smile. Camus fell silent for a moment. "He's here. Tonight, one of the two, Maslow and Loban, will be following you with him." As for Kolobo, there was no need for him to be on duty. If he didn't even dare to look, how could he do any monitoring? While they conversed, Lumion noticed Miss Amandina from Palm Manor leading a short unicorn outside the Bunya Cafe, exuding high spirits. The blue-eyed girl was clad in off-white hunting attire today, her black hair fashioned into a half-height bun. After entrusting the whip and reins to the brown-skinned valet, she strolled to the kitchen counter with her lady's maid, who also bore an Intisian appearance. Along the way, she cheerfully greeted the patrons in the cafe and exchanged pleasantries with the locals sipping on inexpensive coffee. Observing Camus' gaze fixed on the girl, Lumion teased, "Do you wish to engage in a duel with her fiancé?" "No, I'm not that kind of person," Camus replied with a serious expression. "I admit that she's indeed very attractive to me, but she's already engaged to Monsieur Robert. This is a sign that she's starting a family. I can't allow myself to destroy someone else's family. You Phaenopaterians," Lumion didn't mock him but sighed with emotion. Such values appealed to Phaenopater. Of course, not every Phaenopaterian possessed such values. Seeing Lumion's lack of response, Camus said seriously, "Don't have any ideas about her." Lumion regarded the young man surnamed Castilla with amusement, awaiting further explanation. Camus furrowed his brow slightly. "I know you Intisians won't back down just because the other party has a fiancé or a husband. You might find it even more exciting, but you always pursue momentary pleasure. Very few are willing to take responsibility. You always satisfy yourself. When you're happy, you turn around and leave, leaving a lady to face everything that's been destroyed. Not every Intisian is like this." Lumion shook his head with a smile. "But most Triurians are like that. However, neither party is innocent in such matters," he added inwardly. The energetic and playful Amandina led the ladies' maid past Camus and Lumion's table. First, she greeted Camus, then sized up Lumion and said candidly, "I'm Amandina. What about you?" "Louis Barry," Lumion replied with a smile. Amandina nodded and suddenly laughed. "You must have just arrived from Trier. You're different from the people here." "No, I'm from a village in the south." Lumion switched to Intisian with a Dirige accent. Amandina wasn't disappointed. She happily inquired about the folklore of the southern provinces of the Intis Republic before leading the lady's maid to a table in the corner. Camus watched as the two of them conversed. He opened his mouth but closed it again. Trier, Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative. Jenna was curled up on the sofa, engrossed in the novels she had just bought, all with elements of witches. Suddenly, Rabbit Chaucel appeared in front of her and handed her a letter. Observing the bizarre yet adorable rabbit-shaped creature, Jenna opened the letter and scanned its contents before asking earnestly, "Do you wish to select your payment, or shall I choose a random book for you?" "Lumion Lee has already settled the payment on your behalf," Rabbit Chaucel said in a deep yet sincere voice, which Jenna suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "What has he paid?" "He imparted shooting-related knowledge to me and guided me through the initial stage of my practice." Rabbit Chaucel raised the special revolver in his hand, briefly aimed it at the door behind Jenna, and then swiftly lowered it. Monsieur Lumion Lee, have you considered the consequences of what you've done?" Jenna chided, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement. However, the deed was done, and she was powerless to reverse it. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Jenna's lips curved into a sweet smile. "The next payment will be for a genuine underarm holster. And after that, custom-made bullets with special effects. How does that sound?" Behind his glasses, Rabbit Chaucel's eyes sparkled. "All right." In Tisimo town, night had already fallen, and darkness shrouded the area. Lumion stood in Hisoka's house, glancing at the stern vice, captain of the Port Pilus patrol team, Ryaza, and the local patrol team leader, Maslow, whose face was adorned with white paint. As though instructing Lugano, he said, "Watch out for any accidents." This time he spoke in Deutanese. All right. It wasn't the first time Maslow had accompanied Louis Barry, the great adventurer, and he was already accustomed to his style. Dressed in a sleek formal suit, Ryaza remained silent, signaling that there was no issue. Lumion retrieved the brown mystery prying glasses from his traveler's bag. Tonight, his first task was to use this magical item to observe Hisoka's house from various angles, hoping to unveil the source of its abnormality. After confirming his condition and preparations, Lumion placed the brown gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. A familiar wave of dizziness washed over Lumion, as if his surroundings had been disrupted and reassembled. He witnessed poisonous insects crawling in the sky, two walls that seemed to dance in circles, and an underground water puddle deep in the soil that appeared to absorb all light. Amidst the dizzying sensation that threatened to separate his spirit from his body, Lumion saw trees that seemed to slumber in the darkness and a pitch-black boulder. Finally, he removed the brown glasses from his nose and arched his back slightly to alleviate the discomfort. Even an ascetic wouldn't be able to use the mystery-prying glasses for long. Of course, this ensured his safety to a certain degree. Through this prying, Lumion confirmed two things. First, the area beneath Hisoka's house was indeed unusual, but it seemed more like an illusory symbol than an actual entity. It indicated that this place had once been corrupted or influenced, with the most severe occurrence taking place underground. Second, this influence was connected to the black boulder deep within the primitive forest. How did it go? Maslow, his face painted white, asked. Lumion stored the mystery-prying glasses back into his traveler's bag and smiled. The abnormality I saw here originates from a black boulder deep in the primitive forest. Have you ever seen or heard of that black boulder? The pale white Ryaza and Maslow, his black hair falling over his shoulders, shook their heads in unison, indicating a negative answer. Lumion wasn't in a rush to do the second thing he had planned for the night. He glanced at Ryaza, who was wearing a thin formal suit and appeared to be a mix of Intisian and West Balam heritage. He casually said, I thought that with your arrival, some people in Tizimo would gradually leave and stay in Port Pilus for a while. As you know, the Dream Festival should start within 3 days. Ryaza calmly replied, based on my experience, except for those who have only arrived in Tizimo in the past 2 weeks, it's best not to leave this place and go elsewhere to prevent any abnormalities from spreading. It should only be considered after the Dream Festival ends and the primitive tribe launches another attack. Very standardized process. I thought you would consider the opinions of Intis, Phaenopotter, and other northern continent countries, allowing people with corresponding nationalities to evacuate in advance and protect them. For example, the owners of the plantations outside the city and their families. Yes, this is likely because the Dream Festival has never shown direct harm. It only caused some townsfolk to suffer from hysteria and attracted an attack from the forest's primitive tribe. The first situation could be resolved by a simple Massachusetts. The second problem could be guarded against and fended off. Lumion roughly understood the mentality of Admiral Quirrell and the patrol team's leaders. Since there wouldn't be any major issues, they would act as if the Dream Festival didn't exist, merely advising the local official Beyonders to be vigilant and guard against any mishaps, while hoping that the Church of the Fool could resolve the hidden dangers. If they were to do more, they might trigger something and worsen the situation. After discussing the matter, Lumion recovered from the discomfort caused by the mystery-prying glasses. He took out the unique Eye of Truth and placed it in front of his face. The relatively handsome southern continent native's eyelids twitched at the sight of the pale white flesh, dark blood vessel-like earmuff and spectacle temple, as well as the blood-colored lens intertwined with transparent purple tubes. How many glasses does Louis Barry own? Moreover, each one is a mystical item. After donning the single-lens Eye of Truth, Lumion surveyed his surroundings, seeking to uncover the truth behind reality. As he did so, a voice gradually sounded in his ears, growing louder and more chaotic. Each note and word seemed to materialize, flooding into Lumion's mind. It made him feel as if his head was rapidly expanding like a balloon. If the balloon continued to expand, there would only be one outcome. Bursting with a resounding bang, Lumion reached for his ear, ready to remove the Eye of Truth at any moment. He seized the opportunity to scrutinize Hisoka's house. He believed that it was safer to take the risk of prying into the house's secrets before the Dream Festival, while not inside the special dream. It was safer than using the eye of truth and mystery prying glasses within the dream itself. Through the purple lens, Lumion couldn't discern much of the truth. Everything appeared similar to what he could see with his naked eye, but the night seemed even darker. Without hesitation, his eye bulged, and blood vessels appeared on his body. He abruptly removed the eye of truth, and a slightly sharp explosion reverberated in his ears. Phew, phew. Panting heavily, Lumion's mind was in disarray, overwhelmed by a barrage of strange knowledge. He couldn't think straight. At that moment, even if someone were to ambush him, he wouldn't be able to react quickly. After more than 10 seconds, Lumion finally regained his ability to think clearly. He instinctively organized the knowledge that had been forcefully injected into his mind. The art of sophistry, how to cultivate superior wheat seeds, canning techniques, how to roast pork that's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, music to soothe a sow's emotions, the revelation of Evernight, favorite positions of celebrities, memoirs of those mistresses. What's all this nonsense? Can't there be any useful knowledge? In the past, although Aurora had been tormented by the hidden sage's installation of knowledge, she had at least stumbled upon valuable mysticism insights. Wait, had she also been corrupted by such knowledge? Is that why she always portrays a rich theoretical understanding in her books? Lumion rubbed his still throbbing head and said to Riaza and Maslow, "I'm going to the edge of the forest to take a look. Do you want to come with me?" Riaza nodded, stingy with his words, while Maslow made his stance clear by walking towards the stairs. If Camus were here, he would undoubtedly smile wryly and say, "Do I have a choice?" Lumion mused to himself. He left Hisoka's house and made his way towards the primitive forest near Tizimo town. After crossing the intersection and arriving at another street, Lumion noticed a four-wheeled, four-seater carriage parked at the entrance of the Brew Motel. An attendant and a lady's maid stepped out of the carriage, carrying their luggage, and followed a man and a woman towards the motel. The man was attired in a dark gray formal suit and a half-top hat. His complexion resembled that of someone from the northern continent, and his side profile was well-defined, with striking dark green eyes. The woman wore a light, colored dress that allowed for ease of movement and a feathered hat adorned with pearls. She appeared to be in her late 20s, and her skin was delicate and radiant. One would easily determine that she was a beauty just from glimpsing her side profile. Lumion averted his gaze and turned to Riaza and Maslow. "Is it the weekend?" "No," Maslow replied, understanding the implication behind Louis Barry's question. Gentlemen and ladies often find time to hunt in Tizimo, not just on weekends. Lumion turned to Riaza and inquired, "You didn't seal off this area?" "That would only cause unnecessary panic," Riaza responded succinctly. Lumion didn't press the matter further. He walked out of the town through the Brew Motel and ventured into the primitive forest. He delved deeper along the path he had become familiar with from the dream. Finally, he arrived at the chaotic zone in reality, where various dream fragments intertwined. It was an unremarkable place, indistinguishable from its surroundings. Lumion found a palm tree and sat down. He turned to Riaza and Maslow and said, "Keep an eye on my surroundings. I'm going to sleep here." He wanted to see what would happen if he fell asleep closer to the source of the abnormality, if he could enter that peculiar dream, and in what state. Receiving affirmative responses from the two patrol team members, Lumion closed his eyes and attempted cogitation. At some point, he drifted off to sleep. After an unknown period, he awoke. Catching sight of Riaza and Maslow, Lumion rose to his feet and nodded thoughtfully. "This place doesn't work either. Is Hisoka's house the only effective location? Or should I find that black boulder and sleep near it?" Lumion gazed into the pitch-black forest, contemplating for a few moments before turning to Riaza and Maslow. "Let's head back." The trio swiftly returned to Tizimo. The late night had settled in, and the streets were devoid of any passers-by. No lights or sounds emanated from the houses on either side. Occasionally, the snorts of livestock on the ground floor of the buildings could be heard, accentuating the pervading darkness and silence. The dim crimson moon's light seemed to emphasize the depths of the darkness. On this dark night, Lumion walked along a muddy road, heading towards the Brew Motel situated deep within the street. Riaza and Maslow followed quietly behind him. Suddenly, Lumion's mind spun, and his vision momentarily blurred before clearing. His pupils dilated as he instinctively scanned his surroundings but found nothing amiss. At that moment, in a vacant house on the ground floor diagonally ahead, a dim candlelight illuminated a room on the third floor. Immediately after, glass windows on this street and throughout Tizimo town were set aglow by the light of burning candles. Ria awoke to find that darkness had already descended, but the candles in many houses continued to burn. This indicated that it wasn't too late. Feeling lazy, Ria had no desire to prepare her own food. Carrying her bow and arrows, she left the room and exited the police headquarters from the side, making her way towards the nearby Bunya Cafe. The streets were nearly deserted, as they were every night. Ria glanced at the tables and chairs still scattered along the street and approached the kitchen counter. In Dutanese, she said to the busy cafe owner and waiter, Bunya, who had his head lowered, "A glass of kosa and a beef burrito." Bunya paused in the midst of washing cups and looked up. His naturally curly black hair gave him a mixed-blood appearance. He looked at Ria and revealed an obvious, strange smile that made Ria inexplicably uneasy. Ria knew Bunya well and was aware that he was a shy, kind, and adult man who wasn't particularly adept at communicating with women. He had never smiled like this before. Bunya fixed his gaze on Ria and chuckled in a deep voice. "You've got big boobs." Upon hearing Bunya's words, Ria was so surprised that she forgot her anger. It wasn't the first time she had encountered such a situation. She was shocked that a man who had left a good impression on her would show such an expression and say such words. And this was when they weren't even friends. At that moment, Ria wondered if she was still half asleep. She also questioned whether Bunya had suffered a mental illness or succumbed to hysteria as the Dream Festival drew near. Amidst Ria's bewilderment, Bunya's smile intensified. He extended his hands across the kitchen counter and attempted to grab Ria's chest. Instinctively, Ria leaned back, attempting to dodge. After failing to touch her, Bunya retracted his hands, propped himself up on the kitchen counter, and leaped up. Amidst the clinking of coffee cups and glass jars, he lunged at Ria, who was leaning back. This reaction, this choice, and this display of power caught Ria off guard. She didn't have time to remove the bow and arrow from her back. Her waist bent backward, and her right foot kicked up like the other end of a seesaw, sending the transformed Bunya Cafe owner flying. Simultaneously, a thought flashed through Ria's mind. Has he truly lost his mind? Crash. Bunya crashed to the side of the kitchen counter. Ria exerted strength in her back and stood up straight again. Then, she took off her hunting bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed at Bunya, who had just stood up. A look of fear crossed Bunya's face. He froze for a moment before pleading, Don't kill me. I suddenly lost control just now." Looking at Bunya's pleading and fearful face, Ria found him both familiar and unfamiliar. The arrow on the bowstring was drawn back, but she didn't release it. Entering the streets of Tizimo town from the primitive forest, Lumion observed the illuminated houses on both sides and scoffed. Is this supposed to be terrifying and bizarre? This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a scene. In Fourth Epic Trier, he had witnessed a similar occurrence. Not only had the dark town regained its lights, but the entire Fourth Epic Trier had transitioned from silence to noisiness, returning to life. Faced with this abnormality, Lumion was undoubtedly surprised and highly vigilant. However, he wasn't overwhelmed by intense emotions. On the surface, he observed his surroundings leisurely. He realized that Riaza and Maslow had vanished. The two patrol team members who should have been following him were gone. Since it can silently make two Beyonders disappear right under my nose, it can definitely make me vanish just like that. In other words, I must have been affected. There's a high chance that the trance was an external manifestation. From a mysticism perspective, the town, which had already fallen into a deep slumber, relighting without any significant turn of events, signifies that I'm in another scene, one that is originally related but different. Could it be that I've been forced into a dream? Has the dream festival officially begun? I didn't sleep in Hisoka's house. Why am I still awake? Combined with the ongoing investigation, Lumion quickly deduced the current situation. At that moment, he spotted a figure emerging from a glass window diagonally ahead, surrounded by wooden planks and weeds. It was a local man in his early 40s, with dark brown skin, brown eyes, black hair, and thick lips. Lumion had seen him before. He was a hunting guide, responsible for leading gentlemen and ladies from Port Pilus and other places into the forest for hunting. Lumion's impression of him was that he always wore a fawning smile. No matter what others said, he would respond with a string of affirmatives. He never showed anger, even when punished by the gentlemen and ladies he guided. Upon seeing Lumion, the hunting guide's lips curled into a cruel smile. He pushed open the window and raised his other hand, revealing a double-barreled shotgun. "Die, you northern continent dog!" As the hunting guide cursed, he aimed his double-barreled shotgun at Lumion and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A massive amount of lead spread out in a cone, enveloping the corresponding area. As the hunting guide took aim, Lumion sidestepped and rolled to the other side of the street. What greeted his eyes were the previously quiet cows, sheep, and horses. At that moment, the eyes of these animals seemed to turn bloodshot. Supporting himself with one hand, Lumion leaped up. Amidst the high-pitched mooing and the hunting guide's aim, he leaped to the middle of the stairs leading to the second floor. Ah! A scream suddenly pierced the air, then stopped abruptly. The door on the second floor swung open, and Lumion was confronted by a young man drenched in bright red blood. He held a massive axe dripping with the crimson liquid, and behind him lay the mangled corpse of an old man in his 50s, the wound carved deep into his chest. Lumion, who had been wandering Tizimo Town for days, was no stranger to these two individuals. Lying on the ground, his eyes wide open, was the leathersmith of Tizimo Town. He would purchase the hides of wild beasts brought back by gentlemen, ladies, and town hunters who didn't want to handle them themselves, processing them and selling the finished products. The axe-wielding figure was his eldest son, who had studied nitrification, tanning, and other leather production techniques from him. He was known as an obedient young man, and his father wasn't an old-fashioned leathersmith who resorted to physical or verbal violence. This was a characteristic of the people of Tizimo. They were docile, calm, and devoid of intense emotions. And now, it appeared that the leathersmith's eldest son had just cleaved his father to death. Upon seeing Lumion, the lad's eyes overflowed with a bloodthirsty smile. With a shout, he swung his axe at Lumion. On the other side, the hunting guide began reloading his double-barreled shotgun with new lead rounds. Lumion's body suddenly turned ethereal, merging with his shadow and vanishing into the darkness beside the steps. Shadow transformation. After using this ability to sneak towards the police headquarters for a few seconds, Lumion suddenly heard someone pleading for mercy in fear. He left the shadows and transformed back into a human. He saw Rhea aiming an arrow at the cafe owner, Bunya, but she didn't release it. At that moment, a colossal anaconda, as thick as a barrel, emerged from the multi-layered hay at the top of the opposite house, hanging upside down. It widened its cold eyes and foul-smelling mouth, the patterns on its scales seeming to expand and writhe. This time, Lumion didn't dodge. Facing the colossal boa attempting to devour him, his eyes darkened as he swung his fist upward. In an instant, blazing white flames ignited from his fist, enveloping his entire forearm. Bang! Lumion's fist smashed into the colossal boa's gaping maw, tearing through the blood-colored flesh and delivering a devastating uppercut to its upper jaw. Before it could devour its human prey, the colossal boa's cold eyes lost their luster. Its massive body plummeted due to inertia, but Lumion easily sidestepped the falling serpent and retracted his fist. Clang! The colossal boa crashed to the ground, its slippery scaled body engulfed in blazing white flames. Weakness investigation. Lumion approached Rhea, noticing that the patrol team member was also regarding him with a vigilant and puzzled expression. He didn't attack immediately. Lumion's heart stirred as a smile played across his lips. Looks like you're still lucid. Wary of Bunya, Rhea observed Louis Barry for a moment, hesitating before speaking. Lucid, you say? Yes. Lumion pointed at Bunya, who was glaring at him with undisguised hatred. Did he attempt to attack you or even rape you? Yes. Rhea didn't ask how he knew. Instead, she inquired, what's going on? Lumion chuckled in response, stating, perhaps we've entered the dream once more, but this time, we're not alone. He made a preliminary judgment based on Rhea's apparent lucidity. Perhaps the reason for maintaining his own clarity of mind was falling asleep in Hisoka's house and entering the special dream recently. He needed to find Camus for further confirmation. Upon hearing Louis Barry's response, a term suddenly flashed through Rhea's mind. Before she could voice her thoughts, the sound of 3 chimes suddenly rang out. The bell's resonant tones reverberated through the streets of Tizimo, as if summoning the town's inhabitants. Rhea listened intently, her expression shifting slightly. It's the cathedral's bell. Cathedral, the Saint-Cine Cathedral? Lumion's thoughts immediately turned to the unsettling Padre Cali. He glanced at Rhea. Let's go and investigate. All right, Rhea replied without hesitation. She lowered her bow, no longer aiming the arrow at the cafe owner, Bunya, and followed Lumion towards the Saint-Cine Cathedral, which was separated from their current location only by the police headquarters. Bunya's expression fluctuated between longing and hatred, but he didn't dare to pursue them, held back by fear. Lumion and Rhea sprinted at a breakneck pace. In mere seconds, they traversed the distance past the police headquarters and arrived at the small square in front of the cathedral. Padre Cali was already standing at the cathedral's entrance. However, he was no longer clad in the eternal blazing sun church clergyman's robe with its white and golden threads. Instead, he had donned a dark and intricately designed robe. The Padre, with his dark brown skin, sunken eyes, and stiff facial features, gazed out at the empty square before his eyes settled on the newly arrived Lumion and Rhea. He held the Bible aloft and shouted with a frenzied expression, I hereby declare the official commencement of the Dream Festival. During the Dream Festival, there are no taboos or restrictions. You are free to do as you wish, including harming and killing. Revel in it and unleash all your emotions and desires, everyone. Upon hearing Padre Cali's shout, Rhea raised her hunting bow and aimed an arrow wrapped in silver lightning at the clergyman in the complicated black robe. Unlike when she had faced the cafe owner, Bunya, the anger in her eyes was even more pronounced now, and there was no hesitation. The Padre was blaspheming and apostatizing. At that moment, a slender and powerful palm appeared in front of Rhea's hunting bow, blocking the arrow. You! Rhea turned to Louis Barry, puzzled as to why he had stopped her. Lumion replied calmly, Let's wait and see. As the two of them conversed, Padre Cali revealed a wanton and flamboyant smile. He turned around and walked back to the cathedral with the Bible in his arms. The golden dome at the cathedral's top and the statues and decorations on the outer walls dimmed under the crimson moonlight. After Padre Cali's figure disappeared through the cathedral's open door, Rhea looked at Lumion with a dark expression. Why? Lumion chuckled in response. After realizing that this place is suspected to be a dream, I've been pondering a question. As he spoke, screams and piercing cries reverberated through Tizimo and the surrounding plantations, echoing through the dark night sky. What question? Rhea pressed. Without giving a direct response, Lumion said, It's almost certain that we're participating in the Dream Festival. Under such circumstances, if you succeed in attacking Padre Cali, what will happen when the Dream Festival concludes and everyone wakes up? Without waiting for Rhea's response, Lumion smiled again. If you shoot him in the arm, he'll wake up feeling phantom pain in the corresponding location, as if he's suffering from arthritis and his muscles are tearing. If you strike his head with a hammer and knock him out, there's a high chance that he'll have a headache, dizziness, and nervous twitches when he returns to reality. If you rape and impregnate him, he'll likely feel nauseous, reflux, and bloated, feeling like he might have a fetus in his stomach when he wakes up. If you tie him up, continuously electrocute him, and incinerate him with fire, will he feel those sensations in the real world, as if possessed by wraiths or shadows. He may always feel restrained, paralyzed, or in pain. Rhea listened calmly, not bothering to question why Padre Callie could get pregnant. The more she listened, the more alarmed she became. This was because Louis Barry's description matched the various manifestations of mass hysteria in Tizimo that the patrol team had gathered. Lumion turned to Rhea and asked with a smile, "If you had killed Padre Callie with an arrow, what would happen when the dream recedes? He'll die immediately?" "No." Rhea denied it. Tizimo had no incidents of multiple people suddenly dying in their dreams after a night. Rhea immediately thought of an abnormality. Between mid-December and mid-March, 80% of the annual deaths in Tizimo occurred, significantly surpassing those in Port Pilas and the surrounding towns. She changed her words. "They will gradually die in an irreversible manner within the next 3 months?" With a nod, Lumion replied, "I even suspect that the primitive tribe in the forest launched several attacks in those 3 months, mainly to eliminate those who had died in their dreams, allowing them to die reasonably in reality without revealing anything abnormal. From December of last year to this year, they only completed 1 attack. The reason should be that the attack was very successful. Those who should die are dead, and some who don't deserve to die are also dead. There's no need for them to take the risk, and they also lost the motivation to come to Tizimo again." Rhea listened attentively and pondered for a few seconds. "The Dream Festival originates from that tribe? It's possible. It's more likely that they guard or worship the source and act according to its revelations," Lumion replied simply. Rhea nodded slightly. "No wonder you stopped me from shooting Padre Callie. Everyone in Tizimo is likely a victim. That's why I didn't counterattack the 2 assailants and only killed the colossal boa with a single punch," Lumion thought. "When awoken from the dream, will the colossal boa crawl in front of me and die? If that's the case, I can add more food to Ludwig's plate." Lumion surveyed the empty square slumbering in the night. "Let's find Camus now and see if he's still lucid." In Tizimo, on the 3rd floor of the police headquarters, 5 rooms and 1 washroom belonged to the patrol team. 1 room was used for day-to-day work, while another was used for storing documents and items. The remaining 3 apartments belonged to the local patrol team members, 1 for each person. With the arrival of Camus and Kolobo, Maslow had temporarily moved to Lobans to vacate a room for his colleagues from Port Pilas. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the reverberations of the bell, Camus jolted awake. He glanced out the window into the deep night, illuminated by a faint crimson moonlight. Momentarily disoriented, he wondered about the hour. Just as Camus reached for his pocket watch, intending to check the time, he noticed Kolobo's absence from the makeshift bed. A sense of unease washed over him, urging him into action. With silent determination, he rose from his bed under the eerie crimson moonlight, securing his pocket watch and weapon. Stepping cautiously into the corridor, Camus found it unusually still, cloaked in shadowy silence. Beyond the confines of the police headquarters, eerie cries and distant wails pierced the night, emanating from various corners of Tizimo and its surrounding plantations. Drawing on his keen awareness honed through experience as a public security officer, Camus sensed a disturbance in his jurisdiction. Suddenly, he instinctively dropped to the ground and rolled forward. A deafening crack echoed through the corridor as a wooden door, which Camus would have passed by, splintered and burst outward. In the blink of an eye, a broadsword slashed through the air, propelled by a savage force, slicing through the empty corridor. As Camus swiftly evaded the attack, he turned to face his assailant. It was Loban, the towering patrol member standing at over 1.9 meters, with short light gold hair and piercing light blue eyes. A cruel smirk adorned the Phasacian's face, his eyes glinting with unmistakable greed. In the dim moonlight, his features were obscured by shadows, emanating an eerie malevolence. Upon spotting Loban, Camus' eyes sparked with determination. Psychic piercing. Loban recoiled with a pained cry, instinctively shielding his head with his hands, relinquishing his grip on the broadsword. Seizing the opportunity, Camus swiftly drew his revolver, taking aim at his teammate. In a moment of hesitation, Camus faltered, then lowered his weapon. Bang! The bullet found its mark, striking Loban's knee with brutal force, tearing through flesh and shattering bone. A doctor from the Church of Earth Mother could mend such injuries. Loban crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony, his attempts to curl up thwarted by the searing pain. Camus lowered his revolver, rose to his feet, and pressed forward towards the end of the corridor. As he descended the stairs, Camus passed by a cluttered cubicle, its contents scattered haphazardly, and caught faint murmurs from within. His heart skipped a beat as he whispered, "Kolobo, is that you?" A moment of tense silence followed before Kolobo's voice, tinged with panic and fear, replied, "Stay back. Don't come any closer. Spare me." Camus frowned, sensing that Kolobo's demeanor was far from his usual composed self. Though prone to bouts of fear and unease, Kolobo typically pushed through his anxieties to fulfill his duties. This level of hysteria was unprecedented. What's wrong with Kolobo? Camus wondered, choosing to stay put rather than risk exacerbating the situation. Camus observed as Kolobo fell into an uneasy silence, as if attempting to fade into obscurity. After more than 10 seconds, Camus contemplated assessing Kolobo's condition. If it proved dire, he resolved to retreat and seek out Louis Barry. Suddenly, the sound of 2 sets of rapid footsteps echoed from below. Camus swiftly pivoted, training his revolver down the stairs. There, he beheld Louis Barry, sporting a golden straw hat, accompanied by Rhea, armed with a hunting bow and arrow. Gazing at the barrel aimed in their direction, Louis Barry chuckled lightly, his tone calm. "Welcome to the Dream Festival." The Dream Festival? Is the Dream Festival? Realization dawned on Camus. He glanced between the smiling Louis Barry and the serious Rhea. Confusion etched on his features. Why are we still lucid? Observing their composed demeanor, Camus deduced that they hadn't succumbed to the overwhelming emotions and desires that often engulf dreamers. Yet, he kept his revolver steady, wary of any sudden developments. Perhaps our early entry into this peculiar dream, thanks to Tuanaka's house, has granted us this lucidity, Lumion proposed, offering his deduction. Rhea seized the opportunity to suggest that encounters within the dream might hold sway over reality to some extent, sharing the conjecture with Camus. Initially relieved that he hadn't resorted to lethal force against Loban, Camus' expression turned grave as he addressed his companions. The 3 of us aren't the only Beyonders in Tizimo. If we adhere to the notion that we can't retaliate when attacked, it will severely hamper our ability to defend ourselves. Lumion smiled. Who said we can't kill? If someone poses a threat to me, they shall be killed accordingly. Rhea and Camus fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Camus nodded decisively, gesturing towards the sundry compartment nestled in the stairwell. Kolobo's extreme reaction stems from fear. He won't pose a threat to us. Let him seek refuge there, undisturbed. As Rhea concurred, Lumion's expression suddenly shifted. He asked, "Is Kolobo also in this dream?" Kolobo, who has been in Tizimo for less than a week like me, has also been forced to participate in the Dream Festival? Yes. Camus asked in confusion, "Is there a problem?" A shadow crossed Lumion's features as he responded gravely. "This suggests there may be a larger problem at play, perhaps one more terrifying than the Dream Festival itself." Before Camus and Rhea could inquire further, Lumion abruptly interjected, "Wait here for me." With that, he vanished from the stairway utilizing spirit world traversal. Lumion reappeared on the 2nd floor of the Brew Motel, just outside his suite. In the next instant, a piercing scream echoed through the air, filled with agony and terror. It was Lugano. Confirming his fears, Lumion slipped his key into the lock, easing the door to the suite open without a sound. Now, he knew without a doubt that Ludwig, the terrifying sealed creature, would unleash his hunger and frenzy at the dream festival. Beneath the crimson moonlight streaming through the window, Lugano thrashed wildly, his face twisted in agony. Lurking at the end of his flailing arm was Ludwig, dressed in a child's nightcap and sky-blue pajamas dotted with yellow stars. The sickening sounds of bones crunching and flesh tearing filled the air. Amidst the chaos, droplets of blood splattered onto the floor. Suddenly, Ludwig lunged forward like a frenzied animal, his jaws closing in on Lugano's arm with a sickening crack. Ah! Lugano's scream pierced the air once more, threatening to blow the roof. Instinctively, he tried to wrench his arm free from Ludwig's grasp and shove the creature away with his other hand. Pain seared through him, and he felt himself teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Observing Ludwig closely, Lumion darted behind him, his nostrils flaring. Two beams of white light shot forth from his nose, enveloping Ludwig. Ludwig paused, shutting his eyes. But before Lumion could react, the boy's mouth resumed its relentless assault on Lugano's arm, pulverizing bone and flesh alike. His eyes snapped open. The spell of Harumph can only daze Ludwig for a moment, and that's only if he's sealed, Lumion reminded himself, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. He glanced at Lugano, who had noticed him but was too consumed by agony to speak. Raising a hand, Lumion motioned for Lugano to remain patient. Though Lugano's mind raced with curses and frustration, he remained unable to voice them. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion gave an imperceptible nod. Changing his focus, Lumion bypassed Ludwig, who was engrossed in devouring Lugano, and seized Lugano's shoulder. In an instant, Lumion retrieved a sharp straight sword he had acquired from Port Santa, pulling it from his traveler's bag. What is he trying to do? Amidst the throes of pain, Lugano's thoughts scattered. With a swift motion, Lumion swung the sword, the blade bursting into white flames. The fiery sword crashed down upon Lugano's arm, where Ludwig had been feasting, striking at the joint. With a sharp sound, Lugano's forearm tore away from Ludwig's grasp, leaving behind a gory, truncated limb. Simultaneously, Lumion's form began to fade, and even Lugano, whom he had grasped, vanished from sight. Teleport, but Lumion hadn't gone far. Both he and Lugano reappeared at the suite's doorway. The agony persisted, but Lugano's momentary relief vanished as Ludwig's figure once again came into view. The sight of the boy, his mouth still bloody with Lugano's remaining forearm, sent a shiver down his spine. The fear momentarily eclipsed the pain, and Lugano's mind raced with frantic questions. Why not teleport away from Tizimo? Why not teleport to Port Pilus? Why are we still lingering in front of Ludwig? Meanwhile, Ludwig had turned his attention to the doorway, his blonde hair matted with blood, his brown eyes glinting with ravenous hunger. With the speed of a child his age, he advanced toward Lumion and Lugano, all the while chewing and swallowing what remained of Lugano's arm. Unperturbed, Lumion calmly returned the straight sword to his traveler's bag. Under Lugano's horrified gaze, Lumion conjured an entire almond pistachio cream thousand-layer cake and hurled it onto the floor beside Ludwig. Ludwig's sprint slowed as he seemed to ponder which delicacy to indulge in first. Ultimately, he turned his attention back to Lugano. The sight of blood, flesh, and marrow infused with spiritual essence seemed to intoxicate him even further. Capitalizing on Ludwig's momentary indecision, Lumion delved into his traveler's bag once more, extracting a fragment of Hisoka's corpse and tossing it aside. Ludwig's gaze followed the offering, his lips instinctively moistening, yet he made no move to change course. It seemed he found the offering beneath his tastes, too dirty to be his top choice. Lumion systematically tossed out ingredients brimming with spiritual energy, one after the other, creating a barrier of tempting treats around Ludwig. Cream pancakes, fruit tarts, sandwiches oozing with cream, bouchis à la reine, chocolates infused with liquor, cookies, candied plums, eclairs, charlotte desserts, and a myriad of other delicacies, formed a tempting ring around Ludwig, impeding his advance toward Lugano. Turning to Lugano with a stern expression, Lumien's voice took on a commanding tone. "What are you waiting for? Stem the bleeding first." Startled, Lugano obeyed, his left palm emitting a faint glow as he applied pressure to the stump of his injured arm. As Ludwig indulged in the feast laid out before him, his urgency waned. Though still concerned for Lugano, he no longer rushed forward. In the final stages, Lumien threw out boxes of biscuits, sweets, beef jerky, and assorted provisions, encircling Ludwig with a haphazard yet effective wall of food. Nearly all of Lumien's 7 days' worth of rations for Ludwig had been deployed from his traveler's bag. What's the meaning of this? Lugano, having successfully treated his wound and eased his pain, watched Lumien's actions with bewilderment. He couldn't fathom why his employer was so fixated on feeding Ludwig in the midst of their predicament. "Sealing that fellow?" Lumien replied calmly, his hands never ceasing their task. "Sealing?" Lugano nearly doubted his hearing. "Isn't this too absurd? Using food to seal a monster?" He couldn't recall ever encountering such a concept, not even in the most far-fetched novels on the market. No author would dream up such a peculiar method. Wouldn't a conventional seal involve the use of spiritually potent materials to inscribe mystical symbols and patterns, followed by ritualistic magic or the employment of a mystical artifact? What possible purpose could hurling food at the monster serve? Lumien smiled and sighed. "Once he's satiated, he won't have any appetite left for you or anyone else here. And there's enough food to keep him occupied until dawn, and possibly even beyond." Lumien had devised this plan upon realizing that Ludwig's sole desire was to eat. Coupled with his behavior during the Dream Festival, Lumien was confident that Ludwig was now driven purely by his insatiable hunger, a unique trait exclusive to him in Tizimo. In this scenario, as long as Ludwig's appetite was sated, he could remain confined within the suite, feasting without posing a threat to others. What was the distinction between this and traditional sealing methods? Of course, the success of this makeshift seal depended on the Dream Festival concluding before Ludwig depleted the 7 days' worth of food. Otherwise, Lumien's ability to hunt in the forest might not keep pace with Ludwig's voracious appetite. Lugano's understanding dawned upon hearing Lumien's explanation. Indeed, this method offered a practical means of temporarily restraining Ludwig, who said it couldn't be deemed a seal. Understanding one's target's preferences and weaknesses allowed for the implementation of a seal without resorting to mysticism. Observing Ludwig still attempting to approach the door amidst his feast, Lumien realized the creature's reluctance to part with Lugano. With a swift movement, he grasped Lugano's shoulder and teleported them both to a corner of the second-floor stairwell in the police headquarters. Ludwig briefly glanced at the vacant doorway before refocusing on his culinary conquest within the suite. "Are you certain everything's under control?" Lugano inquired anxiously, the moment he exited the spirit world. Lumien chuckled in response. "As long as no beyonder happens to stroll by the door, he won't abandon his feast." Relieved, Lugano exhaled deeply, casting a rueful glance at his remaining arm. Thoughts swirled in his mind as he contemplated his future. "At least I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive. In the future, I'll see if I can save up enough money to afford a mechanical arm from the Church of Steam. That might bolster my combat strength." The doctor's expertise could only do so much, as transplanting another's limb was beyond the realm of possibility. Camus and Rhea, observing Lugano's bloody limb, furrowed their brows, recalling Louis Barry's ominous warning of a greater issue. "What happened?" Camus inquired. Lumien smiled. "It's a complication caused by that big problem, but I've managed to seal it temporarily. Just remember, stay away from the Brew Motel, especially the door on the second-floor suite." Relieved to hear that Louis Barry had intervened, Camus assured Lugano, "Thankfully, it's all just a dream. You'll be fine once you wake up." A dream? Lugano was perplexed. Lumien offered no further explanation, simply remarking, "Indeed, it's a dream, but remember, If you perish in the dream, you perish in reality too. Amid Lugano's bafflement, Lumion redirected said to Camus and Rhea, "Let's make our way to Tuanaka's house now." His primary objective in investigating the Dream Festival was to locate Hisoka's gold and the item acquired from the Noise family's demon. He intended to assess any changes in their respective locations following the festival's commencement. If nothing surfaced, Lumion planned to seek out Padre Cali at the Saint-Cyr Cathedral. The peculiar condition of weakness in the depths of the spirit body, possessed by Padre Cali in reality, set him apart from everyone else in Tizimo. This hinted at something distinctly special about the Padre. Additionally, it was Padre Cali who had officially inaugurated the Dream Festival. Camus hesitated, his silence suggesting he might have pressing matters to attend to. In that moment, Rhea regarded Lumion with confusion, gesturing towards Lugano. Why is he still lucid? Upon hearing Rhea's question, Lumion snapped to his senses and turned to Lugano. In his haste to save and seal Lugano, he had overlooked Lugano's condition. Ever since this doctor had gotten his injuries under control, he had been responding to Lumion's questions. He was lucid and rational, a stark contrast to the other participants in the Dream Festival. It had to be known that even Ludwig, the monster himself, couldn't effectively control his appetite and had resorted to devouring humans. Moreover, Lugano had never slept in Hisoka's house, nor had he entered this peculiar dream realm before. Seeing Rhea, Camus, and his employer staring at him intently, Lugano, still grappling with the lingering pain, was utterly perplexed. Why wouldn't I be lucid? Aren't you all still in your right minds? Everyone seems to be in the same state. Why should I be the only one with an issue? Lumion carefully observed Lugano's emotions and asked in a calm tone, "Have you ventured outside the motel recently?" "I did. I assisted Ludwig in purchasing roasted meat and pastries made from palm tree cores," Lugano recalled. Lumion smiled. "Did you sleep anywhere other than the motel?" "No, I wouldn't dare to engage with the women here." Lugano shook his head without hesitation. He was evidently a little regretful about this, as there were numerous mixed-blood girls in Tizimo who possessed a different allure compared to those in the northern continent. As the two men conversed, Camus and Rhea meticulously searched for any abnormalities in Lugano's body. However, apart from being sufficiently lucid and lacking excessive emotions and desires, Lugano appeared to be unaffected by the strange phenomenon. Lumion looked at Lugano with a thoughtful smile and said, "We're being forced to participate in an event called the Dream Festival. Simply put, we're dreaming. We can do anything in this dream, but if we die here, we'll die in reality too. Aside from us, everyone in Tizimo is under the influence of intense emotions and desires, just like Ludwig. They're conscious, strictly speaking, but they've chosen to show their malice and express their long-suppressed desires. If we can subdue them, we might be able to communicate, but they'll instinctively try to deceive us." Remembering how the cafe owner, Bunya, had immediately changed his attitude after being targeted by her arrow and begged for mercy, Rhea agreed with Louis Barry's judgment. The Dream Festival participants weren't stupid or crazy. Their excessive desires and emotions were the main cause of their uncontrollable evil. "I see." Lugano finally understood. Realizing what Rhea's question meant, he blurted out, "Why are we lucid and rational?" After a pause, Lugano's voice lowered as he added, "Why can I stay lucid and rational?" Lumion smiled. "We can stay lucid and rational because we entered this special dream before. We left marks and auras in certain places. As for you, I'm not sure why." As he spoke, he watched Lugano's face closely, observing the change in his servant's expression. Lugano said in a daze, his voice tinged with fear, "I don't know why this is happening either." Noticing that Lugano remained calm even after his issue was brought to light, Lumion seized the chance to glimpse into his servant's luck. Currently amidst a bloody calamity, Lugano might fall victim to an ailment in the coming days. The first part makes sense, considering Ludwig has just eaten half his arm. But what does the second half imply? Could the Dream Festival span several days? Impossible. If it truly lasted that long, Tizimo's predicament would have been discovered much earlier. Does this suggest that Lugano would succumb to an illness during the dream festival itself? An illness similar to death in the waking world. One that wouldn't be instantly cured even if he awakens and receives the masses' blessing. Lumion quietly pondered the meaning behind Lugano's revealed fate. Shifting his gaze to Camus and Ria, he realized that they, too, would soon face a grim and bloody ordeal. If they failed to navigate it properly, they risked slipping further into peril. As these thoughts swirled in Lumion's mind, he turned to Camus and Ria and declared, "I'm taking my servant with us." It wasn't an act of kindness or generosity. Rather, Lumion feared that leaving Lugano to his own devices, given his inexplicable lucidity and rationality, might trigger the abnormality within him and alter the course of the dream festival in unpredictable ways. Better to keep him close at hand, where he could be monitored and any potential accidents prevented. If Lugano truly unleashed a dire problem, Lumion could always end his life first, eliminating any future complications. Camus and Ria exchanged disgruntled glances before conceding, "It's your call to make. We must hurry to Tuanaka's house." Lumion reiterated his earlier proposal. Camus' gaze drifted toward the cubicle where Kolobo lay hidden, a hint of hesitation in his voice as he asked, "Any idea where Captain Riaza and the others might be? They were supposed to appear beside me when the dream festival began, but they were nowhere to be seen," Lumion admitted, recounting the situation honestly. Perhaps the dream's correspondence to reality was imperfect. The location where each person entered this peculiar dreamscape might be influenced by factors like their understanding, the dream state, where they had slept, and myriad other variables. Lumion mused that if he hadn't maintained his lucidity and rationality, he might have awoken in the master bedroom of the Brew Motel's suite. "Should we try to locate them first?" Camus proposed, a note of uncertainty in his tone. Lumion let out a wry chuckle. "Why? To engage them in combat." Neither Riaza nor Maslow had ever slept in Hisoka's house before. The likelihood of them lacking self-control and succumbing to malice and base desires was high. When the time came, Lumion might not possess the strength to control the pace and intensity of the battle against such formidable beyonders as he did with ordinary folk, not without the risk of causing deaths. Camus and Ria lapsed into a simultaneous silence, neither keen on the prospect of a life-and-death struggle with their own teammates. Just as Lumion was about to signal the two patrol team members to approach, Camus gritted his teeth as he declared, "There's somewhere I need to go before I head to Tuanaka's house." "And where might that be?" Lumion inquired, raising an eyebrow. Camus replied in a deep voice, "Palm Manor." Lumion chuckled. "You wish to rescue Miss Amandina?" Camus nodded firmly, a hint of embarrassment tinging his features. "Yes, that's right. You needn't worry. This is merely a dream. If one is violated within the dream, they'll only experience a touch of hysteria upon waking. No substantial harm will befall them," Lumion stated matter-of-factly, his intention not to provoke Camus. Camus' expression remained unwavering. "I'm aware, but I fear she may not be able to cope with it in her dream state and might resort to drastic measures. It could lead to her demise." Without waiting for Lumion's response, Camus spoke gravely. "You can proceed to Tuanaka's house first. I'll make my way to Palm Manor and rendezvous with you later. By the time you're done, we might not be at Tuanaka's house anymore," Ria cautioned him. Camus nodded gently. "I've made this decision of my own accord. I'm prepared to bear any consequences that may follow." Lumion locked eyes with Camus, remaining silent for a stretch. Camus felt an indescribable pressure weighing upon him, his mind conjuring the tragic outcomes he might face, but he pursed his lips and refused to retract his suggestion. After more than 10 seconds of silence, his expression unchanged, Lumion finally spoke. "Let us head to Palm Manor now." "Huh?" Before Camus could react, Lumion's hand firmly grasped his shoulder. Simultaneously, Lumion's other hand darted out, reaching for Ria's arm. Ria's instinctive reaction was to dodge, but the memory of how Lugano had been transported flashed through her mind. Her tense shoulders relaxed a fraction. With Camus and Ria securely in his grasp, Lumion shot Lugano a meaningful look. Lugano, displaying a practiced ease, approached and latched onto a corner of Lumion's vest. In the next second, Lumion's figure blurred, the haziness rapidly spreading to engulf Camus, Rhea, and Lugano. As Rhea and Camus found themselves surrounded by layers of indescribable colors and formless objects, intense emotions surged within their hearts. Could this be the spirit world? Is this what teleportation feels like? Was this how the great adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, managed to appear before any pirate at a moment's notice? Having witnessed Louis Barry's abrupt disappearance and subsequent return with his servant in tow, Camus and Rhea had speculated that this might be the famed teleportation ability that had become the stuff of legend across the 5 seas, thanks to Gehrman Sparrow's extraordinary exploits. It seemed their suspicions had been right on the mark. Matani's patrol team boasted numerous adventurers among its ranks, and Camus and Rhea were well versed in the myriad rumors that circulated the 5 seas. The instant they experienced teleportation firsthand, their bodies departed the dream's spirit world, rematerializing before a 4-story beige edifice. This was none other than the main building of Palm Manor. In the blink of an eye, Lumion, Camus, Rhea, and Lugano had reached their destination. The manor was awash with cries, screams, sinister laughter, and high-pitched singing. Just over 10 meters from the main building, near a garden shrubbery, a mixed-blood lady's maid lay pinned to the ground by a group of slaves, her clothes half-stripped as she cried out in desperation. She struggled with all her might, but how could she hope to resist the adult men? She was utterly helpless, pinned down and at their mercy. Witnessing this scene, the former public security officer, Camus, instinctively yearned to intervene, but he quickly reminded himself that this was a dream. Such events wouldn't truly impact reality. At most, they would result in a certain degree of curable hysteria. It would be a waste of time to stop it, and it would only serve to delay my search for Amandina. Moreover, it would be pointless, Camus warned himself, forcibly averting his gaze as he ascended the steps into the main building. At that moment, Rhea, who had been silent for a couple of seconds, turned from facing the manor's main building. "You guys head in first." With her back to Lumion, Camus, and Lugano, she spoke in a nonchalant tone. Leaning forward slightly, she strode purposefully towards the bushes at the garden's edge, making her way to the mixed-blood lady's maid who was being violated by the slaves. In a few swift strides, Rhea positioned herself behind the slaves, raised her right foot, and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding bang, the slave pressing down on the mixed-blood lady's maid was sent flying, landing unceremoniously in the bushes at the garden's edge. The other 3 abruptly turned to face Rhea. Before they could get a clear look at their assailant, Rhea followed up with a fluid roundhouse kick, knocking another one to the ground. The remaining 2, torn between greed, desire, and fear, took one look at Rhea and turned tail, fleeing to another part of the manor. Rhea retracted her left foot and fixed a cold stare upon the 2 servants struggling to their feet. She raised her hunting bow, knocking an arrow with a smooth, practiced motion. The 2 servants licked their lips in unison. Unwilling but fearful, they swiftly clambered over the bushes and vanished into the garden. Only then did Rhea lower her gaze to the mixed-blood lady's maid, whose face was still streaked with tears and confusion. "Are you all right?" The mixed-blood lady's maid shook her head repeatedly. With trembling hands, she hastily tidied her half-torn dress and retrieved a dagger that had fallen beside her. Seeing this, Rhea wasted no time. Find a secluded corner and hide until dawn. With that, Rhea pivoted on her heel and prepared to dash back to where Louis Barry, Camus, and the others stood waiting at the door of the manor's main building. As the mixed-blood lady's maid stood up, her expression darkened, and she raised the dagger clutched in her hand, plunging it towards Rhea's back. Catching sight of the impending danger, Camus shouted, "Watch out!" Though Rhea hadn't sensed the approaching threat, she instinctively heeded Camus' warning and reacted. Surrendering to inertia, she fell forward and rolled to the side, narrowly evading the dagger's deadly path. As she rolled, Rhea pivoted to face her attacker, eyes narrowing as she instinctively raised her bow, aiming at the mixed-blood lady's maid. The mixed-blood lady's maid brandished her dagger, shouting in Intijan, her words laced with hatred. "Why can you join the patrol team, while I'm stuck as a mere lady's maid? Don't we both hail from the southern continent? Why, I even have Intijan blood coursing through my veins." Before she could complete her tirade, a crimson fire raven, its hue bordering on white, swooped in from nowhere, colliding with the steel dagger. With a resounding clang, the dagger heated up, an explosive force wrenching it from the mixed-blood lady's maid's grasp, sending it flying several meters before clattering to the ground. The mixed-blood lady's maid faltered, fear supplanting the hatred in her eyes. Lumion, his black hair and green eyes striking, stood on the steps of the manor's main house, one hand casually tucked in his pocket. He called out, his voice carrying, "Where is Miss Amandina?" A pang of embarrassment struck Camus. In his haste to rescue Miss Amandina, he had acted with a distinct lack of professionalism. He had been a guest at Palm Manor, but he had never been invited to visit Amandina's room upstairs. Consequently, he found himself unsure of which floor and room to search for her later. If he were to search floor by floor, he would undoubtedly encounter countless obstacles amidst the current chaos. The mixed-blood lady's maid's expression shifted, revealing a blatant desire and anticipation. "She's sleeping in her room. Third floor, second room facing the rubber forest. Make haste. She's a vision of beauty, fragrant and pristine. Her figure is exquisite, her skin smooth as silk. She's a cut above the rest of us. Many a gentleman considers her their dream lover. Go quickly." As she neared the end of her speech, the mixed-blood lady's maid gritted her teeth, her eyes alight with an illusory desire to witness something transpire. Lugano's hair stood on end, a chill running down his spine as he confronted the stark malevolence of human nature. Clap, clap, clap. Lumion shook his head, a smile playing on his lips as he applauded. Rhea fell silent for a couple of seconds before rising to her feet and departing the area. After a few steps, she paused, turning to regard the mixed-blood lady's maid. In a deep, solemn voice, she reiterated, "Find a secluded spot and hide until dawn." With those parting words, Rhea turned away from the mixed-blood lady's maid and sprinted back to the steps at the main house's entrance. Lumion averted his gaze and led the way through the open brown door. As he, Camus, and the others entered, they were greeted by a startling sight in the living room. A middle-aged woman in a disheveled nightgown, her half-exposed body glistening with sweat and her black hair in disarray, sat astride a sturdy native slave. Her movements were intense, and she appeared utterly immersed, alternating between shouting and cursing. The native slave, clearly enjoying the experience, eagerly cooperated. Near the staircase, a group of 5 or 6 servants and slaves, armed with an assortment of shotguns, rifles, and other weapons, intermittently fired bullets up the stairs. Occasional counterattacks emanated from the area leading to the second floor. Camus stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged woman's flushed face. "You know her?" Lumion asked, a smile playing on his lips. It was Rhea who replied, "She's Sir Petit's wife, Miss Amandina's mother, Madame Simona. I never imagined she would be like this," Camus said, his voice low and somber. Lumion smiled and applauded once more. "Can't she indulge in her dreams? For the Dream Festival, this is something we should encourage. No one is being forced. How delightfully harmless." Camus found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lumion then said to Rhea, "During the Dream Festival, there's a high likelihood that the person you save will also be a bad person and may even attack you." Rhea fell silent for a few seconds before responding in a low voice, "Even if something like that happens again, I'll still save her." Lumion dropped the subject and shifted his attention to Camus. "Are you prepared to see the other side of Miss Amandina? Perhaps she will." Lumion left the sentence unfinished, instead casting a meaningful glance at Madame Simona, who was in the throes of fierce, foul-mouthed ecstasy. Camus exhaled slowly, his voice resolute. "I'm here to save her. It doesn't matter if she's good or bad, kind, malicious, chaste, or indulgent. After helping her find a safe hiding place and making sure she waits until dawn, we'll head to Twanika's house. I'm here to save her. It doesn't matter if she's good or bad, kind, malicious. Lumion quietly repeated the first half of the sentence, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the servants and slaves attempting to occupy the staircase. He raised his voice, asking, "Has anyone seen Miss Amandina? Has she come downstairs?" The servants and slaves turned their attention to Lumion and his companions, swiftly redirecting their firearms. Lumion calmly extended his right hand, making a grabbing motion. With this gesture, crimson flames, their hue bordering on white, ignited in the air, forming a curtain that Lumion seemed to snatch from the void. With a deft grab and push, the fiery curtain abruptly split, transforming into fire birds that hurtled towards the shotguns, rifles, and revolvers before they could be properly aimed. Amidst a series of muffled explosions, the guns dropped from the servants' and slaves' hands, clattering to the ground, damaged beyond use. The servants and slaves themselves suffered only minor burns, their grip on their weapons faltering. Since advancing to Reaper, Lumion's mastery over flames had grown. Even without the lie earring, he could achieve this level of control. Moreover, he hadn't unleashed his full power. He hadn't even summoned the blazing white flames in order to minimize the damage. Now, can we have a civilized conversation? Lumion smiled at the servants and slaves. Behind him, crimson fire ravens, their color nearly white, materialized, poised to strike at a moment's notice. An Intisian valet, who seemed to hold some influence among the group, couldn't conceal his fear as he replied, "Amandina hasn't come down." Otherwise, he couldn't help but lick his lips. "And who were you shooting at?" Lumion inquired. "It's Petit, that bastard who deserves to rot in hell, and his butler, the one who's always wielding that damn whip." A dark-skinned slave picked up the fallen firearm, only to discover that it was broken, just like everyone else's. They had planned to retrieve more guns from another room on the first floor, but for now they didn't dare make a move. "Is that so?" Lumion nodded, a look of enlightenment crossing his features. "Carry on, then." He turned around, leading the 10 to 20 fire ravens that had gradually dispersed, and said to Camus and the others, "Let's scale the side of the building to reach the third floor." Teleportation wasn't an optimal option at this distance, not after having used it 4 times already. Of course, since advancing to Reaper, Lumion could now perform 11 to 12 spirit world traversals without relying on the spirituality accumulated through his ascetic abilities. It was a marked improvement from his previous limitations. Camus and the others raised no objections. Lugano, however, trembled as he asked, "How am I supposed to climb?" He swung the stump that was all that remained of his right arm. Lumion glanced at him and said matter-of-factly, "Camus will assist you." "Me?" Camus was momentarily taken aback before assessing his own skills and concluding that it was indeed feasible. Before long, the 4 of them had ascended to the 3rd floor, making use of the statues, decorations, metal pipes, and side balcony adorning the outer wall. As soon as Camus pushed open the door leading to the corridor, he caught sight of a figure. It was Amandina's personal maid, an Intisian lady's maid clad in a white cloth nightgown. At that moment, the young lady's maid stood bathed in the dim moonlight, a bloody dagger clutched in her hand, her expression inscrutable. Drip, drip. The bright red blood from the dagger fell onto the corridor carpet, each drop a vivid splash of color. Camus' heart clenched. "What have you done?" The lady's maid's face broke into a satisfied, carefree smile. "I killed it. I've been annoyed by it for far too long." In Intisian, she and it were 2 entirely different words. Amidst his surprise, Camus followed the trail of dripping blood, his gaze falling upon Amandina's beloved pet dog, lying motionless at the door of the adjacent room. "Phew." Camus breathed a sigh of relief before asking in a deep, serious voice, "Where's Miss Amandina?" The lady's maid's expression turned resentful. "I'm looking for her too. She left an hour ago." "An hour ago?" Before the dream festival began, Camus pressed further. Where did she go? The lady's maid, still holding the blood-stained dagger, replied with a contorted expression. She went on a date with my Robert. Camus fell silent. Lumion shook his head, under the watchful eyes of the lady's maid, who yearned to kill but felt outnumbered. He swiftly searched the entire third floor with Rhea and the others, but found no trace of Amandina. Let's go. Lumion turned to Camus, his voice firm. Camus had no choice but to concede defeat. The four of them immediately teleported outside Hisoka's house. Just as Lumion was about to proceed, he sensed something and looked up at the third floor. A face appeared through the glass window of a room on the third floor. The face was graced with a high-nose bridge, piercing blue eyes, and thick black hair tied into a simple knot atop her head. Her brows exuded a youthful, vibrant aura. Amandina. It was said that Amandina had gone on a date with her fiancé, Robert. Camus was stunned to find Amandina here. His astonishment far outweighed any joy he might have felt. From the window above, Amandina noticed the four figures below. Her face twisted in alarm, and she disappeared into the house's shadowy interior. Taken aback, Camus called out, "Don't be scared. We're here to keep you safe." While shouting, he raced up the stairs to the second floor of Twanika's residence. His visit to Palm Manor had confirmed Louis Barry's theory. The Dream Festival participants had lost control of their actions, driven by hidden malevolence and desires. Yet their minds remained lucid, allowing for communication. Camus couldn't be sure if the possessed individuals would misinterpret others' words. Furthermore, this wasn't true clarity of thought. They wouldn't realize they were dreaming, and the experience would fade upon waking. Thump, thump, thump. Camus and Rhea charged into the building, taking the steps two at a time. Behind the house, out of sight, a glass window set in wooden planks swung open. Amandina, clad in black hunting gear, nimbly climbed out. She used the wall's protrusions and crevices to swiftly descend to the ground. As her feet touched the earth, she noticed a figure watching her from the side. It was Lugano, his right arm ending in a bloody stump, his face marred with crimson stains. He looked a frightful mess. Amandina's heart clenched. She pressed her back against a pillar supporting Twanika's house, fists tightening as she shut her eyes. In the same instant, Lugano's eyelids drooped, his mind growing hazy. He collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep where he lay. Amandina's eyes snapped open, no longer using her power to force the battle-worn man into slumber. Doing so would trap her in a profound sleep, able to act only in her nightmare form, her body immobile. And the man wasn't alone. Before Lugano could wake naturally, Amandina turned to flee, seeking a safe haven to conceal herself. At that moment, she heard a smirking voice. "So you're a Beyonder too." Amandina instinctively glanced over and saw the adventurer, Louis Barry, standing before another wooden pillar supporting Twanika's house, not far from her. The handsome Louis Barry, with his dark hair and emerald eyes, had one hand in his pocket as he leaned against the pillar. His feet were crossed behind him, and his lips curled into a playful smile as he looked her way. The dim crimson moonlight of the night lent him an air of enigmatic and sinister allure. Amandina tightened her fists once more and closed her eyes. However, her spiritual senses told her that Louis Barry had vanished in an instant. She couldn't find the target and couldn't use her corresponding abilities. Moments later, Amandina, with her heightened spiritual perception, cast her gaze towards the shadows on the ground floor of the house. She sensed something stirring there. At the same time, Amandina heard an illusory and ethereal voice. "We mean you no harm. We're not affected by the Dream Festival." Amandina, who was about to use her spiritual perception to lock onto the formless presence in the shadow, was taken aback. Just then, Camus and Rhea ran to the corresponding window and called out to Amandina, "We're here to protect you. We have enough self-control." After assessing the number and strength of the two sides, Amandina asked skeptically, "Why aren't you affected?" As she spoke, she locked onto the formless entity in the shadow, believing it to be the strongest among the opposing group, the adventurer Lewis Berry. If she discovered anything amiss and something went awry, controlling Lewis Berry first would effectively increase her chances of escape. Lumien's body emerged from the shadows. He glanced at Lugano, who had regained consciousness and stood up, and inwardly praised Amandina's keen spiritual perception. Then he smiled at Amandina and said, "Surely you've noticed that we've been entering and exiting this house frequently over the past few days? What about you? How are you able to maintain your normal self-control?" Amandina glanced at the house beside her, no longer puzzled by Lumien and the other's ability to remain lucid and rational. She pursed her lips and said, "Robert took me on a date to Twanika's place. I spent half the night here." Camus' heart ached as he blurted out, "Robert knows what's special about this place?" Amandina nodded nimbly. "He knows the Dream Festival very well. What's his relationship with Twaniku?" Lumien asked thoughtfully. Amandina pondered for a moment. "I don't know. At the very least, I haven't noticed any romantic tension between them or any interactions." "What do you mean by romantic tension?" Lumien didn't directly inquire about Mr. Roberts' knowledge of the Dream Festival. Instead, he asked something else. "Are you a beyonder of the Evernight pathway?" Amandina blinked and hesitantly said, "In a way." Upstairs, Camus inquired with concern, "Where did you obtain the potion formula and the corresponding ingredients?" As they conversed, various movements and shouts echoed from the plantations outside the town and throughout the town. Amandina's eyes darted around as she grinned and said, "Can I choose not to answer? What do you think?" Lumien smiled at her. Amandina didn't back down. She raised her head slightly and stared into Lumien's eyes without flinching. She noticed that his smile remained unchanged, and his emerald green yet deep eyes remained emotionless. After more than 10 seconds, Amandina averted her gaze and tilted her head slightly. "I obtained it in this dream." Camus, who was on the 3rd floor, was taken aback. "You obtained it during the Dream Festival?" He could understand obtaining a potion formula during the Dream Festival. While knowledge gains could be replicated in reality, could beyonder ingredients used to concoct potions be brought from the dream to reality? Could it be that, after consuming a potion during the Dream Festival, one could also remain a beyonder upon waking? This subverted much of mysticism's common sense. Without waiting for Amandina's confirmation, Camus thought of a possibility. He immediately asked Amandina, "Are you a beyonder only in this dream?" Amandina wanted to play dumb, but after glancing at Lewis Berry, who was looking at her with a faint smile, she said gloomily, "It's the same in reality, but I don't have many chances to showcase it. How is this possible?" Camus gazed down at Amandina, suspecting that the mystical knowledge he had encountered since childhood was inaccurate. He had considered the possibility that Amandina was lying, but he wasn't willing to doubt this girl who held a special place in his heart. At that moment, Lumien spoke calmly to Amandina, his expression unperturbed. "You haven't consumed a potion, have you?" Amandina's expression shifted slightly. She puffed up her cheeks and muttered, "Why are you still asking me if you already know? Haven't consumed a potion?" Camus, Ria, and Lugano were taken aback, but as they recalled their encounters, they gained a better understanding of Amandina's situation. "It's indeed a boon, but I'm not sure how it was accomplished." Lumien silently smiled as Camus nervously asked Amandina, "Which evil god deceived you?" Amandina was bewildered. "Evil god? What evil god?" Before Camus could explain, Lumien asked thoughtfully, "How did you obtain these supernatural abilities?" Amandina scoffed. "Why should I tell you?" In the next moment, she saw Lewis Berry reveal a smile that inexplicably terrified her. It's Robert," Amandina said with a shiver. "He took me into the forest outside and led me to a huge black stone. He asked me to place my hand on it." "And then you became a beyonder?" Lugano interrupted Amandina with surprise and curiosity, failing to abide by his duty as a servant. Amandina shook her head. "Then I fell asleep in the dream. When I woke up, I had superpowers." "Is Robert also a beyonder?" Did he obtain his powers through the same method? Camus pressed. Amandina let out a soft sigh and said, "He's a beyonder, but I don't know if he obtained his abilities the same way. He brought me on a date here. Before entering this dream, he was already a beyonder." Black Boulder. Lumion emerged from the ground floor of Hisoka's house and asked Amandina with a smile, "Where's Robert? He's not having a date with you here." Amandina's expression shifted between anger and amusement as she replied, "He wanted to visit his other lover before coming to me." "He has another lover? Who?" Camus asked, suddenly angry. Amandina's eyes darted around, and she hesitated for a moment with a strange expression. "Padre Cali." Ha! Camus, Ria, and Lugano couldn't help but exclaim in shock and confusion. Even someone as well-read as Lumion couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Amandina spread her hands and said, "He does like women, but he prefers men. He said he brought me into the dream to obtain superpowers because he felt guilty towards me. He was also grateful that I was willing to help him keep it a secret and not break off the engagement, continuing to go out with him, make out with him, protecting his image even after knowing his other side." At that moment, Camus and Ria remained silent, but Lumion sensed the same meaning in their eyes. "You Intisions?" Amused, Lumion asked Amandina, "And you can accept that?" Amandina pondered seriously. "Why not? As a marriage partner, Robert excels in status, wealth, strength, looks, and skills. In the southern continent, there aren't many better choices. Besides, we did have a beautiful relationship. He does love me, but he also loves Padre Cali." Amandina smiled at Lumion and said, "He also promised me more freedom." Upon hearing Amandina's response and looking at the youthful and beautiful girl, Camus, who was on the third floor, suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. A certain beauty in his heart shattered. Lumion glanced up at him and scoffed inwardly. Hadn't he been mentally prepared to see the other side of Amandina? Amandina managed to express herself succinctly in a very self-controlled manner without demonstrating it. Perhaps Amandina had deliberately said so much in front of Camus to prevent him from loving her out of pity. Lumion turned to Amandina. "In other words, Robert is currently in Saint-Cyne Cathedral?" "Yes." Amandina nodded. Lumion tersely acknowledged her words and spoke in a commanding tone. "Then let's pay him and Padre Cali a visit." Amandina hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "You've already cornered me. What choice do I have?" Her eyes flickered with an inexplicable excitement and curiosity as she spoke. Her words seemed to convey a different message. "I didn't want to. I had no intention of doing so. You forced me to go to Saint-Cyne Cathedral. Hurry. Let's go. Are you trying to broaden your horizons?" Lumion criticized but didn't expose her. He pointed at Hisoka's house and said, "Before heading to Saint-Cyne Cathedral, let's check this place first." Amandina tersely acknowledged his words. "Are you trying to find the source of its uniqueness?" "Give up. I checked during the last Dream Festival and just now, but I found nothing." As she spoke, she followed Lumion at a brisk pace, anticipating what this seemingly formidable adventurer would discover. Lumion reached the second floor of Hisoka's house, where Camus and Ria were already waiting. Surveying every corner, Lumion casually asked Amandina, "Are you familiar with Twanaku?" Amandina wasn't surprised by the question. Since she was searching for the source of the abnormality in Twanaku's residence, she couldn't avoid gaining a better understanding of his situation. She shook her head and said, "I'm not familiar with him. I've only encountered him once or twice. I was just a child when he lived in Tizimo. Most of the time I studied at the Iris Grammar School in Port Pilas. Later, he only returned to Tizimo 2 or 3 times a year, spending a week each time." It was evident that Amandina had secretly learned about Twanaku. After all, she had only entered the special dream because she had slept in his house. She had even remained fully lucid during the Dream Festival. Without waiting for Lumion to ask a new question, Amandina glanced at him and added, "Twanaku returns every year for the Dream Festival. Last year, during the Dream Festival, when Robert and I returned from the Black Stone, we noticed someone approaching. We hid behind giant trees on both sides of the path and saw that it was Twanaku. Twanaku is indeed connected to the black boulder. There are even traces of him or marks formed by extreme emotions and desires there. Lumion turned to Camus, who was watching him and Amandina stroll around the second floor, and pondered for a moment. Which month did Twanaku's house burn down, killing all his family members? Without waiting for Camus' response, Amandina exclaimed excitedly, I know. Yes, I'm asking you. Do you think I don't know when Twanaku transmigrated? Lumion smiled at Amandina, signaling her to respond. He had a clear and detailed understanding of Twanaku's matters on the surface. He had deliberately asked Camus to elicit Amandina's answer. He wanted to see if she would lie and if she had any further information. Amandina said smugly, Late December. It should be a few days after the Dream Festival. As far as they knew, the Twanaku family likely perished during the Dream Festival. Upon returning to reality, their fates began to unravel, and they were taken away by the fiery disaster. The question is, why did this house leave behind an abnormality? What happened to the Twanaku family back then, or what had they done? As the bestowed of the inevitability domain, Lumion found a term that was very inevitability-like to summarize the phenomenon of those who died for various reasons in the next 3 months after dying in the Dream Festival and returning to reality. Reigning in fate. Of course, he couldn't be certain that death in the Dream Festival would lead to death in reality. However, judging from Amandina's expression and tone, Lumion believed that she thought the same. After searching the second floor and finding no differences from reality, Lumion ascended the stairs to the third floor. Amandina followed closely, her excitement showing that she finally had a chance to do what a Beyonder should do. Lumion glanced at her and casually asked, What left an impression on you during last year's Dream Festival? Amandina's excited expression darkened, as if she had been reminded of something unpleasant. She covered her mouth and nose. After a few seconds, she said, Robert and I discovered numerous cruelly murdered individuals in the town and various plantations. Their stomachs were ripped open, and their internal organs were removed. They wore pained expressions, as if they had been tortured to death. Serial killer? Camus, who had been listening intently to Louis Barry and Amandina's conversation, blurted out. This reminded him of Twanaku. Was this desire apostle venting his murderous desires during the Dream Festival to show restraint normally? So that's how it is. Lumion roughly understood how Hisoka's advancement ritual had been completed. Following the ritual, Hisoka had killed enough people in this realistic dream and devoured their internal organs. When he returned to reality, these people died one after another. From fate's perspective, they had indeed perished because of Hisoka's murder. This fulfilled the core requirements of the ritual. Hisoka only needed to truly devour a portion of the victim's internal organs before they were buried. He should be able to complete the ritual, consume the potion, and advance to Desire Apostle. In reality, completing a series of murders and stealing a corpse's internal organs were two entirely different matters. What puzzled Lumion was that according to Devilology, such an advancement ritual required a 3-day interval between killings. Otherwise, it was easy to lose control. The maximum interval couldn't exceed 9 days, or the ritual would reset. Hisoka had clearly used the Dream Festival to complete all the killings in one night. When he returned to reality and the primitive tribe attacked, all the condemned people died on the same day. It didn't drag on until the next month. Lumion believed that it was due to the April Fool's prank. They had taken advantage of the chaos to send the deceased, whom the primitive tribe couldn't eliminate in time, to hell. This could be confirmed by the statements of the peripheral members of April Fools. In other words, the interval of no more than 9 days was satisfied, but Lumion didn't know how Hisoka had achieved the criteria of exceeding 3 days. Had he used the dream's uniqueness to avoid the 3-day interval? When he killed someone in the dream, it hadn't been reflected in reality, so he wouldn't lose control so easily. As Lumion pondered Hisoka's advancement ritual, he circled the rooms on the 3rd floor. After searching the room where Twanaku slept, he smiled at Amandina and said, Apart from the serial murders, what else did you encounter? Amandina pursed her lips and furrowed her brow. After a brief struggle, she grumbled, "If I cooperate, will I be awarded a medal when I return to reality?" Her father, Petit, had once received the Legion of Honor medal from Intis, so he was made a knight. Without waiting for Lumien's response, Amandina continued, "I also encountered a woman who seemed like a lunatic. Back then, I wanted to visit the Brew Motel to see how the gentlemen and ladies hunting in Tizimo would react in such a dream. I was looking forward to seeing their other side. When I reached one of the rooms, I heard a few people singing a strange song. Then the crazy woman appeared behind Robert and me. She remained lucid. She was quite beautiful, but she was very crazy. Back then I was like a child with a new toy. I always wanted to test my abilities. I felt that with Robert's cooperation, I could easily deal with most Beyonders. One controlled and the other attacked. In the end, she captured the two of us. Robert was knocked out, stripped naked, and hung from the bell tower with a bunch of mosquitoes released beside him. I was hung in a cesspit, descending bit by bit. At this point, Amandina appeared on the verge of vomiting. In Tizimo, other than the Brew Motel, St. Seine Cathedral, the police headquarters, and a few other places, no one used a flush toilet. Camus couldn't help but sympathize with Amandina as he imagined such a scene. Mad Lady were the ones singing the peripheral members of April Fools who participated in the Tizimo prank. Lumien circled the third-floor rooms and smiled at Amandina. And then, Amandina took a deep breath and said, "She also asked me why I stayed lucid. After I told her about Robert and Padre Cali, she happily ran to St. Seine Cathedral and completely forgot about me. After that, I gradually escaped my predicament." With a nod, Lumien replied, "Let's go to St. Seine Cathedral now." He planned to consider using the mystery-prying glasses and the Eye of Truth in Hisoka's house in the dream after obtaining more information from Padre Cali and Robert. All right, Amandina tried her best to appear less eager, but she really wanted to see how Robert, her fiancé, interacted with Padre Cali. The five of them left Hisoka's house and hurried towards St. Seine Cathedral. Lumien didn't use teleportation because he didn't want to waste his spirituality. He couldn't carry anyone with him in his flaming spear form either. Fortunately, Tizimo wasn't large. They quickly followed the shadows by the roadside and returned to the intersection where the Brew Motel stood amidst various cries. Lumien pointed at the Brew Motel and warned Amandina, "Don't go to the second floor of the Brew Motel. Trust me, it'll be even more terrifying than what that crazy woman put you through." Amandina's eyes narrowed as she said, "Okay." The five of them turned onto another street, passing through the Bunya Café, the police headquarters, and a small square before arriving outside St. Seine Cathedral. Lumien wasn't in a hurry to enter. He circled to the side, pried open a stained glass window and peered inside. He and Amandina, who had gathered beside him, nearly went blind. In the cathedral's hall, a handful of naked men knelt before the eternal blazing sun's altar. They were all from the northern continent, including Amandina's fiancé, Robert. Padre Cali, also naked, paced back and forth between Robert and the others with an excited expression, reciting, "He walks in the light, he sheds warmth, he illuminates the world." With each line, Padre Cali seemed to grow more animated, exhilarated in various ways. Amandina scrutinized the naked preacher, Cali, from head to toe. Her gaze eventually settled on Robert, her fiancé, kneeling beside him. The lad with brownish-yellow hair, his skin pale white as if he had not been exposed to the sun for a long time, had abandoned his usual cold demeanor. He was equally excited, but he controlled himself and patiently waited for the padre to complete his preaching. The other naked men grew increasingly restless, gradually stirring. However, it was evident that they held Padre Cali in high esteem. Despite their disintegrating self-control, they refrained from directly initiating the orgy, only occasionally making small movements. If God were watching, he would have incinerated all of them. As a believer in the eternal blazing sun, Amandina subconsciously wanted to kneel to the side and bow her head in repentance. What a blasphemous scene! Holding the open sun Bible, Padre Cali continued to impart the teachings of the eternal blazing sun to the naked men with an abnormally excited expression. God says, "The sun shines justly upon everyone." During the preaching, Padre Cali's gaze frequently swept across Robert and the other purebreds of the northern continent, their faces, chests, and lower bodies. His expression revealed uncontrollable satisfaction, pleasure, and enjoyment. Lumian had always felt that he was well-read. In the past, he had disrupted the church's holy operations, but the scene before him still exceeded his imagination, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Are the padres of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church among the most outstanding intisions? In an instant, information about Padre Cali and the observations of the past few days appeared in Lumian's mind. He's a native of Port Pilas, possessing pure West Balam bloodline and a lowly native of the southern continent. Starting as a cathedral servant, he had seized the opportunity to change his fate. Subsequently, he had worked diligently and eventually became the padre of Tizimo town. He yearns for higher status and more recognition, especially from those hailing from the northern continent. Such long-standing desires have distorted the desires of Padre Cali. Is he secretly targeting men from various countries in the northern continent, attempting to subdue them and gain his sought-after recognition? Robert and the others are clearly relatively young. If Padre Cali had started doing such things a few years ago, they would still have been minors with immature minds. TSK, you padres. As Lumian analyzed the current situation, he thought of his sister Aurora. In Cordu, he had not liked entering the cathedral, attending Mass, or praying often. On the one hand, Aurora did not like it herself and set an example. On the other hand, Aurora had always been worried that Lumian, who was only 12 or 13 years old at the beginning, would be alone with the clergyman in the cathedral. From time to time, she would use words like, "Boys have to protect themselves," and "many padres like boys." Suppressing his sudden longing, Lumian looked at Padre Cali, who was still engrossed in his preaching. The more he preached, the more excited he became. Lumian felt that his analysis should be correct. A lengthy holy sermon before a male orgy was clearly not something an ordinary person could come up with and put into practice. It was abnormally absurd. However, considering that Padre Cali yearned for the Northern Continent gentleman's recognition, especially given his identity as the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's padre, all of this became self-explanatory. Poor Eternal Blazing Sun and Saint Scene. They have become an important prop for Padre Cali's performance art. Just as Lumian thought this, Padre Cali finally completed his exciting sermon. He spread his arms and shouted, "Praise the sun!" Robert and the other lads, equally excited and naked, knelt on the ground, spread their arms and sang in unison, "Praise the sun! Praise his grace! The sun does not wish to be praised by you, his grace." Yes, it aligns with the aspirations of Padre Cali for higher status. In this male orgy, he made all participants view him as an archbishop and preach to them. Finally, he would bestow the boon of God's Holy Spirit on these people. Lumian seemed to be able to imagine the ensuing scene. Padre Cali turned around in satisfaction and solemnly placed the Bible back on the altar. Then, he approached Robert, resembling an archbishop bestowing grace upon his believers. The other men tangled with each other. Camus, Ria, and Lugano, who were observing the cathedral through another stained-glass window, were equally stunned. In particular, Ria felt as if her eyes, brain, and soul had been tainted despite all her tragic experiences. Upon regaining her senses, Ria's anger surged. Beside her, Lumian recalled a detail. He lowered his voice and asked Amandina, "When did Robert become lovers with Padre Cali?" Amandina retracted her corrupted gaze and pondered for a moment. More than a year after Padre Cali arrived in Tizimo, about 3 years ago. Lumian frowned and asked, "Did they become lovers in reality, or during the dream festival?" "Of course in reality," Amandina replied without hesitation. "Something's off. Padre Cali had been in Tizimo for over a year. He should have mellowed, turned restrained, and been devoid of excessive desires and emotions. Why was he still targeting Robert and the other lads? From the looks of it, there is something abnormal about Padre Cali, and this abnormality should have been related to the source of the Dream Festival. That is why he had declared its beginning. Just as Lumion thought this, he saw Rhea raise her bow angrily and aim it at the cathedral, where the scene was becoming increasingly unbearable and foul. Almost simultaneously, the energetic Padre Cali turned his body. Suddenly, Lumion, with one hand in his pocket, saw the native Padre with dark brown skin, sunken eyes, and thin black hair. His naked figure was reflected in Lumion's eyes. He felt a chilling aura emanating from Padre Cali's body, attempting to completely freeze and replace his spirit. Wraith possession. So, Padre Cali possesses the ability to transform into a wraith. It is no wonder that when I investigated his weaknesses, I realized that it only existed deep within the body, within the spirit. Heh. A wraith preaching in the eternal blazing sun cathedral and under the sunlight. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? Padre Cali's wraith powers definitely had not come from drinking potions. They would definitely have been discovered and purified. A boon? Lumion came to a realization. Relying on the strength of his Sequence 5 spirit body, Lumion struggled to wrestle control of his body from Padre Cali. He was not in a hurry to activate the Blood Emperor's aura brand. Instead, he looked at Amandina and said with difficulty, word by word, "Let me and Cali enter a dream." Lumion knew that Amandina's ability to forcefully pull people into a dream could only be used one-on-one. However, Padre Cali was currently attached to him and entangled with his spirit body. Perhaps she could treat them as a unit. As for whether wraiths dreamed, Lumion did not know for now. After all, he still had a backup plan. With a resounding crash, Rhea's arrow shattered the stained glass window, sending shards crashing to the ground. The arrow, entwined with silver-white lightning, crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, pierced the location where Padre Cali had been, and nailed it to the wooden table with the candlestick. Amidst crackling lightning, the long wooden table shattered and collapsed to the ground, sending burning candles tumbling in all directions. Robert, clearly taken aback by the sudden departure of Padre Cali, reacted. He opened his mouth and uttered strange words in a strange language. Oh, as if a cold wind from the Fasak Empire's extreme north blew, a blurry, strange, and inhuman figure materialized out of thin air and burrowed into Robert's body. A layer of armor-like ice materialized on Robert's body, and a colossal, sharp, and crystalline frost scythe materialized in his hand. Clutching the massive scythe, Robert sprinted toward Rhea, Camus, and the others. Wherever he passed, the ground froze, and icicles materialized on the walls. On the 4th floor of the Brew Motel, in a room near the intersection, 2 figures emerged from behind the curtains as Lumion and his companions made their way to the street where St. Seine Cathedral stood. One of them was a man with distinct northern continent features. His dark green eyes stood out against his dark gray formal suit and black silk top hat. The other was a woman with delicate skin, exquisite facial features, and deep blue eyes. She wore a light-colored dress that allowed for easy movement and a feathered hat adorned with pearls. They were the couple Lumion had seen moving into the Brew Motel late at night. They had arrived in Tizimo a mere 10 minutes before the official Dream Festival began. At that moment, the man and woman's eyes were clear, devoid of any excessive emotions or actions. The patrol team's sudden arrival in Tizimo is indeed because they discovered the problem here, the beautiful woman said in a deep voice, gazing out the window at the street below. From the looks of it, they've also found a way to remain lucid and rational in this special dream. The man's expression was cold as he nodded slightly and said, "But they don't know much yet. They're moving in the wrong direction. Let's get moving." The woman in the feathered hat led the way to the door. The 2 of them descended the stairs swiftly, one after the other. As they passed the 2nd floor, the woman in the light-colored dress suddenly stopped and whispered, "Do you hear something strange?" The man in the half-top hat listened intently for a few seconds before hearing faint chewing sounds coming from a room deep on the 2nd floor. The sound persisted without pause. Seeing Robert, clad in ice armor and dragging a frost scythe, sprinting towards the stained glass window facing him, Rhea and Lugano. Camus immediately drew his custom-made revolver and aimed it ahead. At that moment, his feet turned cold, and his body froze, causing his joints to become sluggish and his wrists to tremble. From the corner of his eye, Camus observed that although Robert hadn't truly approached, the frost on the ground and the icicles on the wall had already reached him. Within a radius of 10 to 20 meters, the chill intensified, resembling the extreme north. With a swoosh, Rhea shot another arrow entwined with silver lightning. Robert didn't dodge or evade. Exerting strength in his arms, he swung the frosty scythe forward. Clang! The scythe knocked away the arrow, leaving behind a small amount of lightning that raced towards Robert's body. Amidst the sizzling sounds, Robert felt numb for a moment before continuing to sprint towards Rhea and the others. Camus was taken aback. He wasn't surprised that Robert could control the frost scythe so effortlessly and create a considerable frozen domain. Instead, he was surprised that Robert had rushed up to him and was about to enter a 5-meter range. Doesn't he know about my psychic piercing ability? Doesn't he realize that psychic piercing's effective range is 5 meters? Could it be that he has never encountered or fought a mid-sequence beyonder of the Arbiter pathway? That's true, Camus thought. No one in the patrol team or the Admiral Guard knows that Robert and Miss Amandina are beyonders. After obtaining beyonder powers during the Dream Festival, they probably don't use them much in the outside world. They can only unleash their full potential during the annual Dream Festival. There aren't many beyonder enemies to choose from. As these thoughts raced through Camus' mind, he seized the opportunity. As Robert stepped within 5 meters, his eyes lit up with brilliant lightning. Psychic piercing. 2 bolts of lightning shot out and pierced Robert's head. Robert let out a blood-curdling scream and tumbled forward, writhing in pain. He had tossed the frost scythe aside. Rhea's arrow was once again knocked to the bowstring, instinctively following Robert's roll. Fury blazed in her eyes, erupting from within her body, and her muscles bulged with the surge of power. Raging blow. This was the raging blow Rhea had accumulated through her anger. It came from Sequence 8 Folk of Rage from the Sailor Pathway. By releasing accumulated anger, her attack was greatly enhanced. Rhea was currently at this sequence, but the hunting bow in her hand was a powerful beyonder item. It was a formidable weapon she had spent all her savings on before arriving in Tizimo. It was called Thunderclap Explosion and could be used for 2 years. Soon, Robert ceased his tumbling, but he couldn't shake off the intense pain caused by psychic piercing. He froze in place for a moment. Without hesitation, Rhea watched the arrow, engulfed in dazzling lightning, and released her grip on the bowstring. The arrow shot out, but the lightning on it strangely split into 2. One continued to ensnare the arrow, while the other darted to the right. Rhea's pupils dilated, unable to comprehend why such a thing had occurred. Instinctively, she turned her head and followed the separated bolt of lightning to its destination. Then, she saw Louis Barry leaning against the window, his eyes tightly shut as he slid down. A few seconds ago, upon hearing Louis Barry's words, Amandina had locked onto him with a mix of confusion and excitement. Since you said it, I won't stand on ceremony. In her spiritual perception, Louis Barry's soul was intertwined with the sinister soul, fiercely resisting while using various parts of his body as a battlefield. However, the owner of the body was clearly at a disadvantage. Amandina couldn't separate them under such circumstances. She vaguely understood why Louis Barry had instructed her to lock onto the other party's head an entangled soul with her spirituality. Lumion, who had Amandina use her abilities, stammered as he struggled to move his left hand in his pocket. His left hand wasn't in his trouser pocket or shirt pocket, but in his traveler's bag. After arriving outside St. Seine Cathedral and prying open the stained glass window, Lumion had inserted his left hand into his traveler's bag, ready to retrieve a suitable mystical item at any moment. He was preparing for the impending battle. If this wasn't a dream, he would likely have his hand in his left shirt pocket where Mr. K's finger was. Before being fully controlled by the Wraith, Lumion relied on the strength of a reaper's soul to struggle and retrieve a brooch from his traveler's bag. It was the grayish-white, lightning-shaped brooch known as Fury of the Sea. Lumion gripped the brooch tightly and observed Amandina leaning against the wall. She clenched her fists and closed her eyes. His thoughts suddenly blurred, and his eyelids grew heavy. He fell asleep and slowly slid down the wall. Padre Cali fell silent in his body. The wraith appeared to be asleep as well. It was unknown if he would fall asleep on his own or if he was affected by the negative effect of now possessing a body. Amandina opened her eyes and was delighted to see this. She wanted to praise herself. With a crackling sound, the bolt of lightning detached from Ria's arrow struck Lumion, transforming into numerous tiny electric serpents that slithered around him. This was the downside of the Fury of the Sea brooch. Even if Lumion only carried it, there was a high chance of being struck by lightning when he went out in the rain. And if he wore it without attacking anyone else, the likelihood of encountering such a thing would significantly increase. Lumion believed that since the Fury of the Sea brooch had a chance of attracting lightning strikes on a rainy day, it held a special allure for lightning. In such a situation, although it wasn't raining, what if there was another source of lightning nearby? What would happen? There was a high chance that it would attract a portion of someone else's lightning. Stimulated by the pain of the electric shock, Lumion, no longer affected by the nightmare ability, snapped out of his dream. He regained his senses, but his body remained numb. He experienced this as did Padre Cali. As soon as the wraith regained consciousness, he instinctively detached from Lumion's body to distance himself from the harm of the electric current. His face materialized on the nearest pane of glass, his form indistinct. Seizing the moment, Lumion donned the grayish-white, lightning-shaped brooch and retrieved his revolver from his traveler's bag. He raised his right hand, aiming at Wraith Cali, who remained in a daze. The wraith's various colors reflected in Lumion's determined eyes. The pallor rapidly expanded in Lumion's line of sight. Bang! Lumion calmly pulled the trigger, firing a yellow bullet. As he did so, silver-white lightning flickered on the Fury of the Sea brooch, instantly entering the bullet and wrapping around its surface. This was one of the brooch's abilities. Could grant the wearer an electric shock effect with every strike. After temporarily losing the Pride armor, this had become one of Lumion's most effective methods against soul-type creatures. The yellow bullet, engulfed in silver-white lightning, struck the stained glass, shattering it and sending tiny electric currents in all directions. However, it missed Padre Cali. As Lumion pulled the trigger, the wraith vanished from the glass and instantly leaped onto the glass-like surface of the crystal chandelier high above the cathedral. Mirror blink. On the other side, Ria's arrow struck Robert with precision, emitting a resounding bang like a heavy object colliding. Crack! The ice armor covering Robert's body instantly cracked, shattering into fragments that fell to the ground. Under the assault of crackling electric serpents, the blurry shadow attached to his body broke free and vanished into the void. With the ice armor shielding him from most of the damage, Robert remained relatively unaffected. However, his chest tightened, and his body briefly went numb. At that moment, he regretted not wearing clothes. The various ingredients needed for his spirit channeling were hidden in his clothes, such as full moon essence oil or corpse incense medication. There were very few spirits that could allow him to communicate safely without the use of materials. The one just now was the most powerful. Seeing Camus' special revolver and Ria's arrows aimed at him, Robert grew anxious. He thought of a spirit channeling method that could be completed under such circumstances. Frowning and fearing the pain, he bit the tip of his tongue. He spat out the blood from the tip of his tongue mixed with his saliva, emitting a strange sound from his throat. A pair of weathered, stone-like hands reached out from beneath the cathedral's stone bricks, seized Robert's body, and pulled him underground. At some point in time, the ground had softened like a swamp, and the blood in the air abruptly vanished. Camus' bullets and Ria's arrows arrived one after another, but they only caused sparks on the stone bricks on the ground. Spirit medium? Camus used this opportunity to revise his judgment of Robert's pathway and sequence. He's actually not from the same pathway as Miss Amandina? Hadn't he also obtained his superpowers from the Black Boulder? Camus hastily took a few steps back, retrieved a cartridge bag, and began reloading the revolver. As a member of Matani's authorities, obtaining Beyonder bullets with different effects was relatively easy, even though the patrol team wasn't wealthy or had much accumulation. After all, there was the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, the God of Steam and Machinery Church, the Church of Earth Mother, and numerous adventurers coming and going. Furthermore, the patrol team needed to be vigilant against certain branches of the Rose School of Thought and the Numinous Episcopate. They had to make targeted preparations. Camus swiftly inserted the golden purifying bullets into the revolver's cylinder and snapped it shut. At that moment, Padre Cali, who had leaped onto another stained glass window, reappeared. He opened his mouth and emitted a piercing shriek that harmed one's eardrums and spirit body. Ah! Wraith shriek. Camus, who had just loaded the purifying bullets into his revolver cylinder, heard a sharp sound of static in his mind. Before his eyes, the world seemed to separate from him, a chunk of transparent glass forming a barrier between him and reality. Under the wraith's shriek, cracks appeared on the glass, extending into the spirit body. A faint shattering sound reverberated in the ears of Lumion, Rhea, Lugano, Amandina, Robert, who had just crawled out of the ground near the altar, and the other naked men frantically dodging. It brought sharp pain to their eardrums, blood to their noses, and agony from the depths of their souls. Almost everyone froze in place, like fragile porcelain caught in an invisible storm. The naked men, who appeared ordinary, fainted without a sound. Blood seeped from their eyes, nostrils, mouths, ears, and skin. However, Lumion, who had advanced to Sequence 5 Reaper, suffered the least damage and recovered the fastest. Thin ice crystal arrows shot at him, their arrowheads flickering with a cold light. In an instant, Lumion made a decision. He didn't transform into a shadow creature or enter the shadows to dodge the damage, nor did he attempt to duck. Instead, blazing white flames ignited over his body. He transformed into a burning white spear and hurled himself towards the stained glass window closer to the door, facing the ice crystal arrows. Padre Cali, with his dark brown skin and sinister expression, stood there. Amandina was the second to recover from the wraith's shriek. She witnessed the majestic blazing white flaming spear collide with the ice crystal arrows hurtling towards them. Silently, a portion of the ice crystal arrows facing the blazing white flaming spear evaporated into sizzling white gas, while the surrounding ones quickly melted and turned to steam. White mist caused by water steam filled the air. Although the blazing white flaming spear had dimmed significantly and stopped burning violently, it still pierced through and headed straight for the stained glass that revealed Padre Cali's figure. Similar ice crystal arrows pierced through the white mist, striking Amandina, Camus, Rhea, and Lugano. However, they either melted or shrunk significantly, reducing their speed. Amandina and Camus, who had just escaped the wraith's shriek, easily dodged. Although Rhea and Lugano couldn't react in time and were hit by the ice crystal arrows, they only felt a slight pain, as if a child had hit them with a snowball. It was a little painful but mostly wet and cold. They seized the opportunity to snap out of their daze, almost at the same time as Robert at the altar. Crack! The blazing white flaming spear struck the stained glass, shattering it into countless pieces. However, Padre Cali had already leaped onto the window that Lumion had pried open, narrowly escaping the attack. As the flames of the burning white spear dissipated, Lumion's figure emerged from the fading light. Without hesitation, he ignited white flames once more, transforming into a majestic spear that shot towards the window where Padre Cali had appeared, determined to pursue his enemy. He deliberately refrained from teleporting and repeatedly transformed into a flaming spear, hoping to lull Padre Cali into overlooking such possibilities. Then, at a critical moment, he would unexpectedly appear beside him and use the spell of Harumph, catching the wraith off guard. Otherwise, it would be challenging to catch a wraith that could constantly jump through mirrored objects, using them as portals to evade capture. Furthermore, Lumion knew that wraiths could be considered spirit world creatures to a certain extent. They could also use the spirit world to complete teleportation, although they couldn't compare to spirit world creatures specialized in this area. Nevertheless, it wasn't an ability to be underestimated. As the fireball spear hurtled toward the window Lumion had pried open, Robert rolled to the side of the altar where their clothes were, intending to retrieve the ingredients used for spirit channeling. Swoosh! An arrow pierced the stone bricks in front of him, forcing him to change the direction of his roll at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the projectile. As soon as Rhea regained her composure, she aimed at Robert and launched an attack. Both she and Camus believed that Louis Barry could handle Padre Cali on his own, so their mission was to restrain Robert and capture this key figure, preventing him from interfering in the battle. As a gunshot rang out, Padre Cali's figure vanished from the stained glass window, leaving no trace of his presence. The eyes of Amandina, who was nearby, reflected the image of the naked fallen Padre. Amandina wanted to resist, but her body quickly turned cold, gradually defying her will as an unknown force took control of her actions. Amidst the sloshing sounds, Lumion's blazing white flaming spear pierced through the stained glass and landed outside the cathedral, 3 to 4 meters away from Amandina, its heat radiating in the cool night air. As the flames dissipated, Lumion appeared, clad in a golden straw hat, a white shirt, and a black vest. At that moment, Amandina's hands had already involuntarily risen. The corners of her beautiful face curled into a sinister and smug smile. "Come on, attack me." Amandina would be the first to be injured and die. If the body can't protect me, I can still jump and shift positions in time. Padre Cali was wary of Amandina's ability to forcefully pull people into dreams, a power that could easily turn the tide of battle. This time, he chose to possess her instead of Louis Barry, an enemy at a higher sequence, hoping to use her as a shield against Lumion's attacks. As Padre Cali manipulated Amandina's body with a sinister and smug smile, he saw Louis Barry's lips curve into a radiant smile. As a wraith, Padre Cali had a strong spiritual premonition, and he suddenly sensed extreme danger. Ha! A pale yellow light burst forth from Lumion's laughter and landed on Amandina, who stood 3 to 4 meters away, enveloping her spirit and Padre Cali, who couldn't use mirror blink in time. Lumion honestly found it a pleasant surprise. You know about Nightmare's abilities, but don't you know how to guard against the spell of Harumph? Oh, you really don't. You don't know this ability, nor do you know that I'm capable of it. However, as a wraith, you can continuously mirror jump. Yet you insist on attaching yourself to one of my teammates and remain within a few meters of me. What kind of belief is this? Don't you have enough combat experience? Even if you didn't know the spell of Harumph, you have to guard against abilities like psychic piercing. Oh, you think Camus is far away, so there's no need to worry about it. As a sequence 5 of the Hunter pathway, how would I know this? Are you hoping to use me to quickly kill Amandina? Haven't you considered the existence of mystical items? My original plan was if I failed to finish you off after using teleportation to deliver the spell of Harumph and Kull, I would feign a strategic retreat and find a small space to set up the bottle of fiction. Then, when you caught up, I would fight you in a cramped and sealed space just like how I dealt with Hisoka back then. To my surprise, you delivered yourself to me. As Lumion criticized wildly, Padre Cali and Amandina fainted and collapsed to the ground. Had it been during his battle with Hisoka some time ago, Lumion would have hastened to follow through with the subsequent steps. This was because the spell of Harumph couldn't render a sequence 5 enemy unconscious for long. However, now that he had advanced to sequence 5, his spell of Harumph had become significantly stronger. The time he could control a wraith had increased, although it was still limited to a few seconds. Lumion retrieved a few special bullets from his traveler's bag. They had been purchased through Camus from the patrol team. 2 exorcism and 2 purification bullets, both golden in color. Lumion swiftly loaded the 4 bullets into the cylinder of his revolver and aimed at Amandina, who lay on the ground. Catching sight of this from the corner of his eye, Camus jumped in fright and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Saving her," Lumion replied calmly. Then he pulled the trigger. Bang! The golden exorcism bullet struck Amandina's shoulder, causing her to bleed and emit a golden sunlight. Amandina woke up in pain, and the apparition of Padre Cali detached from her body. His face warped under the sunlight. Originally, with the strength of the exorcism bullets, it would have been impossible to expel a wraith from the victim's body in an instant. However, Padre Cali was unconscious and unable to react effectively. Lumion raised his gun, his eyes reflecting the color on the surface of Padre Cali's spirit body. He locked onto the pallor that had become evident. Bang! A golden purifying bullet, imbued with Cult's power, struck the wraith's forehead. The apparition of Padre Cali froze as he saw the bullet shatter on its own, transforming into balls of golden holy flames that spread throughout his body, igniting dust and his soul. The bright, sun-like golden flames swiftly enveloped Padre Cali, causing him to let out a tragic scream. This wasn't a wraith shriek, but it still made everyone's heads and ears hurt. Lumion endured these sensations and calmly said to Amandina, "Drag him into a dream and inquire about the source of the dream festival." Padre Cali had already been subjected to Cull and was severely weakened, teetering on the brink of true death. Amandina could effectively restrain him, but Amandina's shoulder and head ached. But she didn't dare complain when she saw Louis Barry's cold and calm expression. Lumion turned to Lugano and said, "Treat her gunshot wound." "All right." Lugano winced from the pain in his eardrums, but he still rushed over. At that moment, Padre Cali, purified by the Cull, instinctively withdrew from his wraith state and transformed back into a human to escape the ongoing damage. Seeing this, Amandina took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and closed her eyes. She and Padre Cali entered the dream at the same time.